네, 여러분 지금 제6회 인천국제해양포럼의 의미를 함께 만들어주실 주요 내빈 여러분들께서 행사장 안으로 입장하고 계십니다. 모두 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 오늘 행사장 정말 많은 분들께서 자리해 주셨습니다. 지금 행사장 안을 가득 채워주신 여러분들의 면면을 보면 인천국제해양포럼이 국내 포럼을 넘어서 대한민국 해양 비전의 방향을 제시하고 또 국제적 협력을 이끄는 플랫폼으로 성장하고 있다는 사실을 실감하게 하는데요. 이제 곧 오늘 이 무대에서 펼쳐질 담대한 논의와 제안들이 해양의 미래를 위한 실질적인 방향을 제시해 줄 것으로 기대됩니다. 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 그 시작을 축하해 주시기 위해서 함께해 주신 여러분 대단히 감사합니다. 모두 편안하게 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
The ocean, a lifeline for life and the global economy. A vital artery for logistics, a reservoir of resources, and the engine of a sustainable blue economy. But we face a growing crisis. A turbulent global economy has left the marine industry in uncertainty. Climate change is suffocating the ocean, the lungs of our planet. Marine ecosystems are under threat. Today, we explore a new path, sustainability and innovation in the maritime industry.
Waving economy, rebound of the ocean industry. The strategic value of the maritime industry. A new paradigm for a sustainable future. Maritime logistics. Ocean environment and climate. Ocean energy. Urban regeneration. Ocean tourism. Smart port. Amid global economic turbulence, we examine the present and future of the maritime industry. Global ocean experts continue to research, discuss, and share knowledge and vision. The ocean is boundless, and so is our potential. Even in the rough waves of a shifting world economy, our path lies in the sea. Now is the time for technology and the environment to move in harmony, for global cooperation through the ocean to shape a new era. A compass for the future. A new leap for the maritime industry. The 6th Incheon International Ocean Forum.
네, 제6회 인천국제해양포럼의 그 방향성과 의미를 담아낸 인상 깊은 주제 영상으로 본 포럼의 문을 열어봤습니다. 바다가 품고 있는 가능성과 또 변화하는 글로벌 경제 환경 속에서 해양 산업이 어떻게 새로운 도약의 발판을 마련할 수 있을지 그 서막을 알리는 의미 있는 시작이 아니었나 싶은데요. 자, 이제 정식으로 여러분께 인사드리겠습니다. 여러분 안녕하십니까? 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 개회식 사회를 맡은 저는 김경미 아나운서입니다. 여러분 반갑습니다. 네, 오늘 대한민국 해양의 미래를 이끌어갈 주역들께서 귀한 발걸음을 해주셨습니다. 함께 해주셔서 대단히 감사합니다. 이번 포럼은 해양수산부와 인천광역시가 공동 주최하고 인천항만공사와 연합뉴스가 주관하는 수도권 최대 규모의 해양 지식 포럼으로 국내외 해양산업 관계자, 전문가, 정책 결정자, 시민이 한자리에 모여서 매년 해양산업의 주요 이슈를 공유하고 또 미래 비전을 제시하고 있습니다. 지난 2020년 첫 출범 이후 매년 한 걸음씩 성장과 진화를 거듭해오며 이제는 대한민국 해양산업의 지속가능한 발전을 모색하고 글로벌 트렌드를 잇는 통찰의 장으로 자리매김했습니다. 올해 포럼은 격동하는 세계 경제, 다시 도약하는 해양산업이라는 대주제 아래 세상이 묻고 바다가 답하다라는 슬로건을 바탕으로 급변하는 국제 정세 속에서 해양산업이 나아가야 할 방향을 국내 전문가들 그리고 우리 시민들과 함께 모색하는 뜻깊은 자리가 될 것입니다. 해양은 더 이상 한 나라의 자산이 아니라 인류의 공동 미래를 결정짓는 중요한 공간입니다. 저 또한 오늘 이 자리에서 그리고 앞으로 이어질 다양한 세션에서 대한민국 해양산업의 경쟁력과 지속 가능성 그리고 글로벌 협력 가능성에 대해서 깊이 있는 통찰을 얻을 수 있기를 기대하고 있습니다. 오늘 여러분도 저와 같은 마음으로 함께 해주시리라 믿으며 지금부터 제6회 인천국제해양포럼의 힘찬 출발을 함께 열어보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 먼저 오늘 함께 해주신 주요 내빈 여러분들을 소개하는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 소개해드리면 우리 내빈 여러분은 자리에서 일어나 잠시 인사를 해주시고요. 여러분들께서는 따뜻한 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 제6회 인천국제해양포럼을 기획하고 주관해 주신 분들입니다. 먼저 김성범 해양수산부 차관님께서 함께 해주셨습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주십시오. 네, 대단히 감사합니다. 이어서 유정복 인천광역시 시장님께서 함께해 주셨습니다. 네, 대단히 감사합니다. 인천항만공사 이경규 사장님 여러분께 소개하겠습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주십시오. 고맙습니다. 연합뉴스 황대일 대표이사 사장님 여러분께 소개하겠습니다. 네, 대단히 감사합니다. 네, 그리고 조명우 인천국제해양포럼 포럼 위원장님 참석해 주셨습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 정일영 인천 연수구을 국회의원님을 여러분께 소개하겠습니다. 네, 지금 제가 소개해드린 분 외에도 오늘 행사장 가득 정말 많은 분들께서 자리해 주셨지만 늘 그렇듯 시간 관계상 저희가 일일이 호명하면서 소개해드리지 못하는 점 양해를 해주시기 바랍니다. 역시 또 화면을 통해서도 내빈 여러분들 소개하도록 하겠습니다. 본 포럼의 성공적인 개최를 위해서 정말 많이 노력을 해주셨고요. 오늘 현장에 귀한 걸음 해주셨습니다. 다시 한번 진심으로 감사드리겠습니다. 네, 이뿐만 아니라 지금 온라인을 통해서도 많은 분들이 함께 해주고 계십니다. 다시 한번 뜨거운 관심과 성원에 감사드리고요. 오늘, 내일 이렇게 양일간 진행되는 본 포럼에 여러분 적극적인 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 이제 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 그 시작을 개회 말씀으로 함께 하도록 하겠습니다. 개회사는 제6회 인천국제해양포럼의 위원장을 맡고 계시는 조명우 인하대학교 총장님께서 해주시겠습니다. 네, 총장님 바로 무대 위로 모셔서 말씀 듣도록 하겠습니다. 네, 다시 한번 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
예, 여러분 반갑습니다. 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 운영위원장을 맡고 있는 인하대학교 총장 조명우입니다. 다시 한번 인사드리겠습니다. 오늘 여러분들을 모시고 인천국제해양포럼을 개최하게 되어 대단히 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 먼저 성공적인 포럼 개최를 위해 물심양면 애써주신 해양수산부, 인천광역시, 인천항만공사, 연합뉴스 관계자 여러분들과 온오프라인으로 포럼에 함께해 주고 계신 전 세계 해양인 여러분 진심으로 감사드리고 환영합니다. 더불어 오늘 자리를 빛내주시기 위해 귀중한 시간을 내어 참석해 주신 해양수산부 김성범 차관님, 인천광역시 유정복 시장님, 그다음에 인천연수을 정일영 국회의원님, 그리고 개최에 힘써주신 인천항만공사 이경규 사장님, 그리고 연합누수 황대일 사장님께 깊이 감사드립니다. 지구의 약 70%는 물로 구성되어 있으나 30%는 땅을 중심으로 하는 사고에 갇혔던 우리에게 물과 바다를 중심으로 사고하는 새로운 패러다임을 제시해 주신 워싱턴 경제동양연구재단 이사장이자 플래닛 아쿠아의 저자이신 제레미 리프킨 기조연설님과 이번 세션을 기획해 주신 좌장님들, 그리고 각 세션의 발표와 토론에 참여해 주신 전문가분들께 감사의 말씀을 전합니다. 올해로 6회를 맞이하는 수도권 대표 해양포럼의 대주제는 격동하는 세계 경제 다시 도약하는 해양산업입니다. 세계 경제의 불확실성 속에 해양산업은 어떤 방향성을 갖고 미래를 맞이할 것인지 다루는 심도 있는 토론과 지식의 장이 될 것입니다. 또한 젊은 인재들에게 단순한 지식의 공유가 아닌 우리 해양산업이 어떤 일을 하고 어떻게 함께 할 수 있는지 그 방법을 소개함으로써 미래의 인재를 발굴하고 상호 소통하는 장이 될 것입니다. 이곳에 모여 해양산업의 해안을 모아주심에 다시 한번 감사드리며 지금부터 해양의 밝은 미래를 위해 모인 이곳 인천에서 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 개회를 선언합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 위원장님 말씀 대단히 감사합니다. 대한민국 해양산업의 비전, 또 국제해양 협력의 필요성, 그리고 인천국제해양포럼에 걸어온 여정에 대해서 힘있게 짚어주셨습니다. 장대한 시작을 알리는 말씀이었습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 다음으로는 환영사가 있겠습니다. 총 3분께서 귀한 말씀 전해주시겠는데요. 먼저 이번 포럼을 위해서 물심양면으로 지원을 해주신 분입니다. 대한민국 해양수산을 이끌고 계시는 김성범 해양수산부 차관님을 무대 위로 모셔서 말씀 듣도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
여러분 반갑습니다. 해양수산부 차관 김성범입니다. 제6회 인천국제해양포럼에 참석해 주신 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. 오늘 행사를 준비해 주신 인천광역시 유정복 시장님, 인천항만공사 이경규 사장님, 연합뉴스 황태일 사장님과 포럼 위원장을 맡아서 수고해 주신 조명우 인천 인하대 총장님께도 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 바쁘신 일정에도 참석해 주신 정일영 국회의원님, 또 안병길 한국해양공사 사장님을 비롯한 많은 내외 기분 여러분께도 진심으로 환영의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 뿐만 아니라 오늘 발표와 토론에 참석해 주실 국내외 전문가 여러분께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 사실 오늘 행사에는 저희 해양수산부 장관님이 좀 오셔야 되겠습니다만 여러분들 잘 아시는 바와 같이 지금 장관님이 바뀌는 그런 시기에 있어서 부득이 차관인 제가 참석을 하였습니다. 저 개인적으로는 오늘 이 자리에 여러분 앞에 서게 된 것이 무척 감회가 새롭습니다. 제가 지난 2022년 9월부터 1년간 이곳 인천에서 인천지방해양수산청장으로 근무하는 등 제가 인천과는 각별한 인연이 있다고 저 스스로는 그렇게 생각을 합니다. 여러분들께서 그렇게 인정을 해주실지는 모르겠습니다만, 그래서 이제 해양수산부 차관으로서 해양강국 대한민국을 실현하기 위해서 최선의 노력을 다하는 한편 인천 지역의 해양수산 발전을 위해서도 제가 할 수 있는 최선의 노력을 다하겠다는 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 내빈 여러분, 이곳 인천은 우리나라와 중국이 교류하는 관문이자 환황해권 산업과 관광의 중심입니다. 해양 분야에 있어서도 168개의 섬과 풍부한 해양 자원을 바탕으로 해운물류, 항만, 관광 등 해양 산업이 융복합적으로 발전하고 있는 대한민국 해양 경제의 전략 거점입니다. 이러한 인천에서 개최되는 인천국제해양포럼이 회를 거듭할수록 그 담론의 폭과 깊이가 더해지고 있어서 매우 뜻깊게 생각을 합니다. 특히 올해 포럼의 대주제인 격동하는 세계경제, 다시 도약하는 해양산업은 매우 시의적절하다고 생각을 합니다. 최근 글로벌 복합 위기 시대를 맞아 해양이 갖는 전략적 중요성이 그 어느 때보다 높아지고 있기 때문입니다. 오늘날 세계 경제는 자국 우선주의와 보호무역주의 기조가 더욱 거세지고 있는 가운데 유럽과 중동에서 계속되고 있는 전쟁으로 인해 국제사회의 지정학적 리스크도 커지고 있습니다. 기후변화 심화, 어가 인구 감소 등의 여건변화 또한 우리 해양수산업의 지속 가능성을 위협하고 있는 것이 사실입니다. 이러한 대내외 여건 변화에 선제적으로 대응하고 새로운 성장 모멘텀을 창출하기 위한 해양 전략이 그 어느 때보다도 절실히 요구되는 상황입니다. 아무쪼록 올해 포럼에서도 우리 해양산업이 마주한 불확실성을 극복하고 새로운 성장 기회를 모색할 수 있는 해안들이 많이 제시되기를 바랍니다. 저희 정부에서도 귀 기울여 듣고 정책에 적극적으로 반영해 나가겠습니다. 네, 기빈 여러분, 올해는 바다의 날 30주년을 맞는 해였습니다. 지난 30년간 대한민국 해양수산 산업은 세계적으로도 큰 주목을 받는 성장을 이뤄냈습니다. 새롭게 출범한 국민주권 정부에서도 친환경 디지털 해상물류, 해상풍력 등 신재생에너지, 해양관광 등 해양산업에 대한 육성 의지가 매우 높습니다. 해양수산부는 해양산업이 중요한 국가성장 동력으로 자리매김하고 지역과 업계가 당면한 현안들을 차질 없이 해결해 나갈 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. 그리고 해양수산부와 인천이 함께 성장할 수 있도록 윈윈할 수 있도록 제가 중간에서 가교 역할을 충실히 해내겠습니다. 이 자리에 계신 많은 우리 인천 지역의 해양수산 가족 여러분들의 끊임없는 관심과 지원을 부탁드리겠습니다. 끝으로 오늘 행사를 준비해 주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사 인사드리며 이 자리에 함께 하신 분들의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 차관님 말씀 고맙습니다. 해양을 미래 성장 동력으로 바라보는 정부의 확고한 의지 또 정책적 비전을 깊이 느낄 수가 있었는데요. 네, 차관님의 이 지원 약속 포럼에 참석한 모든 분들에게 큰 용기이자 또 동력이 되지 않았을까라는 생각을 해봅니다. 말씀 대단히 감사합니다. 네, 다음으로 환영사 전해주실 분입니다. 이곳 인천을 이 대한민국 해양산업의 중심지로 만들기 위해서 정말 많은 노력을 기울이고 계시는 유정복 인천광역시 시장님 모셔서 말씀 듣도록 하겠습니다. 네, 시장님 단상으로 올라와 주시고요. 역시 여러분 뜨거운 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
여섯 번째 맞는 인천국제해양포럼에 오신 여러분 모두를 환영합니다. 그리고 바쁘신 가운데 함께해 주신 우리 김성범 해수부 차관님, 황대일 연합뉴스 사장, 이경규 인천항만공사 사장님 준비하시느라고 고생 많으셨고 매우 감사드리고 무엇보다도 이 조직위원회를 맡아서 애쓰시는 조명우 인하대 총장님 감사합니다. 제가 이런 말씀을 좀 드려보겠습니다. 대한민국이 정말 세계적으로 유례가 없는 성장 발전을 했지 않습니까? 자랑스러운 나라가 되었지 않습니까? 잘 생각해 보면은 어떻게 그게 가능했을까? 우리 대한민국은 정말 작은 국토입니다. 미국이나 중국에 비해서 이 남한 면적은 100분의 1밖에 안 됩니다. 그런데 다행스럽게 우리에게는 바다가 있었습니다. 이 삼면이 바다라고 하는 해양이 바로 대한민국의 성장 발전의 가장 핵심적인 자산이었다, 이렇게 얘기해도 과언이 아닙니다. 왜냐하면 우리는 수출을 통해서 오늘의 경제 성장을 이룩할 수 있었습니다. 바로 이 해양은 물류의 가장 기본적인 그런 인프라가 되었던 것입니다. 그래서 해양은 이런 물류 그리고 산업 경제의 중심적인 그런 아주 우리에겐 소중한 자산이 아닐 수 없습니다. 그것뿐만이 아니라 지금 해양 생태계, 우리의 삶, 자원, 또 앞으로 있을 우리 풍력을 비롯한 신재생 에너지, 이 모든 것이 다 바닷속에 있습니다. 바다는 바로 산업이요, 경제요, 또 에너지요, 또 제가 생각하는 미래다, 이렇게 생각하는 겁니다. 인천은 그런 가운데 더욱 특별한 바다와 인연을 갖고 있습니다. 인천은 바로 해양도시지만은 1883년에 제물포항 개항으로 바로 대한민국의 근대화를 출범시켰고, 이것이 오늘의 성장 동력을 만든 곳이 바로 인천입니다. 제가 이 행사 전에 바로 인천국제안보평화포럼 조직위원회를 출범시키고 왔는데, 바로 또 1950년 인천 상륙작전을 통해서 오늘의 자유 대한민국을 지켜온 자랑스러운 곳이 또한 인천입니다. 그래서 인천은 바다하고 뗄 수 없는 관계에 있고, 이것은 여전히 지금도 앞으로도 인천의 미래가 될 것이고 희망이 될 것이다, 이런 생각을 하는데, 조금 전에 김성범 차관님께서 이제 인천 해수청장으로서 근무를 하셨기 때문에 인천과 중앙정부의 가교 역할을 잘 하시겠다는 말씀 아주 든든하게 생각하고, 그렇게 해서 인천이 대한민국의 미래가 될 수 있도록 잘 해주시기를 먼저 부탁을 드립니다. 다른 말씀 제가 드릴 건 없고, 저는 시장으로서 그 꿈을 실현시켜 나가고자 합니다. 뭐 다른 많은 이제 정책을 하는데, 바로 우리에게 바다는, 인천 앞에 있는 168개의 도서는 바로 보물입니다. 그래서 제가 보물섬 프로젝트를 추진하고 있습니다. 여러분 보도를 통해서 아시겠습니다만, 인천에서는 금년부터 저 백령도까지 인천 시민 누구나 버스 요금 1,500원으로 백령도까지 갑니다. 지금 엄청난 인기를 누리고 있습니다. 서울이나 기타 주민들도 70%를 할인합니다. 바다 그리고 도서, 이것은 더 이상 우리의 소외된 지역이 아니라 우리의 희망이 되어야 되고 미래가 되어야 됩니다. 이 보물섬 프로젝트를 기반으로 이제 엄청난 변화를 일으켜 가겠습니다. 그것은 인천의 꿈이자 대한민국의 미래가 될 것입니다. 이런 뜻에서 이번에 인천국제해양포럼도 우리의 소중한 자산의 가치를 인식하고 이것을 더 발전적인 미래로 만들기 위한 지혜와 역량을 모아나가는 뜻깊은 포럼이 되기를 기대하고, 앞으로도 인천시는 이런 해양의 중요성, 그리고 이를 통한 미래의 꿈을 실현시켜 나가는데 최선의 노력을 다하겠다는 말씀도 드립니다. 다시 한번 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 감사 말씀드리고 아주 의미 있는 포럼 되기를 기대합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 시장님의 소중한 말씀 고맙습니다. 인천이 왜 대한민국 이 해양산업의 중심, 심장이라 불리는지 다시금 확인할 수가 있었는데요. 시민과 함께 만들어가는 우리 해양경제도시 인천의 미래에 대해서 진심 어린 기대와 의지를 담아 소중한 말씀해 주셨습니다. 시장님 고맙습니다. 네, 환영사 마지막으로 수도권의 물류 및 해양관광 전진기지인 인천항 발전의 핵심, 인천항만공사 이경규 사장님의 환영사를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 사장님, 단상 위로 모시겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
안녕하십니까. 인천항만공사 사장 이경규입니다. 제6회 인천국제해양포럼에 참석해 주신 내 기빈 여러분, 진심을 담아 환영합니다. 오늘 인천국제해양포럼이 6회를 맞이할 수 있도록 아낌없는 지원과 성원을 보내주신 김성범 해양수산부 차관님과 유종복 인천광역시장님, 황대일 연합뉴스 사장님, 그리고 지역 언론사 대표님, 정일영 국회의원님, 그리고 포럼 위원장이신 조명우 인하대학교 총장님께 깊은 감사 인사를 드립니다. 또한 기조연설을 맡아주신 워싱턴 경제동양연구재단 제레미 리프킨 이사장님을 비롯해 미래 해양사업 발전에 꼭 필요한 주제로 발표와 토론을 준비해 주신 국내 전문가 여러분들께도 감사드립니다. 올해 제6회 인천국제해양포럼은 인천항만공사 창립 20주년을 맞이하여 과거 20년을 되돌아보고 가치를 싣고 미래로 항해하는 인천항을 그려본다는 측면에서 더 큰 의미로 다가오는 것 같습니다. 2025년 해양포럼의 대주제는 격동하는 세계경제, 다시 도약하는 해양산업입니다. 오늘날 세계경제는 격동이라는 단어가 낯설지 않은 것 같습니다. 현재 불확실성이 지속되고 있지만 우리의 해양산업은 시적절한 대응으로 다시 한번 도약할 수 있습니다. 지난해 인천항은 미국과 중국 간의 무역 갈등과 러시아 우크라이나 전쟁으로 인한 글로벌 공급망 혼란에도 불구하고 사상 최대 컨테이너 물동량 355만 TEU를 처리하고 해양 관광 여객 125만 명을 달성하는 등 굵직한 성과를 많이 이루어냈습니다. 올해도 미국발 관세 전쟁과 계속되는 국제 분쟁 등으로 인천항을 둘러싼 불확실성이 고조되고 있지만 수도권 최대 해양 네트워크 중심이자 그간 30개국 180명의 석학들이 서로 지식을 공유하고 1만 명 이상이 참여한 인천국제해양포럼이 해양산업의 나침판이 되어 여러분에게 힘이 되어 주시리라 믿습니다. 2025년에도 해양산업 발전에 중추적 역할을 수행하고 있는 해운물류, 해양환경과 기후, 해양에너지, 해양관광, 스마트 항만 분야를 기반으로 다양하고 풍성한 내용을 많이 준비하였습니다. 참가자분들 모두 바다가 들려주는 답에 귀를 기울여 주시길 바라겠습니다. 다시 한번 오늘 참석하신 모든 분들께 감사드리며 해양산업의 전략적 가치와 방향성을 찾아 불확실성을 극복하고 함께 도약하기를 희망합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 이경규 인천항만공사 사장님 말씀 고맙습니다. 물류 허브이자 해양 관광의 전진기지 인천항이 이제는 디지털 친환경 항만을 넘어서 글로벌 해양 경제 네트워크 핵심으로 거듭나기 위한 변화를 꾀하고 있습니다. 항상 현장에서 미래를 준비해 주시는 사장님 고맙습니다. 네, 다음으로는 본 포럼 개최를 축하하고 또 성공적인 운영을 기원하는 축사 순서입니다. 두 분이 말씀을 준비해 주셨는데요. 먼저 이번 포럼의 주관사로서 많은 분들에게 이번 포럼의 개최를 알려주신 연합뉴스 황대일 대표이사 사장님의 말씀을 듣도록 하겠습니다. 네, 대표이사님 단상기로 모시겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
존경하는 해양인 여러분, 그리고 기빈 여러분 반갑습니다. 국가기관 뉴스통신사로서 인천국제해양포럼을 공동 주관하는 연합뉴스 사장 황대일입니다. 격동하는 세계경제, 다시 도약하는 해양산업을 주제로 이틀간 진행되는 제6회 인천국제해양포럼의 개막을 진심으로 축하드립니다. 또한 이번 포럼의 성공을 위해 애쓰신 김성범 해양수산부 차관님, 유정복 인천광역시 시장님, 이경규 인천항만공사 사장님, 포럼 위원장 조명우 인하대학교 총장님께 고맙다는 말씀을 드립니다. 그리고 기조연설을 해주실 미국 워싱턴 경제동향연구재단 제레미 리프킨 이사장님 등 국내외 전문가님들과 해양산업 기빈들께도 진심 어린 환영과 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 2020년 시작돼 올해 6회째를 맞는 인천국제해양포럼은 급변하는 해양산업의 주요 트렌드를 공유하고 지속적인 발전 방향을 모색함으로써 대한민국을 대표하는 수도권 최대 해양 지식 포럼으로 발전했습니다. 올해는 경랑에 휩싸인 세계 경제와 위험 수위로 치닫는 기후 문제, 지정학적 위기 심화와 글로벌 공급망 변동 등 대외 여건의 급변 상황에서 추구할 해양산업 발전 전략을 모색하고자 합니다. 특히 이번 포럼에서는 정부와 해양 전문가, 산업계 인사, 시민이 함께 참여해 해양 산업의 지속 가능한 발전 방안을 도출할 것으로 기대합니다. 이러한 성과는 대한민국 해양 산업의 광폭 성장과 글로벌 해양 산업의 선도국가로 도약하는 데 크게 기여할 것으로 생각합니다. 인천국제해양포럼이 대한민국을 넘어 세계적인 명품 포럼으로 발전할 수 있도록 연합뉴스는 끊임없는 지원을 할 것임을 약속드립니다. 제6회 인천국제포럼의 개최를 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 말씀 고맙습니다. 포럼의 공동 주관사로서 늘 한결같이 이 행사의 성장을 뒷받침해 오신 연합뉴스의 노력에 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 언론이 가진 공공성과 확산력으로 본 포럼이 전하는 해양의 가치와 담론이 정말 많은 분들에게 닿을 수 있도록 늘 함께해 주셨기에 포럼이 이렇게 성장할 수 있지 않았나라는 생각을 해봤습니다. 네, 다음 축사로는 인천의 발전을 위해 열심히 애써주시는 정일영 인천 연수구 국회의원님입니다. 네, 바로 무대 위로 모셔서 말씀 청해 듣겠습니다. 따뜻한 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 그리고 환영합니다. 바로 요 행사 개최되는 송도 국제도시 지역구를 두고 있는 정일영 국회의원입니다. 그리고 국회에서는 기획재정위원회에서 일하고 있습니다. 제6회 제가 작년에도 참석했었고 계속 참석하고 있어서 너무나 중요한 해양 포럼 개최를 위해서 수고해 주신 우리 해양수산부 그리고 조명호 총장님, 이경구 사장님, 그리고 연합 뉴스의 우리 황대일 사장님 정말 감사합니다. 저는 국토부에서 한 30년 이제 그중에 또 해양수산부에서도 근무를 했습니다. 저 우동식 박물관장도 같이 있었는데 그래서 해양이 얼마나 중요한지 또 제가 얼마나 우리 해양인들을 좋아하고 사랑하고 존경하는지 그 말씀 드리려고 제가 이 자리에 섰습니다. 우리 이제 이재명 새로운 정부가 시작됐습니다. 그동안 좀 지지부진했던 사업들 해양, 해운, 수산 모두 빠르게 이제 속도를 낼 것입니다. 저는 해양이 곧 미래로 나가고 세계로 나가고 그리고 대한민국의 미래를 결정하는 매우 중요한 산업이라고 생각을 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 오늘 포럼이 그만큼 중요합니다. 그렇지만 또 제가 형식적인 이야기보다 중요한 우리 지역과 관련되는 두 가지 이야기를 드리려고 섰습니다. 인천에 계신 분들이 많이 오셨고 언론인분들도 계신 것 같아서 해양수산부 이전 때문에 우리 인천에 있는 분들이 많이 안타까움을 표시하고 계십니다. 우리 김성범 차관님도 아시죠? 대답하세요. 아신다고 그럽니다. 우리 전재수 장관 내정자는 부산분이고 저 친합니다. 같은 국회의원이라 같은 당에. 근데 부산분이고 우리 김성범 차관님은 인천분이라고 생각하면 되죠? 예, 맞아요. 그래서 제가 무슨 얘기 드리냐 그러면은 우리 해양 해운에 관련되는 기관들이 참 많습니다. 국내에도 있고 국제도 있고 또 우리 민간 기구들도 있고 우리 인천에 우리 대한민국의 해양 도시라면은 인천과 부산 대표적인 도시가 아니겠습니까? 그런데 우리 인천에 더 많은 그런 기관들, 국제 기구들 유치하고 더 발전해야 된다고 생각합니다. 국제연구소도 이곳 송도에 있습니다. 몇 년 전에 국제연구소를 옮긴다고 그래서 제가 발벗고 나서 반대했는데 그런 식으로 뭐 인천에 있는 어떤 우리 해양 그런 관련되는 국제기구 주요 기관들이 밖으로 나간다 안 됩니다. 반드시 차관님 앞장서서 막아주시고 새로운 기구 기관들을 더 유치해야 됩니다. 그걸 꼭 부탁드리고요. 그 우리 이재명 대통령께서 인천에 유세하실 때 그런 얘기를 했습니다. 저도 같이 옆에 있었고요. 해양수산부 부산에 가야 될 것 같다. 그런데 본인이 이재명 본인이 인천 사람 아니냐, 인천 국회의원 아니냐, 팔이 안으로 굽지 않겠냐 그런 얘기를 하셨으니까 김성곤 차관님 꼭 그 말을 명심하시고 저도 대통령께 리마인드 시켜드리겠지만 해양수산부에서 잘하십시오. 그리고 주변에 이제 우리 인천에 보면은 이제 신앙 또 그 주변의 항만 배후부지 그리고 화물차 주차장 이런 것들이 정리가 잘 안 되고 인천시하고 항만공사가 앞장서서 해야 될 것 같은데 해양수산부가 물론 같이 해야 되고 그런 것들이 더뎌 가지고 주민들 간의 갈등과 불신이 일어나고 있습니다. 송도 곳곳에서 저를 또 비난하는 현수막도 붙어 있는데 해양이 발전하기 위해서는 지역 친화적이어야 됩니다. 주민들하고 민원을 최소화해야 됩니다. 그걸 좀 명심하셔서 그런 것들이 다 합해져서 대한민국의 해양이 발전하고 국제 세계로 뻗어나가는 그런 시너지 효과가 크게 난다고 생각합니다. 저도 여당 국회의원으로서 송도 인천의 국회의원으로서 우리 해양 발전을 위해서 최선을 다하겠습니다. 항상 함께하겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
네, 의원님 말씀 대단히 감사합니다. 이 현장의 목소리와 또 정책의 연결고리를 누구보다 잘 이해하고 계신 분으로서 이 해양산업의 미래가 결코 중앙정부만의 일이 아니라 지역과 또 산업, 시민 모두가 함께 풀어나가야 할 과제가 아닐까 이런 말씀을 좀 강조해 주신 것 같은데요. 오늘 해주신 어떤 응원과 격려의 말씀은 이 자리에 함께한 모든 분들에게 또 든든한 지지와 동기부여가 되었으리라 생각을 합니다. 기감이 되는 말씀 대단히 감사합니다. 이렇게 총 6분의 말씀을 차례로 들어봤습니다. 제6회 인천국제해양포럼이 대한민국 해양산업의 방향성과 또 미래의 비전을 그리는 공동의 플랫폼이라는 사실을 다시금 느낄 수가 있었던 시간이었는데요. 각자 계신 곳에서 해양산업을 위해 애써주시는 여러분들의 지혜 또 의지가 오늘 이 자리에 오롯이 전해진 것 같습니다. 더없이 든든하고 의미 있는 시간이었는데요. 다시 한번 귀한 말씀 대단히 감사합니다. 네, 지금 무대가 좀 분주하게 준비가 되고 있습니다. 이제 제6회 인천국제해양포럼의 본격적인 개막을 알리는 개회 세리머니를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 바로 조금 전까지 무대 위에서 소중한 말씀 해주셨던 내빈 여러분들 다시 한번 모셔서 포럼의 성공적인 개최를 기원하는 마음을 담아서 개회 세리머니를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 무대 준비가 완료가 된 것 같은데요. 모시도록 하겠습니다. 김성범 해양산부 차관님, 유정복 인천광역시 시장님, 이경규 인천항만공사 사장님, 황대일 연합뉴스 대표이사 사장님, 조명우 포럼 위원장님, 정일영 인천연수구 국회의원님입니다. 6분 자리로 모셨고요. 자, 이제 곧 진행될 세레머니 본포럼이 품고 있는 염원과 기대를 표현하는 아주 의미 있는 시간이 될 것입니다. 본포럼을 통해서 시작되는 작은 변화의 물결들이 우리가 함께하는 더 나은 해양의 미래로 이어지길 바라겠습니다. 자, 여러분과 함께 구호를 외치면서 진행하면 더욱더 의미가 있을 것 같습니다. 본 포럼의 대주제 바로 격동하는 세계 경제입니다. 바로 자, 제가 먼저 격동하는 세계 경제라고 외치면요, 여기 계신 여러분들은 다시 도약하는 해양 산업이라고 크게 화답을 해주시고요. 이 마지막 구호에 맞춰서 우리 내빈 여러분들은 앞에 있는 버튼을 꾹 눌러주시면 되겠습니다. 자, 준비가 되셨나요? 제가 격동하는 세계 경제 하면 여러분은 다시 도약하는 해양 산업, 바로 본 포럼의 구호를 외쳐주시고요. 그 구호가 끝나면 내빈 여러분들은 앞에 있는 버튼을 꾹 눌러주시면 되겠습니다. 자, 그럼 시작하겠습니다. 격동하는 세계 경제, 다시 도약하는 해양 산업 눌러주세요. 네, 여러분 뜨거운 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 내빈 여러분들 그대로 내려가지 마시고요. 기념하는 촬영 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 포디움 옆으로 사이사이 자리해 주시고요. 네, 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 그 시작을 아주 멋지게 열어주셨는데요. 네, 맞습니다. 포럼 지금 포디움 오른쪽으로 자리해 주시고요. 네, 포디움과 나란히 서 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 인천국제해양포럼의 출발점이자 리더 여러분들이 함께 한 자리에서 미래를 향해 나아가겠다는 다짐의 모습, 그 모습을 담아서 멋진 세리머니를 진행했습니다. 네, 밝은 미소 함께 보여주시고요. 파이팅 포즈 한번 해볼까요? 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 파이팅입니다. 오른쪽 팔을 들고 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 하나 둘 셋 파이팅! 네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 촬영 이렇게 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 내빈 여러분들 이제 자리로 돌아가서 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 이렇게 기념 촬영을 끝으로 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 개회식의 공식 순서는 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 함께해 주신 참가자 여러분들 그리고 이 자리를 빛내주신 내빈 여러분께 진심으로 감사 말씀을 드리고요. 지금부터 이어질 다양한 세션과 논의를 통해서 또 격동의 시대 속에서 해양 산업이 어떻게 도약해 나갈 수 있을지 함께 고민하고 또 해답을 찾아가는 그런 시간이 되시기를 바라겠습니다. 네, 여러분 자리를 정돈해 주시고요. 저희는 곧 이제 다양한 프로그램과 여러분 함께 하겠습니다. 바로 이어서는 기조연설이 준비가 되어 있는데요. 역시 많은 관심과 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 앞서 저희가 포럼 시작할 때도 여러 번 안내를 해드렸는데요. 저희는 여러분 모두와 함께 소통하는 포럼을 만들기 위해서 계속해서 모든 세션별로 여러분의 질문을 받습니다. 저희가 질문 참여할 수 있는 방법에 대해서 여러 번 소개를 해드렸는데요. 발표 중간중간 여러분 접속하셔서 생각나는 의견이나 질문 자유롭게 남겨주시고요. 연사분과 함께 더 폭넓은 그런 대화를 나눌 수 있는 시간이 되기를 진심으로 바라겠습니다. 네, 자 이제 자리가 정돈이 된 것 같습니다. 자 이제 기조 연설이 곧 시작이 되겠습니다. 잘 아시는 것처럼 바다는 지구 면적의 3분의 1을 차지할 만큼 넓습니다. 그만큼 우리에게 있어 없어서는 안 될 소중한 존재인데요. 하지만 오랜 세월 동안 인간과 공존해온 바다가 지금 많이 아파하고 있습니다. 기후위기와 환경오염 모두 인간의 이기심에서 비롯된 결과는 이미 바다 생태계에 심각한 변화를 가져왔고 한때 생명으로 가득했던 바닷속은 점차 침묵과 황폐함의 공간으로 바뀌고 있습니다. 플래닛 아쿠아의 저자이시자 세계적인 경제학자인 미국 워싱턴 경제동향연구재단 제러미 리프킨 이사장은 그의 저서에서 지구 온도가 1도 오를 때마다 10억 명의 실향민이 생길 수 있다고 경고했고 이 일이 50년 후가 아닌 20년 안에 벌어질 수 있다는 예측을 내놓기도 했습니다. 그는 또 지구를 물의 행성, 곧 플래닛 아쿠아로 규정하면서 이 해양 생태계와 물순환 시스템의 회복 없이는 인류의 생존 또한 지속될 수 없다고 강조한 바 있습니다. 이에 오늘 제6회 인천국제해양포럼의 기조연설에서는 이처럼 급변하는 해양 환경과 더불어서 그 변화가 경제와 산업에 미치는 영향 그리고 격동의 세계 질서 속에서 바다가 갖는 전략적 가치를 짚어보는 시간을 마련했습니다. 주최 측에서도 정말 어렵게 모신 분이라고 제가 소식을 들었는데요. 기조연설은 앞서 소개해드린 제러미 리프킨 이사장님께서 플래닛 아쿠아에서의 삶 재구상과 해양의 미래, 항만 및 해운의 역할을 주제로 온라인 생중계를 통해서 기조연설을 해주시겠습니다. 자, 바로 연결이 됐을 것 같은데요. 단상의 스크린을 함께 바라봐 주시고요. 끝까지 깊은 경청을 부탁드리겠습니다. Professor Jeremy Rifkin, could you hear me?
Well, it's good morning to all of you, all my friends in Korea. It's always a pleasure to be with a Korean audience. I'm going to start on a little bit of a somber note. We have long misjudged the nature of our existence on this planet in the universe and to what we owe our lifeline. To put it very bluntly, particularly in the Western world, we've come to believe that we live on Terra Mater, and that is a verdant green land plan. That whole idea has taken us on the wrong road to the future. And it was actually taken to task in 1972, our Apollo space mission. Our Apollo astronauts were heading to the moon on that December month of 1972. And as they closed in on the moon, one of the astronauts had a home camera. So he turned around and did a quick photo of our planet from outer space. It shocked the entire world. We thought we were going to see a verdant green land planet, all the beautiful shades of green. What we saw was a beautiful blue planet and all the shades of blue with just a veneer of green. In fact, it's interesting, our scientists are now telling us that aside from the great oceans we all know, there may be 3 other oceans or more underneath the mantle of this planet. This is extraordinary. This is a water planet. In 2021, The European Space Agency said, we live on planet Aqua. That's for sure. So right after that, then the NASA, our space agency, said, yes, it's obvious. When you look at this planet from space, this is a beautiful water planet. It's a blue planet. Now, a half century later, here's where things stand. We have 8 billion human beings on this planet, and they're waking up every day, and they're scared to death, totally frightened. They do not recognize the planet that they were born in, as if they have been transported to some other part of the universe where there is no way to understand the world around them. This has never happened before in human history. Here's what's happening. Our planetary hydrosphere is rewilding, and it's taking us on a ride that we've never experienced before. Fossil fuels lit the fuse, but it's the hydrosphere that's really sounding the alarm. Here's what's happened. 200 years ago, we began an experiment. We had depleted the forest in Europe and other parts of the world for energy, and we decided to go under the ground, and we dug up the burial grounds of a previous period of history, the Carboniferous era. And we exhumed the dead remains of plant and animal life from 350 million years ago that had morphed into coal, oil, and natural gas. We exhumed those dead bodies, coal, oil, and gas, to the industrial age, the age of progress. So what's happened now is we have spewed so much global warming gases into the atmosphere that they're blocking the sun's heat from getting off the earth. We're talking about CO2, methane, nitrous oxide. And our scientists are now telling us we are now in the 6th extinction event of life on this planet. Doesn't even make the headlines. This is in real time. Our last extinction event was 65 million years ago. And now our scientists are telling us we could lose half the species of ocean and land life on this planet in the lifetime of today's babies. They've been here for millions of years. We will never see them or hear them again. And here's what it's all about. For every 1 degree Celsius that the temperature goes up on this planet from global warming emissions, the atmosphere is actually sucking up 7% more precipitation because the heat is forcing an evaporation of that precipitation, especially from the ocean, but also the land. And that evaporation is going into the atmosphere and the clouds. So we're getting more concentrated precipitation in the clouds and wild, extreme water events. In the winter, we have something now called atmospheric rivers, these great rivers in the sky, which are bumping snow on places that have never seen snow again, like Southern California, 16 feet of snow. In the spring, we're getting flooding across every continent and every ecosystem, destroying these environments, the infrastructure that goes with them, and taking the lives of our fellow creatures and our own species. Then in the summer, we're getting drought, month after month after month of no rain, drought. And with the drought comes heat waves. Today, as I speak to you in Europe, there are countries in Europe today, right now, that are experiencing 106 to 112 and 114 degrees Fahrenheit temperature right now, today, in Europe. And of course, along with the droughts, month after month, no water, and the heat waves, which are taking lives and destroying our ecosystems, we get the wildfires. In my country, we had wildfires a few months back that destroyed entire communities and ecosystems across LA and Southern California. And similar experiences are happening all over the world. Then in the fall, we get the hurricanes and the typhoons. So what's happening is our hydrosphere, which animates this beautiful water planet, this planet Aqua in the universe, is rebelling to try to find a new normal. So where does this take us? We have to realize that the playbook that we're using to try to address this crisis that we've never experienced before is the same playbook that gave rise to it. That's the problem. It's the Enlightenment. It's the age of progress. It's the Industrial Revolution. It's how we organize our relationship to the natural world. It's how we manage our economies. It's how we govern ourselves. It's even how we orient ourselves in time and space. So that whole set of values, which culminated in global institutions and global ways of organizing our day-to-day life, is what's taken us to this crisis. We need a new playbook. We need to rethink how we live on this planet. So I want to share a story with you. Back in 2001, Romano Prodi, then president of the European Commission, formerly prime minister of Italy and a friend of mine, came to see me in Washington, D.C. at the European Embassy. He sat me down. He said, look, Jeremy, you spent 25 years in North America trying to address this crisis and understand how we can begin to create a new journey. It's not working. Come to Europe. We're going to do this. We'll be a first mover. I took him up on this. I had a lot of commuting over the last 20-some years plus. And the first thing we did is we asked an anthropological question. If the entire playbook that we're using to organize our relationship to the natural world on a water planet is misgiven, why don't we go back in history and ask an anthropological and ontological question? And that is, how do the great paradigm shifts in history occur? If we know how they occur, maybe we can get a mental map and a new set of guidelines for a completely new way to envision the way we live on a water planet rather than a land planet. What we found is very interesting. When we look back at the history of at least the last 6,000 years since the beginning of urban hydraulic civilizations, there have been 5 technology revolutions periodically that have emerged, mainly through serendipity, and converged to create an infrastructure that fundamentally changes the way we manage every aspect of our lives. What are those 5 technology revolutions that create paradigm transformations for us? Number 1, new communication revolution. Then they join with number 2, new energy regimes. Then they combine with number 3, new mobility and logistics infrastructure. Then they all combine with number 4, new ways of organizing water, which is key to the other 3. No water, the other 3 can't exist. And number 5, new ways to envision the habitats in which we live. So, if this sounds kind of familiar to you, all of you took high school biology, right? So what we learned in high school biology is every organism on this planet, every single living organism on this planet requires 5 things to live. Number 1, a new way to communicate. Number 2, some source of energy to thermodynamically survive and thrive. Number 3, new mobility and logistics. Even plants have to have motility and mobility to move with the changing seasons in the sun. And number 4, they have to have habitats, what we call skin or shells, semi-permeable membranes. They distinguish the inside of the organism with the outside natural world. And finally, when you put all this together, it creates a completely new way of life. With that as a starting point, let me talk about 2 paradigm shifts that'll bring it back down to home. The first industrial revolution in the 19th century, the second industrial revolution in the 20th century. So the Brits took us into the first industrial revolution, the communication revolution across the British Isles, steam-powered printing, no more manual print presses. Then they introduced the telegraph system across the whole British Isles in the last half of the century, instant communication. The energy revolution, they dug out of the ground and took up the coal from the Carboniferous era for the energy, because they had already depleted the forest. The mobility revolution, they put the steam engine on rails for locomotives, national transport, 60 miles an hour. And number 5, they changed their habitats, because with railroads, you could have city to city, and you could have dense urban populations. This took us from national markets in the British Isles, shareholding companies, because no monarchy could afford this infrastructure to put in. It turned us to nation states that went all over the world. The 20th century, second industrial revolution, the United States. Our communication revolution, Alexander Graham Bell, the telephone, instant communication across the continent. The energy revolution, we struck oil in Texas. We didn't have to rely only on coal. The mobility revolution, Henry Ford put everybody in the internal combustion engine, automobiles, then later on ocean and air traffic. The water revolution, we were the first to create these great hydroelectric power dams and artificial reservoirs, starting with Lake Mead and the Great Hoover Dam. And I should say, Lake Mead is now drying up. They're finding cadavers down in there in old cars because they're running out of water for the entire western part of the United States. So that's the water revolution. The habitat revolution, the second industrial revolution, we went from urban to suburban and globalization. And global governing institutions like the UN, the World Bank, the OECD, the IMF, et cetera. That second industrial revolution, it peaked in July 2008. Some of you older folks will remember this, but we still haven't gotten the story right. It peaked because oil hit a record of $147 a barrel on world markets in July of 2008. The whole economy shut down in the world. Gone. Nothing moving. That was the great economic earthquake of the industrial revolutions that we've come to know, the second industrial revolution. The financial collapse of subprime mortgages was nothing 60 days later. It was tiny. Why the earthquake? Everything depends on fossil fuel. Not just powering your car or providing heat for your home or air conditioning. Our pharmaceutical products, our medicines, our synthetic fiber, our packaging material, it's endless. So when oil goes over 80 a barrel, prices up, inflation up, shut down. So we are now in a long, very, very dangerous geopolitical war at the end of this industrial revolution. And you see it in real time. All right. So now we're on the cusp of a third industrial revolution, however. And all the young people in this room will resonate with this, I hope. And it's quite different. The third industrial revolution, the communication revolution, is the internet. It started back in the 1990s. It's now here. We have 4.5 billion human beings right now, today, with a little cell phone in their hand. And that little smart cell phone has more computing power than sent our astronauts to the moon. 4.5 billion people. And listen to this, it's all distributed. The first and second industrial revolution was centralized because fossil fuels are centralized. They require huge amounts of money to get them out and purify, and a lot of military to secure them, and a lot of wars being fought over them. So the communication revolution distributed 4.5 billion folks, cell phone. The energy revolution, solar and wind. We did that in Europe. I work with the leadership in Europe, as you know, and the People's Republic of China and other places. We introduced solar and wind, got the price down, and now we have millions and millions of players, big companies, small SMEs, local communities, farmers that have solar and wind, and they're harvesting the sun and the wind where they live and they work. You can't centralize it. It's all distributed. And whatever electricity they don't need, they're sending it back to high voltage direct current lines that can take that electricity across continents and in the next 10 years across oceans and time zones. It's all distributed, not centralized. So that's the energy revolution. The mobility revolution is electric vehicles and hydrogen fuel cell long-haul trucking. These vehicles are increasingly going to be using electricity that's from solar and wind, from the energy internet. And at the same time, they're going to be using big data and analytics from the communication internet to manage autonomous transport, all distributed. You have an electric vehicle, you send power back to the grid. There are millions of them on the road already. This is not a centralized revolution. It's a distributed revolution. And finally, the water revolution. So we're confused. We see the floods, then the droughts, then the droughts, then the floods. What is it? It's both. We are not running out of water. The water molecules never disappear from the planet. They've been here for billions of years, but they're changing when they come down, where, and in what volume. What's happening is the hydrosphere, again, is now rewilding, and it's determining the new ecosystems. There's no way to stop it. It's determining the migration of plant and animals to these new ecosystems. There's no way to stop it. We have to create an infrastructure to work with it. What's happened is we've long seen water as a resource, when in fact it's the life source that animates everything else. No oceans, no water, no lithosphere. No oceans, no water, no atmosphere, because the phytoplankton in the oceans put us on 50% of our oxygen, 60% of our oxygen. No oceans, no water, no lakes, no biosphere. This is a water planet. And now it's determining the future. Where does this take us? This revolution I'm talking to you is a really big thing, and I want everyone in Korea to listen carefully to this. The first and second industrial revolution had to be centralized because of fossil fuels, all right? We ended up with all of our major industry associations were centralized because it costs so much to bring this into play. And at the end of the line, what we see is we have 500 global companies now. They make up 1/3 of the GDP. They only have 65 million workers out of a workforce of 3.5 billion people. All right, and the 8 richest people on the top of that centralized pyramid, their combined wealth equals the wealth of nearly half the human beings on the planet. I taught many of these presidents, CEOs. I taught the advanced management program at the Wharton School. I went there as a student in the 60s. I came back. It's the oldest business school in the world, #1. And for 15 years, I prepared these presidents, CEOs, many of them are in my group. They're now beginning to move toward this new framework that I'm mentioning to you today. It's beginning in Korea, it's beginning in Europe, it's beginning in China, et cetera. And I'm going to go into that now. What's happening now is the first and second industrial revolutions were vertically integrated to create economies of scale, and their manufacturing model was called subtractive manufacturing, meaning that you take a big hunk of nature and then you shave a lot of it off to create your final product. It might be a home. You don't need all the cement. Maybe some of the glass doesn't work. Some of the bricks are let go. Or it could be a car. But it's called subtractive manufacturing because you're creating a big entropy bill because you don't use it all for the final product. And I'll give you an example. Well, I don't think I need to do that. Let's talk about where we're headed now. It's the additive revolution coming. It's 3D printing. It's AI-directed 3D printing, additive manufacturing. Korea's a big player here, a big player. And so with additive manufacturing, it's a completely different model. It's not centralized, it's totally distributed. It's not geopolitical, and I'll get to this, it's bioregional. It's not global, it's local. It's a completely new paradigm for industry and for nation states. So I'll give you an example. There's an architect named Cucinella in Italy. He's a very good architect. He uses clay to develop a building with additive 3D manufacturing. You know, you can use cement, but it's too much CO2 for a lot of things. But you can use fiber, you can use glass, you can use sand, you can use recycled material. He used clay. So the robot, for the AI robot, it heats up the clay and then it develops and builds out an entire building. You can do it in 24 hours. Japan just put together an entire rail station in 6 hours with 3D printing. It usually takes months and months. 6 hours, all right? And so what he can do is Cucinella can go from a seller-buyer market in a globalized world to a provider-user network in a localized world, and he can send the instructions for that building, that 3D building, in 20 seconds on his cell phone at near zero marginal cost to a developer, let's say, from Korea to a developer in Spain. Then that developer, she can build out as many buildings as she likes, and she pays a license fee. This is starting to happen all over the world. And guess what? There's no tariffs. Did you hear what I just said? It's software. There are no tariffs. Tariff-free. All right? So there are universities all over the world, including in Korea, where your young people are growing up in whether they're engineering or economics or urban development, water-related, course after course in 3D printing additive manufacturing. And what it does is it takes us to a very distributed system. And I think Berners-Lee will get the last laugh. Berners-Lee said, I want to create a World Wide Web, the internet, where everyone on the periphery can engage directly with each other, no referees at the center. Well, but then you had the first big companies like Apple and Facebook and Dell, et cetera. They won't be here in 40 years from now, some of them. Some will still be here. They will be the ones that will aggregate networks working with high-tech, small and medium-sized enterprises all over the world. And big companies are doing it. In Europe, Siemens, who I've worked with in the past, they're doing additive 3D printing. Airbus, they're doing it. SAP, which is the most highly valued on the exchanges in Europe today. I worked with them way back when. They're doing it. In America, General Electric's doing it. And of course, Korea, you're doing it. Your big companies will be first movers in this. I'm a big fan of Samsung and SK and your other companies, Hyundai. They're all engaging in it already. But they're going to be working with high-tech SMEs that are very localized all over the world in these great networks. So this is something that's going to be a big step forward for every economy. Where does this take us? We are moving from globalization to localization. We're moving from geopolitics, which is fighting an endgame right now. That's what's going on. It's dangerous, but it's over. So we're going from globalization to localization. And as we do this, waters are going to be the key to it. And the oceans, and then the lakes and the rivers and streams. Let me explain this. Climate events don't give a damn about nation-state boundaries. Because climate events, atmospheric rivers, massive snowfalls, spring floods, summer droughts, heat waves, wildfires, fall hurricanes. That's the hydrosphere telling us it's transforming where we live and how we live on this planet, all right? So what's happening is nation states and local municipalities are beginning to cross their political boundaries. They're still keep the nation state, but they're creating a new extension of those boundaries to share common ecosystems, to steward them as a common. Because each of those ecosystems have to be pursued as a commons by everyone that surrounds that ecosystem. This is the one place America's a little bit ahead, which is kind of interesting. We have two great bioregional governances. Some of you may know this. We have the Cascadia bioregion. This is Washington, Oregon, Montana, Idaho, British Columbia, Manitoba, the Yukon. They share a common ecosystem. They don't abuse it. They don't exploit it. They actually steward it as a commons for future generations. Then we have the Great Lakes, St. Lawrence bioregion, made up of the 8 U.S. governors and the 2 Canadian provinces. That ecosystem, those 5 Great Lakes, are 20% of all the remaining fresh water on the entire planet. Did you hear that? 20% of all the remaining fresh water on the planet in those 5 Great Lakes. They steward it as an ecosystem. They don't want to see what happened to the Oral Sea when they depleted it in 3 or 4 decades, a great land lake in the world. And so what we're seeing here is a big, big transformation afoot. And it's changing the way we think about our day-to-day life. And let me go to water, and a really big thing about water. The oceans have to deal with this because that's the primary part. The precipitation from the oceans into the atmosphere is what's creating most of this. The rest of it is the lakes and the rivers and the streams. The UN, as you know, signed a treaty and asking others to bring it forth for having ocean parks across the world. The EU, all of our 27 nations have come on board. We want to make sure the rest come on board as well. And Korea will play a huge role because Korea is, and of course, I don't have to tell you at Incheon, your ports, your country is one of the major lead players in ocean. And you're to be congratulated for staying on top of this over a long period of time. So where does this take us? Let's take water for electricity to show you all the possibilities. The Planet Aqua, we have 480 footnotes, and they're mainly very, very technical on engineering, on scientific pursuits, because we've been doing these plans now for regions, some of you know, around the world. These are infrastructure plans. They're not political. They're infrastructure plans. And so let's look at electricity. The way we generate electricity around the world is we take uranium, coal, oil, and natural gas. And then they heat up the water. And the steam from the water runs the electric turbine, right? Then after that happens, you have to cool off those electric turbines. But the problem is in places that are too hot in the summer, like southern France, the ecosystems with the water are too hot, and they close down the nuclear power plant. Here's what those engineers discovered. 12,000 thermoelectric power plants. Read the study in the book. If you go to solar and wind to directly generate the electricity, rather than uranium, coal, oil, and gas, to heat the water, to create the steam, to create the electricity, if you go to solar and wind directly for the electricity, you save 95% of the water used in industry. And it's the cheapest. So these technologies are now market right. To give you an example, so this isn't just academic, I mentioned the 3D printing. The UAE has announced that 25% of all their buildings will be 3D printed by 2030. Saudi Arabia has put together a $500 billion plan in Saudi Arabia to move forward on 3D printing across a whole range of industries. Where does this take us? We need a blue deal. And I want to share something with you because it isn't as if I just came to this as some kind of miracle. Everyone starts to think of these things at the same time. So when I was writing this book, Planet Aqua, I only shared this book with one person at the tippy top of the European Commission. You might guess who that might be. But at the same time I was writing this book, Planet Aqua, the Economic and Social Committee of Europe, which represents all the industries and all the trade associations, said we need a blue deal to go with the Green Deal. I work with the European Union and we put together the Green Deal. And they say we need a blue deal because we still have to mitigate global warming gases more quickly, or else we get more floods, droughts, heat waves, wildfires, and the destruction of the infrastructure of civilization. We have no choice. But now we need a blue deal because the hydrosphere is rebelling from all the global warming gases and the heat. And what we're seeing is the destruction of the infrastructure around the world. And we need to have a blue deal now to go with the Green Deal. In Venice, it was 2 weeks ago, the city of Venice had an interesting event, Climate Week. And at that event, I took part in that. That's the oldest water city in the world. The government of Venice, and the oldest water city in the world, signed off on a resolution to rename their city a Planet Aqua city, the first in the world, the oldest water city. And they're calling on cities all over the world to do the same. And we're going to begin doing that over the next year. And what we mean by that, to call it a planet city, a planet water city, is our codes, our regulations, our standards, and our bylaws all have to be embraced as part of a Planet Aqua regime. You want to keep the Earth as a name, fine, but it's a Planet Aqua. Why do we want to do that? Because when the little children, a 5-year-old little child says to mommy and daddy in Korea, "Mommy, daddy, where do we live? Where do we live? What is this place?" Mommy and daddy say, "Sweetie, you live on a water planet, Planet Aqua, unique in the universe." That will change the whole way we began to organize our day-to-day life. And I don't have to tell you here at Incheon, because you have been so dedicated to the oceans and the waters for so long. So we need a blue deal to go with the Green Deal. And I can tell you over the next several months, the blue deal, the Planet Aqua in all the codes, regulations, and standards is the second name of the planet. The discussions are going on now in the European Parliament. They're going on in the nation states of Europe. They're going on in China. And I'm hopefully Korea will join the pack. And the Port of Incheon will be a big player in helping us deploy this new approach to this planet we live on. Last thought on this. This turnabout for our species, it didn't happen overnight. For most of the time our little species has been on this planet, we adapted to the waters of the planet. We knew we lived on a water planet. And then the last ice age receded 11,000 years ago. The Pleistocene, the Holocene came in, nice, warming weather. We went from nomadic life to sedentary life, agriculture, pastoralization. And then what happened is it started in Mesopotamia. They were successful. They were growing grains. They had two great rivers. And at some point, too many babies were being born, and they didn't have enough grain. So what they did is something really important. Instead of seeing waters as a life source, a resource, they saw it, as a life source, they saw it as a resource. And they put in the dams and the dikes and the levees, etc. And they did the same thing in the Indus Valley of India with their rivers. And they did the same thing in the Yellow River and the Yangtze River in China, and the Khmer civilization in Southeast Asia, and ancient Greece, and the great Roman aqueducts across 3 continents, the Mayan civilization in Mexico and Central America, the Inca civilization in South America, and it all came to a head with the great hydroelectric power dams of the 20th and 21st century. And every one of these experiments came and then lost because of the entropy bill, the thermodynamic entropy bill. So we have to begin now to relearn how we live on a planet in a more scientific, in a more mindful way, and understand the waters as a life source and not a resource, and that we live on planet Aqua. In the last few minutes, I want to move into talking about some hopeful signs. And I'm guardedly hopeful, but I'm not naive. We're really up against it, and the next 3 generations, the Gen Zs, Alphas, and Betas, will determine our fate. We don't have any time to lose. So I want to share something which you'll be familiar with. I'm sitting here next to the National Institutes of Health. They're right outside my window. And they have an experiment that's going to change the way we think. It's called the human microbiome. The human microbiome, all right? And what they're doing here is they're saying that everyone in this room, right now, every one of you in this room is an ecosystem, not a metaphor, literally an ecosystem. And every organism alive right now, today, and for all of history is literally an ecosystem. What do I mean by that? Obviously, we're a certain thing. Your skeleton is replaced every 10 years, your stomach cells every month, your liver every year. Water molecules come into our body from the oceans and the land, the lakes and the rivers, and then they go somewhere else after they're in our body. And they manage most of our electromagnetic fields and our cellular development. And then you have the oxygen comes in from the atmosphere, all right? Without the phytoplankton in the ocean, no atmosphere. This is a water planet. And then what gets really interesting, we're not alone in our bodies. You ready for this? Everyone in this room, we're not the only ones in our body. There are protists, and there are fungi, and there is bacteria, and there are viruses, millions of these little creatures in our body, in this ecosystem. Only 44% of the cells in a human body are human. The rest belong to all these other creatures, these microorganisms. Only 20,000 human genes in a human being. There are millions of other genes in this ecosystem. So you're doing it in Korea. It started in the National Institute of Health. We're doing it in Europe. This changes our whole worldview to understand that every organism is really part of an animated or neo-animated living planet in which everything is engaging with everything else, with the butterfly effect every time and every minute, and it's the ocean. And then from the oceans, the lakes, rivers, and streams that determine how we live and hopefully thrive on this water planet. The second study I want to share with you is a study by the Smithsonian Institution, our great anthropological museums, and New York University professors. They wanted to know, how did human beings survive? This creature, this little tiny creature on 2 legs, not very strong, how did we strive and able to cross all the oceans and continents of the world? How did we do this? We're the youngest species. And when they went back at history, they found out something interesting. When hominids were emerging 800,000 years ago, then Neanderthals 350,000 years ago, then Homo sapiens 300,000 years ago, during that period was some of the most abrupt climate changes in history. The reason is our planet tilts, occasionally toward the sun, occasionally away from the sun. There are many reasons it does this. So 800,000 years ago, it tilted. And it created a series of changes where you'd have 100,000 years ice age, 10,000 years global warming. 100,000 years ice age, 10,000 global warming. 100,000 years ice age, 10,000 global warming. 8 cycles. How the hell did this little species, this last of the mammalian group, survive? You know what they decided? Biggest brain, big neocortex. We have language so we can share knowledge with future generations. Other creatures share knowledge with their kin, but only through one generation. Then it has to be redone. And then we have this. See what I have here? The opposable thumb and fingers. We are a great maker of technology. The beavers are good. We like beavers, but human beings are better at technology. Then finally, we have empathy in our neurons. They're called mirror neurons. They were discovered by Italian scientists in the 19th century. We've known them for centuries. We have empathy neurons. They're physical. They allow us to experience another human being or another creature, their grief, their happiness, their joy, as if we are literally experiencing it in our own body, even though we know it's not. This allows us to be a cooperative species. So there are moments in history where we cooperate and empathize, and then there are moments when the entropy bill comes due and our infrastructures collapse and we start killing each other off. We can't do that anymore. We have to move into this new era where we begin to realize that we live on an animated planet. And it's possible, but it's going to take a lot of effort for us to begin to thrive in these new ways. Last thought, the Gen Zs. They went out on the streets on Friday for Future demonstration. I'm sure in Korea it was there too. 141 countries, millions of kids saying we have a climate emergency. But what we need to do is step back and ask how important this was. This wasn't like any protest in history. We've had protests all through history. This one's different. This is the first time an entire generation of human beings across all the political, religious, cultural, and blood-related attachments, they saw themselves instead as a endangered species. And they saw their fellow creatures as part of the biological family. This is what we call biophilia, empathizing with life and realizing we are part of this incredible experiment in the universe. It may be unique. Other planets will have water. But the real key is how did this particular planet, way down under the ocean depths, how did those chemicals come together to create the first singular cell organism? How did that happen? It may be because we're just close enough, just far enough from the sun. It may be because of the way we operate in our galaxy. It could be unique. Think about the responsibility that we have. Where do we go from here? I'm going to end on a cultural note. The Western religions and the Western philosophy have not been as good on addressing these issues as the Eastern religions and the Eastern philosophy. So we may be seeing some important leadership from these. In the Western religions, if you look at the Abrahamic religion, all right, I'm Jewish. We have Jewish, Christianity, and Islam. If you look at the book of Genesis, the first book of the Bible, you know what the first sentence says? First, there was the deep, the waters. That's right. We were all one. I got that right. Then the Lord came and separated light from dark and land from water, right? And created his creature. His last creature was Adam, which he made out of the dust of the earth, which is ridiculous. We're made out of water. But he said we're made out of the dust of the earth. If you go to the book of Revelation, the book of John, the last book in the Bible, he says, I have a dream that the great creation is going to be destroyed, an apocalypse, and a new creation will emerge, and there will be no more water. That's a land-based idea, taken all the way to the 21st century. If you look at the Eastern religions, Buddhism, Shintoism, Confucianism, it's an endless list. You've always believed that we have lived on a water planet. Although you have strayed, you've created, the hydraulic dams and all that, but you have strayed. But in your cultural life, you understand that the great prophets and religious seers, they always went to the water, to sit by the water, to gain insight and enlightenment. Now, let me say something for us. In Europe, it was German scientists that created the science of ecology. In America, we created the great national parks that can't be exploited in the 20th century. It was America that created the Earth Day, but it was Europe who created the Green Parties. So I think Europe and Americas have something to offer, but I also think that we will see the Asian countries really play a major role. My Asia director, some of you may know, Chenghua Wu, she's the chairperson of the Asia Pacific Water Conference, 49 countries on water, planet water. I was lucky enough to do a webinar with them a few months back, but watch Asia, watch Europe. Last thought. I have long been a fan, as you know, of Korea. There are two countries that I've watched since World War II. I'm a pretty old guy. I've watched Ireland and Korea. Here were countries that were very poor, and they were mainly occupied by other countries for centuries, but they still maintained their culture. And what happened is those two countries that maintained their cultural identity, they were able to succeed and be poster childs for the rest of the world, Korea and Ireland. So I've always been a fan of these two countries because they've shown the way that ultimately it's our philosophy of how we live with each other as a family. It's how we live with our fellow creatures as part of that family. It's how we live on a living, animated earth, which we now call planet Aqua. So what I would say to Korea, join us, perhaps, and move this forward and rename your planet with a Planet Aqua name. You should do it because there's no country in the world that's more ocean-oriented than you got. And so I'm hopeful, but it's a tough road, but we may learn to thrive in new ways over the coming decades. And I would say that your giant companies, your high-tech SMEs, your regions, your municipalities, roll up the sleeves. You're already starting, and let the ocean vision be a real basic foundation for where we head into the future. And very last thing, we can't let this experiment in life end. And every organism on this planet has to have their moment. And so we can't just say this can't be done, it won't be done. It can be done. I can tell you this can be done, and it can be done in the next 30 or 40 years. But it's going to be up to first movers like Korea to be in the lead in this so that we can see ourselves as a great water planet in the universe and hopefully keep this experiment going for epochs to come. Thank you.
네, 정말 바다를 단순한 자원이 아니라 생명의 시스템으로 바라보는 관점 전환이 필요하겠다라는 생각을 해봤습니다. 통찰력 있는 기조 강연 함께 하셨습니다. 저희가 시간이 조금 지체가 되고 있지만 그래도 질의응답 시간을 가져볼까 하는데요. 혹시 질문이 있으신 분, 관중 여러분들 중에서 바로 손을 들어주셔서요. 기회를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네.
감사합니다. 그 이사장님의 통찰력 있는 강의 잘 들었습니다. 저는 한국의 고려대학교 교수로 재직 중인 이철웅이라고 합니다. 아울러 이사장님께서 쓰신 저서인 플래닛 아쿠아를 읽고도 많은 감명을 받았습니다. 오늘 아주 훌륭한 강의해 주셔서 감사합니다. 이사장님께서는 지속 가능한 해운 및 항만 산업 생태계 발전을 위해서 가장 시급하고 우선적으로 추진해야 되는 과제가 있다면은 무엇인지 좀 고견을 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
The most pressing action is we need to get countries in the world signed on to the UN declaration of setting up ocean parks all over the world. Absolutely. The European Union is now committed. All of our 27 countries are signed up. We need every country in the world to sign up, and Korea can play an important role here in moving this forward so that we conserve our oceans as a life source, not just a resource, but mainly a life source. Without the life source, we can't maintain our way of life, all right? So I think that's an essential thing. I'm going to say something else, which is going to be a little tough, but I need you to hear it. What we're seeing now with 3D printing and additive manufacturing is that it's going to change the dynamic. If you can send software anywhere in the world and bypass ocean, air, and land traffic, and then that software can print out your product lines for distribution, that's a game changer. It's happening. It's coming. All right. So what this is going to mean is a change in how much ocean, air, and land traffic is going to be. 60%, there's some many studies that have been done that we have in the book by the banks and the financial community. 60% of all of the ocean, air, and land traffic will remain because you have fiber, you have chemicals, you have timber products. These are products they're going to maintain. But in the next 20 years, upwards to 40% of the products will be based on AI, 3D printing and manufacturing, where no tariffs, so you can send them. It's already happening all over the world. And then with 3D printing, build them out and share them. These are provider user networks, not seller buyer marketing. And you know, the oceans and the waters, the oceans are 11% of the global warming emissions. You know this, right? So they're right up there with the other big ones, agriculture, et cetera. They're 11% of all the global warming emissions. And these studies show that if 60% of the ocean traffic remains, which it will, because you can't put it in 3D printing, 40% won't. That's going to eliminate 11% of all the global warming emissions, which is one of the big three in the lifetime of your children. So what you want to do is the ports will stay. You need to decarbonize the ports, put in solar, wind, and electricity for those ports, and hopefully green hydrogen. Then you'll want to maintain your interstate highway systems that go from those ports and your rail that go from those ports into the hinterland, because you can do 3D printing right at the ports. You follow me? A lot of this stuff's going to come in physically, 60% still, the majority. But you can set up 3D printing right at those ports. I see some smiles, you're getting it. And then you can use the highway systems and freight systems on railroads to send that along the way. And again, you eliminate 11% of all the global warming emissions, which brings our waters back into play, our ocean. That's a big deal, bringing our oceans back into play, allowing them to survive and thrive for future generations, eons to come.
좋은 말씀 대단히 감사합니다. 저희가 아쉬워서 질문 하나만 더 받아볼까 하는데요. 다른 질문 있으실까요? 네, 바로 저쪽에서 손을 들어주셨습니다. 네, 맞습니다. 네, 간단한 소개와 함께 질문 부탁드립니다.
Thank you, Dr. Jeremy Lipkin, for your insightful and meaningful presentation. I'm Seokun Park, a master student at the Graduate School of Logistics in Incheon National University. And actually, your talk today greatly motivated me to think about the transition to the sustainable green economy. In your new book, Planet Aqua, you mentioned and you described the Earth as essentially water planet, urging us to move beyond the 6 millennia of hydraulic civilization toward the deeper symbiosis with water. From this water-centric perspective, which policy investment and technological strategies should be priority at the national, corporate, and international levels to ensure a just transition that minimizes labor displacement and economic shocks as the manufacturing, shipping, and port industry decarbonize. Furthermore, could you share any concrete success stories where the principle of the Planet Aqua have already been delivered both environmental and socio-economic benefit? Thank you.
All right, thank you for that good question. In the book, we have, as I said, 480 footnotes, which I hope you dig into all up to the current period. They go into the successes and the failures. All right, so that you can take a look at what works and doesn't work. We have done infrastructure transformations. We worked with the leadership of the EU to do the Green Deal and the 2020 formula. We worked with China on the 13th and 14th five-year plan, and our infrastructure team, which is interdisciplinary, worked with then President Biden and Charles Schumer, the head of the Senate at that time, for the Build Back Better plan. So what we're doing, we're seeing successes and failures. We're seeing what works and what doesn't work. We spent 10 years in the industrial region of France, all through France. And it wasn't us that did this. This is important. So the prime minister of that region, and that's the region of both Macron and Marie Le Pen, right and left and right. So it's the industrial region of France, 10% of the population. And the prime minister said, will you do a plan for us? And I said, no, it's a waste of your money, waste of your time. Because if I do a plan and we bring in outsiders to do a plan for you, it'll end up in a pilot project and that's it, okay? But if you want to go back and line up all of the businesses in that region, every chamber of commerce, line up all the universities, all the high schools, all the civic organizations, all the municipalities, thousands of people, then come back and then maybe we'll work with you, but you'll do the plan. Usually they never come back. They never come back. This guy actually came back months later, said, we're ready to go. We spent 10 years with them. They did the plan. So the blueprints for these plans are there. You can see them in the books, Third Industrial Revolution book. You can see them in the Zero Marginal Cost Society book. You can see them in the Green Deal book, and you can see them in Planet Aqua. They're not my plans. They're what we've seen as we've put together. This has been put together all over the world. All right. So it's there. It's ready to do. And Korea is a take charge country. So work with your big companies like SK and Samsung and Hyundai and others. They have a lot of good expertise, but you have a lot of high-tech SMEs. You have really, and you've got a younger generation coming out of the universities who, as I say, are well prepared in understanding 3D printing, additive manufacturing, and distributed technology. So I think that all of the elements are there. We need first mover countries. And one of the reasons I accepted this invitation, I know what Korea can do. I actually know what you all can do. All right. I'm not saying this to humor you or to flatter you. I've watched you over the years, in the decade. You can make this happen and be a monument to what happens across Asia and Pacific and the rest of the world. So again, Planet Aqua, let's rename it. Let's have Korea and your cities rename the planet Planet Aqua as a second name in your code, your regulations, your standards, your constitution, and let the municipalities begin to work together in the regions to lay out a third industrial revolution, and let your ports begin to think about how to upgrade the ports and the oceans for what's coming as we go to distributed AI technology. And most important, it's Korea that said to the world, we got to clean up the ocean. It's Korea that's led the struggle to say, look, as we pollute the oceans, we lose the planet, because the oceans are the planet. They are the hydrosphere. Everything comes from the ocean. So I think there's a big responsibility on your new government. And you have a new president, your universities, your municipalities, your mayors, and your big companies and your SMEs. I want to watch you closely, and hopefully you will give us new hope, new expectation, so that maybe future generations can thrive in new ways on this beautiful, unique planet Aqua, this water planet in the universe. Thank you.
네, 여러분 박수 부탁드립니다. 고맙습니다, 교수님. 저희가 시간 관계상 이렇게 Q&A 시간은 마무리를 하도록 하겠습니다. 귀한 질문으로 이번 세션 더욱더 풍성하게 만들어주신 참석자 여러분, 그리고 또 정성껏 답변해주신 리프킨 이사장님께도 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 짧은 시간이었지만 오늘의 주제를 더욱더 깊게 이해하고 또 생각해 볼 수 있었던 유익한 시간이었습니다. 기조연설을 끝으로 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 개회식을 비롯한 오전 프로그램 모두 종료가 되었습니다. 오늘 오전 시간 함께해 주신 여러분께 감사 말씀을 드리고요. 지금부터는 점심 휴식 시간입니다. 1시 30분 네, 자 그럼 이제 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 오후 프로그램을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 식사 맛있게 하셨죠? 오후 세션에도 많은 관심으로 함께해 주신 여러분 환영합니다. 김경미 아나운서입니다. 네, 얼어붙었던 해양산업에 다시 희망의 파도가 일렁이는 지금 이 한국 해양산업 발전의 밑거름이 될 만한 다양한 주제 세션을 저희가 준비를 했습니다. 여러분 끝까지 관심 갖고 함께 해주시고요. 매 세션마다 또 질문도 남겨주시면서 풍성한 세션 함께 만들어가 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 자, 이제 본격적으로 본 세션을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 포럼은 해운 물류, 해양 환경과 기후, 해양 에너지, 해양 관광, 스마트 항만까지 총 5개의 메인 세션과 도시 재생을 주제로 하는 1개 특별 세션으로 구성되어 있습니다. 첫 번째 세션인 해운 물류 세션에서는 스마트한 해운 물류, 탄력적 글로벌 공급망을 주제로 디지털 기술을 활용한 해운 혁신과 전 세계 공급망 회복력 제고 방안 등을 심도 있게 논의하고자 합니다. 이번 세션은 총 3분의 주제 발표와 함께 또 종합 토론회 시간으로 이어지겠는데요. 참가자 편의를 위해 제공되는 AI 통역 서비스의 QR코드를 스캔하셔서 접속해 주시면 우측 하단에 물음표 버튼이 보이실 겁니다. 이 해당 버튼 클릭하시면 발표를 들으시면서 궁금한 사항 실시간으로 질문 남기실 수 있으니까요. 여러분 많은 활용을 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 그럼 첫 번째 세션 본격적으로 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 해운물류 첫 번째 발표는요. 퀸 타일의 S&P 글로벌 마켓 인텔리전스 아시아 태평양 전략 분석 컨설팅 본부장님께서 준비를 해주셨습니다. 발표 주제는 해양 복잡성 속에서 성공을 이끄는 전략이 되겠습니다. 자, 그럼 본부장님 바로 무대 위로 모시도록 하겠습니다.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the introductions, and thank you so much for having S&P Global and myself here presenting today. It's an honor for us to be here. So by way of introduction, so my name is Quinn, and I work for the S&P Global for the market intelligence, and where I'm taking care of the Asia Pacific. So what we do normally is just to really provide the insights for the businesses as well as for port authorities on the maritime industries kind of informations. So I think let me start first. So my discussions today is pretty much that to discuss about the risk environment that we have seen so far in the maritime industry. So by way of introductions, so I started off in the summer, my career, I started off in the summer of 2008, the summer of 2008, as a macroeconomist. Do you remember anything happened in the summer of 2008? Anyone remember? 2008? So that was the year that Lehman Brothers actually fell, and the global economy was actually heading to economic kind of recessions. We had the first global financial crisis in 2008. So because of that, I started, a few years of dealing with chaos in the macroeconomic kind of environments. So I wanted to join something a little bit more calm, right? So I jumped my career and I went to the aviation kind of industry. And what happened to the aviation industry in 2019? COVID hits. And then, we have seen the whole global aviation industry kind of in chaos again. So I'm like, okay, I changed career from macroeconomist to aviation industry, then I changed to something called maritime industry. Because the maritime industry has been the backbone of the whole global economy and we are quiet and we actually providing what the flows of the trade flows. And then definitely we got the whole port congestions in 2011, and now we have seen the port of Hormuz as well as the Middle East kind of regional kind of conflict is actually giving it a turmoil again. So basically, I'm not sure whether chaos stalked me or I'm the stalker of chaos. But from saying that, it means that I do know a few things about how uncertainty is going to look like, and how to navigate that. So in the past few months, since Trump got elected as the president, I have been constantly on the road and speaking to businesses and to governments about this whole kind of risk environment and what it means for the maritime industry, right? So this is particularly my discussions today is to give you the two perspectives. The first is the perspective coming from the macroeconomic outlook, and then the second is the perspective coming from the business going upwards, right? So there are two different types of businesses. So there is actually quite a consensus that in the short term, there will be three events that will be shaping the whole maritime industry. And number one, we would have seen that would be the global trade policy. The number two, that would be the regional conflicts that is happening in the Middle East, especially the conflict between Iran, Israel, as well as Israel against the Hamas. And the third one, not a lot of people talking about it, but we have seen quite a big wave that coming our waves. That will be the port disruptions. And I'm just going through that and how we could actually navigate these uncertainties in this particular challenging time. So I think that as S&P Global, we do provide our economic prospect in terms of the phase of tariff. And I'm not sure if you could see the pretty much a very small kind of footnote there, is that this forecast was made of the global economy in May 2025. Why I do notice kind of May 2025? Oh, number one, I have been on the road, so I would provide update for you in terms of June. But what it is important, why I highlight May 2025, because it's just happened after the Liberation Day, the 1st of April or the 2nd of April, Liberation Day. So after that whole Liberation Day, you see the stock market have taken a nosedive. So that's number one. And we have seen a lot of uncertainties in terms of Trump putting a lot of tariffs across the whole world, including in Korea. So, but what particularly quite interesting is that in that environment, when we actually had quite a severe case for the tariff between China and the US, in particular, you can see here is that we have actually assumed that the tariff rate between the US imposed on China would reach about 108%. As you now know now that they have been reduced to 50%, right? So what it is here is that at that point in time, even with that severe case of the tariff, we did not predict economic recessions. So in this particular case, back in May, we have the world economy is to grow about 2.2% in 2025, and then it will accelerate to 2.4% in 2026. So the message number one is that we do see a whole global economic is going to have a slowdown, but we did not see an economic recessions, even in the severe case of a high tariff between the US and China. But what it is that we do see a very different environment. So in terms of this chart, you can see that we are at the current juncture that the uncertainty that is actually pertaining in terms of the policy has actually jumped into a very, very high level. Especially we are right now in the uncharted waters for the US trade kind of uncertainty. That is the first chart that will really show you pretty much about the US trade policy uncertainty index. It has hit an extremely high level. But you know, all of the uncertainty in terms of policy is not just pertaining only in the US. So on the second chart, we also show you that the global policy globally is still also at another unprecedented kind of high. So of these two together, what it does is this: how do global business really feel? And this is where I've been talking to a lot of business lately. So at S&P Global, we do track how this whole tariff is actually affecting business through an index which is called the PMI or the Purchasing Manager Index. So in this, we have asking our respondents is that, how do you feel about this whole uncertainty? And an overwhelming kind of respondents have saying that they do expect lower orders, export orders, as well as lower kind of productions, mostly due to this uncertainty. And this is just as high as what we could have seen back in the COVID time. And then also in terms of our manufacturers, is actually saying that the Trump tariffs, attributed Trump's tariff to three things. Number one, that will be lower kind of outputs, productions. Number two, that will be lower kind of export. And number three, they would see a higher kind of selling prices. So, and then another one is that, that is the business sentiment. So we also see that the business optimism for the future activity has been lowest since the pandemic months. So those two kind of data points is actually echoing each other. But one thing is very, very, very important is that, aren't you a bit surprised that amidst all of these tariffs, amid all of these kind of, ongoing disruptions in the Middle East, how is that the stock market, they dropped, but then they actually rose again quite quickly. So a lot of people has come to me and asked why the businesses, are we actually underselling this kind of pessimism? So I think let me just show you, because today we're discussing pretty much about AI. And our kind of chair is asking me how S&P Global using AI. And this is one of the key things that we're using AI. One of the examples only is that we put AI into all of the corporate earning calls to hear their sentiments, right? So pretty much in the US, we have seen that the orange line is just to show the number of times that Trump tariffs has been actually mentioned in the corporate earning calls. And you can see after the Liberation Day, the orange light showed up. The number of times the corporates are actually talking about Trump's tariffs has actually spiked to the level that we have not seen in the first, if you do have to compare to Trump 1.0 in 2018 to 2020, this time the number of times it has been mentioned is a lot higher. But what's surprising is this. The blue line is actually show the sentiment, right? So in particular, what you need to compare between the sentiment about how corporates feel about Trump tariffs now compared to what it used to be in 2018 to 2020 period. So back in then, more than 15% of the respondents or the sentiment feeling more negative than positive. But what's surprisingly is that even after the Liberation Day, the number of respondents that actually really concerned is only at 5%. So what it just really say is that, yes, the corporates are actually quite cautious, but I am not as worried as how they used to be back in 2018 and 2020. And this is another case for the US kind of corporation is that because they are not worried, they are not yet kind of stockpiling. So this is another index that we are showing in terms of PMI or PNI index. Anything that above 50 shows that the firms are actually restocking. But anything that below 50 is just say that firms are not restocking at all. So in the face of tariff, surprisingly, the corporates in the US are not really stocking at all. Basically, they're for many different reasons. They don't have enough warehouse in the US. And the second part is that the interest rates are pretty high. So you might ask me that, yeah, there are actually some of the data that's showing that there's a spike in the US imports in May. So what are the informations are a little bit kind of contradicting. So yes, we did see the data in terms of the US imports rising up in May. But you know what is driving the rise in the US imports? Anyone know? Okay, so let me just entertain you. So the first one, we have seen a huge rise in the US import in May, but accounting for much of that rise is actually one commodity, and that was gold. So the one commodity was gold that driving that rising in kind of the US imports. The second part that we have seen in terms of contributing to the rise, in terms of the U.S. importing maize, was actually pharmaceutical. And we all know that, for pharmaceutical, is properly that subject to tariffs soon. But then when I actually look down in terms of the data, and we look a bit further, we see that for the pharmaceutical, it's actually not medications. It's not something that you need to take, the drugs that you need to take to actually, for medical purposes. But a lot of that is actually weight loss. So I am trying to say here is that the U.S., at the U.S. level, the corporates, they have not yet restocking, and they still maintain pretty much optimist. And what does it happen? So I think that, in terms of the U.S. kind of complacence, so when we see that when Trump say there is a pause between the tariff, we have seen a lot of people rushing to actually putting their goods out. And that has really just tried to show you a picture here. So first is that the businesses these days are quite complacent. The second part of it, we have seen that at the operations level, at the port side of the level, we have seen there has been an increasingly the ports are actually not performing as fast as how it used to be. So in this chart here, the pink bar is actually showing you the number of hours a vessel that have to stay in ports in 2025, the first 4 months of 2025 compared to the first 4 months in 2024. And as you can see, the number of hours that the vessel have to spend in North America actually spiked up over 60 hours compared to less than 50 hours last year. And this spike, of course, the US is not the only one. We have seen the same thing for North Europe and as well as in Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia as well. So number one is that the operations at ports have become a lot more slower. And why is that? So this is another kind of chart that shows how, as S&P Global, we measure the port productivity. So, okay, one good news is that if we do looking in terms of the port productivity, the higher port moves per hours or the high berth moves per hours, showing that your productivity is actually better. So in Northeast Asia, your port moves per hours is actually the highest. Just really try to show that the picture is that the North Asian ports are a lot more efficient compared to your counterparts in North America as well as in Europe and Southeast Asia. But we have seen that, due to all of the disruptions that happen in the Red Sea, we have also seen in here, the picture is that the productivity has actually deteriorated or get worsened compared to the early months of 2014. So what does it mean is that this whole situation between Trump, between the Middle East, as well the complacence from the US kind of firms, and the port disruption, we have created a very volatile kind of the environment for shippers is actually trying to ship their goods. And this particular chart is just from S&P Global showing the container freight index on the spot market. Actually, but back in May or in the first month, first day of June, it just spiked as high as how we have seen back in the first few months in 2024, when we have seen the whole kind of Red Sea crisis is actually started to happen. And now that another worries that we have seen, we're a bit worried, is that the conflict in the Middle East with Iran as well as Israel is now actually intensifying their kind of army kind of reactions. So we have seen that there would have been an increased risk, and in particularly that in the Strait of Hormuz, that can be a choke point. And of course, we understand that the Strait of Hormuz would have a huge kind of impact on the global oil as well as LNG sector. But for the container sector as well, we have seen there would be 4% of the whole world container is actually going through this particular market. And this is actually within a few days, the Shanghai, the shipping rate from Shanghai to the Jebel Ali, a key port or the key gateway into the Middle East, actually jumped by 45%. So I have been put a lot of paint a picture in terms of risk, right? So I think what is the role of AI have been actually using? So, but talking about the role of AI, we first need to look at, are firms actually using AI in their companies? And one of the key things is that if we do look at that, there has been some kind of encouraging picture, especially in the transportation sector. So you have seen that the transport, like about 45% of companies in the transportation sector is actually having certain types of adaptations in AI. But on the other side of the coin is that what I am a bit surprised about is that for the not use, the firms that reporting that not use any kind of generative kind of AIs by organizations in the transportation sector is among the highest compared to all of the other industries here. So one of the key things is that my clients ask me is that how do actually maritime players can actually use AI to navigate this kind of very complicated kind of landscape, right? So as S&P Global, we actually have helped our clients to actually use AI in terms of trade flow, kind of monitoring. And one of the key things about using AI that very, very important is about scenario forecasting. One of the key things is that if you're actually shipping your goods, let's say from Asia to the Middle East, as well from Asia to Europe, you need to have kind of lifetime understanding of the situations on the ground, and then to navigate, and then to just actually finding different types of routes. In the past, that kind of work has become very manual, but now with AI, that has helped you to detect the risk signal in terms of whether there would be a piracy, whether there would be such an incident happening somewhere else for you to find another new route. That has become a lot kind of more possible with AI. But one key thing is that why is that the AI adoption is not yet quite high in the different types of businesses. So yes, I think one of the key things that I was just actually in Japan, and I was talking to these large kind of corporations, and they are looking to use AI. They have been using AI in a lot of their system. But what I do see is that it's very much in isolation. So you have one AI to predict freight kind of flow. You have one AI in terms of the bidding system. You have another AI system for actually detecting the risk signal. So because of all of these kind of AI systems are actually happening in silos, the difficulty is to integrate all of these into one kind of integrated kind of system to actually making it work all together in a more efficient way. So I think that is the number one kind of worry that the corporates are actually having. The second one is that I would leave it to our speakers here to actually address some of that, and as I can hear the pick of his deck, and he will speak about that. But the second thing is that when they're using AI, why they can have to improve certain kind of workflow, but are we ready for that, right? So if you do look at that, you know, in terms of Norway, they actually have the first kind of container vessels that fully automated. They use AI system. They don't need to use crew. Well, by the sheer fact is that they actually have 2 crew members still. But imagine that, are the ports actually ready for that? When these kind of vessels, they would require kind of remote kind of docking. But do we actually have the infrastructure for that on the ground to actually be ready for that? So I think that everyone using AI at this currently, and AI is a buzzword, but how is it that the authorities could actually sit together and paint the risk as well as the integrations of AI in the maritime industry? And that would be a significant kind of player. And I'm really keen to ask our next speakers as well as listening to our next speakers in terms of this sphere as well. So thank you very much. That would be the end of my presentations.
Thank you very much for your informative, very engaging presentation. 너무나 소중한 내용 공개해 주셨습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 첫 번째 세션 함께하고 계시고요. 이제 두 번째 연사분을 소개하도록 하겠습니다. 두 번째는요, 엘린 튜링 연구소 또 지속가능성 전략 총괄 겸 사우샘프턴 대학교 데이터 중심 공학 이 아담 소베이 교수님께서 발표를 준비해 주셨는데요. 디지털 공급망 관리 및 경영을 주제로 이번 발표 듣도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 교수님을 여러분의 박수와 함께 무대 위로 모시겠습니다.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me in Incheon, my first time in Korea, and I've enjoyed it very much the last couple of days. So I'm Adam Sobey. I'm the Mission Director for Sustainability at the Alan Turing Institute, which is the UK's national AI institute, bringing together our expertise in AI. I'm Professor of Data-Centric Engineering at the University of Southampton, where I sit in the Maritime Engineering Group. So I've had about 20 years of experience developing AI and putting it into the maritime industry. And it's nice to talk to you a little bit around the status of multi-agent modeling. So I'm going to talk two examples. One is quite a foundational, fundamental approach to AI and how it can be used. And the other is a little bit more practical. So to start with, I think supply chains are obviously very complex, very difficult. And this is really around the relationships, where we have customers and suppliers who often want to collaborate to some extent. They want to share some information. They want each other to succeed to some level, but they also need to look after themselves. So there's this collaboration, competition element that's quite difficult to manage. There's also an information asymmetry in that you as a buyer may want some information from the seller, but you might not have it. And so it's difficult to know what the strategy for that agent might be or what that person is doing. And so we have to try and understand that. So we're going to basically try and explore information sharing in agent-based supply chain management. So to do that, we have our little agent, BMO, and he's going to manage our supply chain for us. We're going to have a customer at one end, which is not part of the system. We're going to have a retailer, which is one company. We're going to have a factory that's another company. And then we're going to have a supplier who is giving to the factory, and they're outside of that system. And most people, and the two elements that are key here is one, the inventory size. So the factory size is larger than the retailer. It's 60 compared to 20. And in the results, you're going to need to kind of remember that a little bit because it kind of helps make us understand what's happening. And the other is the stock out situation, where stock outs at the retailer are more expensive than stock outs at the factory. Now, in what we think is a really multi-agent system is that there's actually a separate agent at each of the retailer and the factory. They have an information dissociation between them. In the homogeneous system, the agent understands everything that's happening. In the heterogeneous system, then there's a split between those two elements, between the retailer and the factory. Homogeneous agents are common in the literature, but perhaps a little bit unrealistic due to the fact that you probably don't want to share all the information that's happening at your company with the competition. And so we think these are unlikely, but they are very common in what you see most academics write. We think that a more realistic split is this heterogeneous system, and this is less well understood, so this is what we want to explore and what I'm going to talk through now. So to begin with, we're going to have a high demand situation where there's like a really large demand and see what happens. In the homogeneous system, and remember, these agents aren't given any information. They learn their behaviors themselves. We're letting them decide what they want to do. In the homogeneous system, the retailer maintains a high inventory. So it's at 20. It keeps the inventory literally at the maximum level of the capacity. But there's a lot of backlogs because it's always at a very high level, but there are very few stock outs. So that's kind of nice. The factory does this reordering in regular cycles, which we would expect to see. It buys and lets the inventory go down before it's buying again. So this is kind of a strategy that we would be quite common with in the literature and we would understand. So it's quite reassuring that our agents are able to derive that themselves. There's very little backlog and very few stock outs. Now we're also going to look at a low demand scenario to see what happens in this situation. And in this, there's a bit more control over the system, because in the first system, we're just doing whatever we can to maintain that inventory level. In this system, we see a lot more fluctuation, right? The inventory goes up and down a lot more in what's happening here. So the retailer allows a much more fluctuating buying system. There's a much more up and down system to it. There's quite a few backlogs, but much less than the previous system, and very few stockouts. For the factory, then the inventory shows a bullwhip effect. So actually what's happening is that the control of the system is going the other way. Our factory is actually being controlled by the retailer, and we're seeing these very high fluctuations. It's very difficult for it to control this, despite the fact that there's a lower profit. And so we'd expect to see this in some real supply chains as well. And it keeps it very, very high, not at 60, so it's still below maximum capacity, and so we don't see any backlogs, and we also don't see any stock out. So it's a good system in a way, but the inventory has to be kept very high to control for that system. So it's quite interesting how we see these two sorts of behaviors that we would see in human systems, but being replicated in a reinforcement learning sense. In the heterogeneous system, then again, we see these buy and sell elements. The retailer is able to buy stock in a regular pattern. There's no backlogs or stockouts. And the factory manages to hold the inventory at a relatively high level. So we're not seeing this kind of chaotic system that we saw in the homogeneous system, but a little bit more regular. Actually, it's kind of weird because you'd sort of expect it the other way around, because here we have two agents rather than one, but they seem to be able to control the system. There's no passing on of the difficulties. So I think that's kind of cool, but one element that we might want to explore is the fact that we might want to share data across a system. So you as suppliers or users of these systems might actually want to share information with your supplier. And so what happens in this situation? There's no longer a black box. In this situation, we allow the factory to tell the retailer what the inventory is at its system truthfully. We also have a separate system, which means that it lies. So when the retailer wants to find out what the inventory is, the factory always lies about what inventory it actually has to see what happens in this system. Because if you're a retailer and you allow information sharing, but your competitor actually starts to lie about that, do they use that to their advantage? And finally, we look at this mixed system to see whether the factory decides to lie or be truthful around what it's doing. So in this situation, in the high demand situation, communication actually makes very little difference. We're really not seeing very much change here, and that's just because they are struggling to fulfill the orders. There is just lots and lots of capacity coming through, and not very much happens. Except in trust, where the factory keeps a little bit of a higher inventory. It seems that basically by telling the retailer what's happening, that the retailer makes slightly larger orders, and therefore the factory needs to keep a slightly larger inventory. Lying allows the factory to keep a slightly lower inventory, but not really statistically significant. So there's only a small change there. In the lower demand, we see a lot more change in the system, and that's because in these systems, we can actually have much more flexibility. We can create strategies to actually deal with this because we're not just dealing with how much demand is coming through. Trust, again, means that the factory keeps a larger inventory, which is quite interesting. Lying benefits the factory by decreasing the inventory it needs to keep it, but by punishing the retailer. And so effectively, this is good if you're a factory owner. So those of you who are factory owners should try and get this implemented, but bad for the retailer. So if you're on the other end, if you're lower down the supply chain, you probably don't want to keep that happening. And the mix benefits the factory the most, and so some level of confusion, the fog of war, basically seems to keep these people slightly confused, and the agents struggle a little bit more. So in conclusion, communication of information makes a big difference in performance in these multi-agent systems, but especially in the low demand scenario. High demand and low demand switches the dominance of the agents. So in a high demand scenario, the factory controls the situation, and in the low demand, the retailer controls it. Homogeneous architectures are common, but really optimistic, and we are unlikely to see this performance in the real world. And so I think as academics, we need to understand that problem much more realistically so that we can make sure that these tools are available for use in the near future. And the communication makes a really big difference in that low demand scenario. So assuming that we'd like to implement this type of system in 2 or 3 years' time, you'd like to use agents to control your supply chain, and you can sort of see where we are with that. We're going to need a data pipeline to be able to do this. And so this is something that we're talking around much more, we're at basically proof of concept stage with this, so hoping to implement into industry over the coming year. Now, when I think about industry and the transition to AI, I think around like kind of 4 levels of industry. There are those wishful thinkers out there, those people who have a lack of usable data, lack of skilled staff, no business case, but wander to conferences and say, I'd like to use AI, and they have really no infrastructure to do that or any ideas on how to do it. There are those companies that have got a digital backbone, they've got some implementation of a database, they're starting to store their data nicely, they've got some sensors and a growing business case, and perhaps 1 or 2 skilled staff who look after this and sit in a room somewhere and don't talk to anyone else. You've got kind of early adopters and moving on from that digital backbone where they start to grow the staff and there starts to be a reasonable sized staff, but again, they're quite isolated from the main company. They've got an emerging strategy and a limited rollout perhaps of a product or a proof of concept that their CEO shows off at conferences and says, look how good we're doing with our AI within the company. And finally, we have this kind of data-centric beast, this kind of usage of AI across the entire company with skill staff embedded throughout the company, that they're interacting not just by themselves, but actually going out and developing these tools, a clear strategy, and efficient implementation of new products. So I think that's where we want to get to with many companies, but it's a difficult journey and actually really involves us doing a lot of the less sexy stuff and much more of the boring data curation. At the same time, we want to use AI at scale. We want to use this in a large way. I deal with companies all the time where we're dealing with maybe 50 or 60 models, and it takes about 20 data engineers to control those models. But I spoke to a car company, and they have 60 million cars on the road, and they want a digital twin of every component on every car by the time they go autonomous. That's 60 million cars that they want with components, and that might be 600 million, 6 billion data models. You could hire every data engineer in the whole world and not be able to build and create that number of data models. So we have to automate these processes. We have to become comfortable with this vibe coding mentality that we spoke about at lunchtime on our table. The problem is that companies don't have the digital backbone to take advantage of that. And so what we want to do is develop an AI data engineer to create a bespoke data pipeline so that we can put this predominantly in small SMEs, because we believe large companies will actually invest and do this on a much higher scale themselves. But perhaps smaller companies may well be looking to develop these tools in smaller areas because of the cost around this. So we want to move these wishful thinkers into digital backbone is effectively where we're thinking. And the first stage of this AI data engineer is to develop this database that we need. So we're going to take raw data that might come from, say, on a ship. It might have some power, the weather conditions, these sorts of things. But each of the ships will store it in a different way. So when we put it into the database, it might just be called variable 1. What do we think of variable 1? Is it got a speed? Is it the draft of the ship? We don't know. And so we need to basically do some data processing so we can get it to some structured data. We then basically want to train and fine-tune it and basically gain some insights from this. So our kind of focus here is on that first stage, generating that data pipeline. And you think there's a simple solution, right? One of you could go onto Cursor and basically ask Cursor to create a data pipeline code for you, and then you can just put it on the AWS and implement it, right? But the problem is that I don't know about you, but I don't know very much about databases at all. I didn't even know what the components for a database were before this project. So how do we actually do that? Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to implement an AI before Cursor to actually give us that implementation. What should our database look like? So we're going to get the specification from the LLM. So very simple. I am going to ask my AI data engineer, create a JSON file with a pipeline specification so that I can send it off to some sort of AWS or to Cursor to develop the code for me. And what we get back is actually pretty poor. I can send you examples of this if you want, but the code's, well, the output's quite long, but not that useful. It develops some of the components that you might need for a database, which is good, but it doesn't specify any of the connections between those components. It doesn't give a very good data flow description, and the scalability analysis, basically what happens as things grow, is very poor. It does put it in a JSON file, so that is nice. But basically, none of this is useful. Effectively, it's like random modules, but how do you know how to stick these together? How do you know what they're going to do? So not very useful. So as an academic, and because everyone's talking about multi-agentic modeling, we decided to go with a multi-agentic approach. Probably heard about this in the news around how the way in which we can have multiple LLMs all interacting with each other to generate something further forwards. So we generate a series of prompts, and we basically tell the first LLM, you're a data science engineer. We create an infrastructure engineer, a business objective engineer, and we have this conversation delegation engineer, which is basically like the project manager who doesn't have any skills but is paid a lot more than everyone else. And basically that's our kind of little group of multi-agents that we're going to put together. And what we do is we allow them to talk and to come up with a solution. Now the problem with this is memory limitations. Our AI data engineer is effectively a goldfish, and any of you who've played with LLMs will have seen this, and a lot of people talking about context. Because basically, most agents have this very limited context. They can only remember a certain amount of the conversation history. As the conversation grows longer, earlier exchanges get pushed out of the accessible memory, and this creates a situation where the agents contradict their earlier statements. So as they're having this conversation, every time it comes back around to their turn, they're saying something different to what they said last time. Instead of the conversation focusing and spiraling towards a single solution, it actually spirals outwards into a conversation that isn't useful at all. The other problem that we found was actually the agents forget our user instructions, so they really are on their own at this point. They are coming up with their own ideas around what they should be doing and what the conversation is about. So this is quite a big problem for our multi-agentic approach, and I think would apply to many other problems as well, not just this coding situation. So what we've done is develop this thing called intrinsic memory. Effectively, we've given these agents a slightly different memory. Very similar to each of you here today, you will take away a different message from each of the presentations. So as I'm talking today, some of you will take away some stuff from the first part, some will be more focused on the second part, some of you will have fallen asleep already and not remembered any of it. And so we've all got this different memory of the conversation, of the situation, and what we're doing. We basically can embed that through prompts, and this means that the memory of the conversation is maintained on a per-agent basis. So each agent summarizes the conversation just after it's spoken and basically keeps that context to itself. What we see here is that we see a very different then ability between the two agents, between the baseline, which is our standard multi-agentic approach, and our intrinsic memory. The first is the conversation length. We have in the first situation, both basically use 4 proposals, and that's very similar in that they each take a round to propose their situation. But in the baseline situation, we need 12 conversations to actually get to this, whereas in the intrinsic memory, we actually finish much more quickly. In the cost reduction, then there's basically a token consumption difference as well, in that it takes about 27 cents for the baseline to run through this and about 16 cents for the intrinsic memory. So there's a real benefit to this, not just from the actual output, but also from the cost. And what we see is the component identification. Both of these do this correctly. That's because it only takes one round, or the initial proposal stage, to propose the components, and that's complete. But what we see is that the baseline struggles with the connection specification, the data flow, and the scalability, and also doesn't put it in a JSON format. So in some ways, it's actually worse than the single agent approach. So this great multi-agentic approach perhaps isn't actually helping us that much at all. So I think some really interesting things that, for me, that came out of this is that the LLM approach and this vibe coding is doing some great things. We're getting some really interesting results. But when we want to do some very complex stuff, we're really having to look at the sort of basic architectures of how these agents work and starting to make developments. So some really interesting things that I think we can do. And again, we're releasing this as a proof of concept at the moment with the idea that we want to try and embed this in companies. But I think we're sort of making some ground on this challenge. So thank you very much, all of you, for listening to me. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I'll be around the rest of today and tomorrow if anyone would like to chat about this or anything else. And I actually kept to time for once, which is very good for an academic. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. So there's one question from the floor. Please refer to the screen in front of you and check the question, please.
Oh, this one's about Trump. Is it for me?
Yes. So we would be grateful if you could share your responses.
I don't think this one's like CPTPP. I don't know what that is. Lee, is it for you? Oh, you can't see the question anyway. I think this might be the first speaker.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so then we can talk more during the panel discussion. So with that, this is end of your presentation. 여러분 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 저희가 들어온 질문들은 다시 한번 취합을 해서 패널 토론 때 함께 더 많은 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 여러분 질문 있으시거나 의견 남겨주실 내용이 있다면 주저하지 마시고요. QR코드 통해서 적극적으로 참여해 주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 해운 물류 세션 함께하고 계시고요. 이제 이번 세션 마지막 발표가 되겠습니다. 박진규 카이스트 산업 및 시스템 공학과 부교수님께서 준비를 해주셨고요. 물류 산업에서의 인공지능 적용 사례를 주제로 발표해 주시겠습니다. 네, 바로 무대 위로 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주십시오.
안녕하세요. 네, 저는 산업 및 시스템 공학과 부교수로 재직 중인 박진규라고 합니다. 그리고 여기 보이는 오믈렛 인공지능 스타트업인데요. 오믈렛 스타트업도 지금 일을 하고 있습니다. 오믈렛은 인공지능 기반의 최적화 솔루션을 개발하고 이를 활용해서 다양한 산업 현장의 의사결정 문제를 해결하고 있습니다. 저희가 풀고자 하는 문제에 대해서 간략하게 한번 소개드리고 어떻게 인공지능이 미래의 산업 지형을 바꿀 수 있을지에 대해서 한번 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 산업 현장에는 무수히 많은 그 의사결정 문제가 있습니다. 저희가 물류 시스템을 최적으로 운영하거나 모빌리티, 제조 시스템, 반도체 칩을 설계하거나 신약을 개발할 때 이 모든 과정들이 의사결정을 포함합니다. 특히 여기 예시들의 공통점은 이 문제들은 조합 최적화라는 문제인데요. 어떤 순서를 결정하거나 어떤 조합을 찾는 계산 복잡도가 대단히 높습니다. 그래서 산업 현장에서 이 중요한 문제를 잘 풀어야 함에도 불구하고 인간의 직관에 의존한, 그러니까 휴리스틱에 의존한 그런 문제 풀이 방식 때문에 산업 현장에는 막대한 그런 손실이 일어나고 있습니다. 그래서 좋은 문제를 잘 풀어야 되고요. 두 번째, 제가 카이스트 산업 및 시스템 공학과 교수로서 느꼈던 그 현장의 어려움은 이런 문제를 푸는 알고리즘이 꼭 필요한데 이런 최적화 알고리즘을 현장에 적용하는 것이 대단히 힘듭니다. 도메인 전문가가 풀어야 되는 문제를 발굴하면 이 문제를 해결하기 위해서 최적화 전문가, 산업공학자를 찾아가서 문제를 정의하고 정의된 문제를 푸는 알고리즘을 또 개발하고 알고리즘을 IT 시스템에 인테그레이션을 해야 되고 또 그 시스템을 지속적으로 유지 보수해야 됩니다. 즉 하나의 문제를 풀기 위해서 많은 전문가와 많은 시간, 비용이 듭니다. 그래서 결국 이런 프로젝트들이 많은 경우 실패를 하곤 하더라고요. 그래서 이런 실패를 더 이상 하면 안 되겠다라는 생각으로 이 오믈렛을 창업하게 되었습니다. 저희가 주목하고 있는 기술은 두 가지입니다. 지금 인공지능 산업계에서 가장 핫한 두 가지 키워드인데요. 추론 인공지능 기술과 AI 에이전트 기술입니다. 추론 AI는 단지 거대한 인공지능 모델로 거대한 데이터를 써서 단지 무엇인가를 예측하는 모델이 아닙니다. 기존에는 거대한 모델, 거대한 데이터가 있으면 무엇인가를 잘 예측하고 생성했지만 이제는 적은 양의 데이터와 적은 규모의 모델로도 그 추론, 즉 이 모델을 잘 활용하면 복잡한 문제를 풀 수 있는 것들이 입증되고 있습니다. 요즘에 띵킹 모델, 테스트 타임 컴퓨팅이라는 말이 많이 나오고 있는데요. 한 번 예측이 아니라 결과를 도출하고 결과를 비교 검토해서 결국 더 우수한 해를 찾아내는 능력이 추론 AI의 핵심이고, 저희는 이 추론 능력이 산업 현장의 복잡한 문제를 푸는 핵심 코어라고 생각하고 있습니다. 두 번째 AI 에이전트 기술은 어떤 시스템을 자동으로 분석하고 자율적으로 의사결정을 하는 시스템을 의미하는데, 저희는 그런 기능적인 것뿐만 아니라 에이전트가 미래 새로운 형태의 소프트웨어, 새로운 형태의 어떤 디지털 워커로서 작동할 가능성이 있다, 이렇게 저희는 생각하고 있습니다. 그래서 이 두 가지 기술을 접목해서 저희 오믈렛에서는 Optimization AI Agent라는 그런 기술을 개발하고 있습니다. 즉 추론 AI를 써서 복잡한 문제를 푸는 알고리즘을 개발하고, 이 알고리즘을 산업 현장에 제공하여 현장의 엔지니어가 쉽게 쓰실 수 있도록 이런 에이전트 형태로 공급을 합니다. 저희 서비스 이름은 OSS라고 하는데요. Optimization as a Service Infra 시스템을 의미합니다. 그래서 도메인 전문가에게 그런 인공지능이 가진 슈퍼 인텔리전스를 제공해서 도메인 전문가가 스스로 현장에서 문제를 풀 수 있도록 돕는 기술을 저희는 공급을 하고 있습니다. 이 기술을 이제 만들기 위해서 두 가지 코어 기술이 필요합니다. 그 두 가지 코어 기술에 대해서 한번 소개해 드리겠습니다. 첫 번째 코어 기술은 이 추론 AI, Optimization AI 부분인데요. 제가 여기 두 가지 문제 푸는 방식을 소개하고 있습니다. 여기 왼쪽이 전통적인 최적화 방식이에요. 도메인 전문가가 문제 구조를 파악해서 수학적 언어로 포뮬레이션을 해야 됩니다. 그렇게 포뮬레이트된 문제에 그런 아주 상용화된 최적화 솔버를 적용해서 문제를 푸는, 즉 모델링과 솔빙 두 단계를 거치고 있습니다. 왜 이렇게 해야 될까요? 기존에는 컴퓨터가 복잡한 문제를 풀 수가 없었습니다. 그래서 컴퓨터가 이해할 수 있고 컴퓨터가 풀 수 있을 정도로 저희가 문제를 추상화해서 컴퓨터에게 던져줘야 했습니다. 대단히 비효율성이 여기 존재하고 있고요. 또 이런 문제 풀이 과정을 적용하기 위해서는 그 고도의 그런 교육을 받은 석박사급 전문 인력이 필요하기도 하고요. 이런 전통적인 방식은 큰 문제를 풀 수가 없습니다. 저희는 데이터 기반으로 문제를 풀고 있고요. 풀고자 하는 문제에 대한 데이터를 입력으로 넣으면 그 문제에 대한 해가 생성이 되는 이런 방식을 취하고 있습니다. 더 이상 모델링이 필요 없는 것이죠. 몇 가지 사례를 보여드리겠습니다. 만약에 배송 최적화 문제라고 했을 때 배송지의 위치와 물류 창고의 위치, 차량의 정보를 그래프 형태로 표현해서 이 생성형 모델을 집어넣으면 이 프리트레인드된 생성형 모델이 마치 텍스트를 생성하듯이 각 차량이 어떤 경로로 배송을 해야 되는지 경로를 아주 빠른 시간에 생성을 합니다. 여기가 생성 부분이고요. 그 이후에 테스트 타임 컴퓨팅, 추론 부분이 그렇게 생성된 해를 반복적으로 수정해서 아주 우수한 해를 찾아냅니다. 이거를 리저닝, 테스트 타임 컴퓨팅이라고 저희가 이름 붙였고요. 이렇게 모인 좋은 데이터를 다시 모아서 파인 튜닝, 포스트 트레이닝을 하면 저희 솔버의 성능이 점진적으로 개선이 됩니다. 이런 모듈들을 강학습을 써서 저희가 학습을 하게 되고요. 엔지니어가 해야 되는 일은 포뮬레이션이 아니라 의사결정 변수가 무엇인가, 내가 무엇을 조절할 수 있는가, 내가 달성하고 싶은 KPI가 무엇인가, 어떤 제약을 따라야 되는가 정도만 정의하면 인공지능이 이 문제를 푸는 솔버를 학습을 하게 됩니다. 동일한 원리를 적용해서 물류 창고, 스마트 팩토리에서 수십, 수백, 수천 대의 AMR LCB 로봇을 스케줄링하고 그 패스를 찾는 데도 적용할 수 있고요. 동일한 원리를 반도체, 요즘에 칩렛이라고 하는데요. 여러 부품들을 위치를 결정하고 연결을 결정하는 이런 복잡한 칩 디자인 문제에도 적용될 수 있습니다. 이게 저희가 개발하고 있는 최적화 AI 파운데이션 모델의 구조이고요. 그럼 이런 파운데이션 모델과 기존의 텍스트 기반의 파운데이션 모델의 차이가 무엇인가? 오픈AI O3, 제미나이 2.5, 클로드 4 같은 경우는 추론 모델입니다. 텍스트 기반의 추론 모델이고요. 이들은 단어들의 의미를 파악해서 단어들을 조합해서 어떤 텍스트를 만드는 추론이라면, 저희가 개발한 이 오아시스 추론 모델은 그런 의미 기반이라기보다는 관계 기반입니다. 이 노드와 노드의 거리, 이 노드와 노드의 관계를 추론해서 어떤 순서를 결정하거나 어떤 위치를 결정하는 그런 복잡한 문제를 푸는 파운데이션 모델입니다. 여기까지가 저희 파운데이션 모델에 대한 기술이고요. 두 번째 코어 테크놀로지는 에이전틱 워크플로우 기술입니다. 이런 알고리즘을 현장에 공급했을 때 현장의 엔지니어가 바로 쓰기에는 한계가 있습니다. 그래서 저희는 일종의 멀티 에이전트 시스템을 구축해서 엔지니어가 이런 알고리즘을 쉽게 쓸 수 있는 그런 최적화 에이전트를 만들고 있는데요. 여기 보시면 그 자연어로 엔지니어가 질문을 하게 됩니다. 내가 이런 데이터가 있어. A, B, C 데이터가 있고 각 데이터는 어떤 기업의 어떤 레거시 소프트웨어일 수도 있고요. 데이터베이스일 수도 있습니다. 이런 데이터를 가지고 나는 이런 문제를 풀어서 이런 목적을 달성하고 싶어. 자연어로 질의하면 이 포뮬레이션 에이전트가 그 의도를 파악해서 리트리버 에이전트, 즉 데이터를 긁어 오는 에이전트에게 명령을 내립니다. 이런 데이터를 긁어 와. 그리고 나서 저희 최적화 엔진을 돌릴 수 있는 인풋 파일을 만들게 됩니다. 그리고 저희가 개발한 이 엔진을 도구로 활용해서 이 솔버, 즉 도구를 활용해서 문제를 풀게 되고요. 그래서 결과가 나오면 이 결과를 바로 엔지니어에게 주는 게 아니라 엔지니어가 원하는 형태로 그래프로 표현하거나 어떤 엑셀로 표현하거나 리포트를 작성하거나 원하는 형태로 엔지니어에게 전달합니다. 거기서 끝이 아닙니다. 보통 최적화는 한번 풀고 끝나지만 저희는 이 인터랙션 시스템이 있습니다. 휴먼 인 더 룹. 이 엔지니어가 의사결정 과정에 참여합니다. 결과가 좋지 않다. 나는 이런 팩터를 더 고려하고 싶다. 이런 부분은 제거되면 좋겠다. 피드백을 주면 업데이트 에이전트가 그 피드백을 받아서 다시 문제를 재구성해서 풀게 됩니다. 그래서 이런 기술들을 저희가 하나의 패키지로 모아서 요즘에 아주 핫한 MCP 서버로 구성을 할 수 있습니다. 일종의 도구들의 집합이죠. 이 도구들의 집합을 패키징해서 엔지니어에게 전달하면 이 MCP 서버를 클로우드 데스크탑에 연동하거나 챗GPT 같은 데 연동하면 바로 그 챗딘 형태로, 챗봇 형태로 복잡한 문제를 풀 수 있습니다. 한번 사례를 한번 보여드리겠습니다. 그래서 저희가 라우팅 문제를 푸는 그 엔진들을 패키징해서 MCP 서버로 만들었고 이를 클로우드 데스크탑에 연동을 했습니다. 그래서 내가 이런 문제를 풀고 싶다 이렇게 자연어로 질의하면 데이터를 어떤 로컬 폴더에 넣어놔라 이렇게 명령을 하고요. 그래서 이 데이터를 분석해서 무엇이 빠져 있는지 또 분석을 합니다. 그러고 나서 죄송합니다. 아마 글자가 안 보이실 텐데 이게 문제를 푸는 과정입니다. 그리고 최적화를 풀려면 목적 함수 제약 조건을 설정해야 되잖아요. 그런 것들을 인터랙션을 토대로 설정을 하고 중간중간에 이게 ask permission이 나오는데 저한테 허락을 받는 겁니다. 이 도구를 써도 되겠습니까? 이 도구를 써도 되겠습니까? 허락을 받게 되고요. 결과가 나왔습니다. 최적화가 도출됐고 제가 이 결과를 구글 맵 API를 써서 구글 맵 위에 한번 표시를 해달라 이렇게 명령을 하면 얘가 구글 API를 써서 그 맵 위에 이 배송 경로를 아마 시각화를 하게 될 겁니다. 그 결과가 제 로컬 폴더에 저장이 되고 구글 맵 API를 써서 뭐 지도도 그리고 스케줄 엑셀표도 만들고 이런 것들을 합니다. 또 결과가 별로 안 좋다. 차량 수를 늘려라. 시간을 더 단축해라. 이렇게 또 피드백을 주면 얘가 그 의도를 파악해서 다시 문제를 풀고 다시 한번 그런 뭐 구글 맵이나 이런 형태로 결과를 보여줄 수 있고요. 그 다양한 도구를 연동할 수 있습니다. 구글 맵도 쓰고 있고요. 저희가 카카오 API도 연동시켰고요. 아이나비, 팀앱 다양한 도구들을 연동해서 문제를 풀 수가 있게 됩니다. 그래서 이런 것들을 저희가 공급하고 있고요. 이런 것들을 좀 커스터마이즈해서 기업이 원하는 워크플로우를 할 수 있도록 좀 스페셜라이즈된 에이전트도 저희가 만들어서 공급드립니다. 이것도 한번 사례로 보여드려 보겠습니다.
Introducing Toast. Toast is an AI agent powered by Omelet's routing engine. It answers questions about the routing engine API and guides you to the right information. Delivery optimization is now effortless. Simply upload your vehicle, depot, and order data files. Toast will automatically categorize and register them. From there, you can initiate optimization using plain natural language. Once the optimization is complete, Toast will brief you the results and also provide visualizations of the routes on a map.
네, 저희가 만든 이 MCP 서버를 가지고 일종의 저희는 이거를 밀키트라고 생각합니다. 어떤 문제를 풀기 위한 요소 기술, 엔진, 지도 기술, 시각화, 분석 기술 이런 요소 기술을 밀키트로 만들어서 개발자가 있는 조직에게 공급을 합니다. 그럼 이 밀키트를 가지고 예전에는 요리사가 요리를 했을 겁니다. 하지만 요즘엔 컬스 AI, 이런 클로드 같은 인공지능 요리사가 그 밀키트를 가지고 그 사용자에게 입맛에 맞는 요리를 빠르게 구축하게 되는 거죠. 저희는 이런 시대를 보고 있고, 만약 이런 과정이 힘들다면 저희가 밀키트를 들고 가서 기업에 맞게끔 이런 에이전트를 커스텀 빌드해서 공급을 하고 있고요. 저희가 더 바라보고 있는 미래는 사실 최종적으로는 이런 오아시스라는 플랫폼입니다. 노코드, 로코드, 옵티미제이션 AI 에이전트 플랫폼이고요. 저희가 개발한 다양한 최적화 엔진들을 도구로 등록하고, 그 다음에 이미 여러 산업 섹터에서 표준화된 문제를 푸는 에이전트를 만들어 놓고 기업에게 공급을 합니다. 미래의 일종의 디지털 인플로이 잡 마켓이라고도 볼 수 있는데요. 여기는 라우팅 엔진, 서플라이 체인 에이전트, 어떤 적재 최적화, 그 다음에 인벤토리 컨트롤 에이전트, 이런 것들을 저희가 이미 만들어 놨습니다. 또 기업이 그들만의 데이터로 그들만의 문제를 푸는 에이전트를 스스로 구축할 수 있도록 노코드 빌드 플랫폼도 저희가 현재 개발 중입니다. 저희가 바라보고 있는 마켓입니다. 지금 AI 에이전트 시장은 이미 큽니다. 이 에이전트 시장은 앞으로 시간이 갈수록 더 커질 것이고요. 처음에는 소프트웨어 마켓을 노리다가 나중에는 인력 시장을 노리게 될 겁니다. 즉 에이전트가 사람의 그런 업무를 대체하는 순간이 올 거고요. 하지만 그때 가장 필요한 게 무엇일까요? 에이전트, 현재 에이전트는 자동화된 툴에 지나지 않습니다. 어느 순간 에이전트는 고차원 의사결정을 스스로 해야 됩니다. 스스로 복잡한 문제를 풀어야 되는데 그때 최적화 기술이 필요합니다. 그래서 저희는 그런 최적화 기술을 에이전트에게, 즉 사람이 아닌 에이전트에게 공급하기 위한 이런 기술들 기반을 갖추고 있습니다. 저희 비즈니스 스트래티지는 다양한 고객사를 만나면서 그들의 문제를 푸는 알고리즘을 2주 안에 빠르게 만들고, 이를 API 혹은 MCP 서버 형태로 밀키트로 제공을 하고 에이전트 혹은 소프트웨어까지 만들고 있습니다. 그래서 저희가 풀었던 사례들 잠깐 소개드리고 제 발표를 오늘 마치도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 지금 현재는 여러 물류 기업들로부터 이 컨택을 받고 있고요. 그 first mile, mid mile, last mile에 걸쳐서 다양한 물류 문제들을 풀고 있습니다. 저희가 이 산업에 대해서는 물류 전문가가 아니기 때문에 잘 모르지만 이 전환 단계를 저희는 꼭 살펴보고 있는데요. 디지털리제이션, 디지털 포워딩, 소프트웨어들이 데이터 연동이 되어서 전산화는 잘 된 것 같아요. 그 다음에 여러 기업들이 오토메이션, 어떤 로봇을 통한 오토메이션에 집중하고 있는 것 같습니다. autonomous ship, autonomous trucking, warehouse automation, 로봇 딜리버리. 저는 그 다음이 인텔리전스라고 생각을 했습니다. 최적화, 데이터 기반 의사결정이 이런 오퍼레이션을 효율적으로 하는 기술이 필요하다고 생각했고요. 그래서 저희는 그 first mile부터 last mile에 이르는 여러 기업들과 POC를 하고 있습니다. 글로비스와는 이 스토리지 플래닝이라는 문제를 풀고 있어요. 거대한 카고 배에다가 약 10층 정도 덱에다가 7,000대 이상의 차를 차곡차곡 적재를 해야 됩니다. 공간을 효율적으로 쓰고 로딩에 걸리는 시간을 줄이고 그 배송지를 다니면서 하역 순서에 맞춰서 또 차를 적재해야 됩니다. 또한 무게 중심을 고려해야 되고요. 수십 가지의 제약 조건을 고려해서 최적화를 풀기 위해서는 숙련된 엔지니어가 수시간, 며칠이 걸리기도 하는데 AI 엔지니어, 즉 저희 에이전트는 이 문제를 인풋을 받아서 단 5분 안에 이런 플래닝을 도출하게 됩니다. 적재 최적화, 저희는 3D 빔 패킹 문제 같은 경우 이런 아이템들을 어떻게 패키징해야 가장 작은 박스에 컴팩트하게 담을 수 있을지, 혹은 박스 사이즈를 어떻게 최적화를 해야 빈 공간을 줄일 수 있을지, 물류 비용을 줄일 수 있을지, 이런 프로젝트를 문제를 풀고 있고요. 또한 인벤토리 컨트롤 문제, 여기 저희가 이제 그 식자재 풀필먼트 회사랑 POC를 했을 때 엔지니어가 하는 일들을 저희가 이해를 했습니다. 재고를 파악하고 수요를 예측합니다. 그 다음에 발주서를 작성하는데 에이전트가 그 태스크를 다 수행을 할 수 있습니다. 현재 재고를 파악합니다. ERP로부터 데이터를 긁어와서 현재 재고 레벨을 파악하고 과거 구매 패턴을 토대로 미래 수요를 예측합니다. 그리고 나서 그 두 가지를 결합해서 언제 어떤 물건을 몇 개 발주해야 될지 발주 최적화 문제를 풀고 발주서를 만들어서 그런 협력사에게 바로 이메일을 전송할 수도 있죠. 하나의 업무, 하나의 부서가 하는 일을 멀티 에이전 시스템이 대체도 할 수 있는 것이죠. 그래서 지금은 이 세븐일레븐이라는 편의점 운영업체와 함께 이 편의점 재고 관리를 할 수 있는 에이전트를 만드는 일을 하고 있습니다. 전통적으로 라스트 마일 딜리버리에서 저희 최적화를 쓰면 거의 100%에 가깝게, 100%라는 거는 거의 아주 높은 확률로 그 코스트 리덕션이 생깁니다. 전체 이동 거리가 20% 이상, 작업 완료 시간이 30% 이상 줄어들 수 있고요. 저는 이거를 의약품 배송 기업, 그다음에 요기요라는 그 딜리버리 플랫폼 회사와 뭐 프로젝트를 토대로 실제로 아주 우수한 효과를 검증했습니다. 그래서 이런 알고리즘을 토대로 저희가 API를 전 세계에 오픈했고요. 처음에 이 API를 오픈할 때는 개발자가 이거를 많이 쓰겠지 생각하고 오픈했는데 저희가 그때 약간 피보팅을 하기로 결정했습니다. 더 이상 인간 개발자가 이 다큐멘테이션을 읽고 스스로 개발하지 않는다. 미래에는 인간이 아니라 에이전트가 코딩을 하고 소프트웨어 어플리케이션을 만들 것이다. 그래서 저희는 이 API를 LLM이 이해할 수 있는 형태로 패키징해서 MCP 서버 형태로 공급하는 그런 사업 방향을 저희가 바꾸게 되었습니다. 물론 현재 여러 기업들은 여전히 이런 레거시 소프트웨어 형태, 표준화된 소프트웨어를 원하기도 합니다. 그래서 저희는 이 수배송 관리 소프트웨어를 만들어서 공급하기도 하고 있고요. 대신 여기 LLM 에이전트를 붙였습니다. 버튼을 클릭하고 파일을 업로드하는 전통적인 인터랙션이 아니라 자연어로 소프트웨어에게 명령을 내립니다. 오늘 배송 오더를 긁어와서 10명의 기사로 최적화를 해달라. 그리고 그 경로를 기사님에게 앱으로 전송해라. 자연어로 질의하면 이 프로세스를 수행할 수 있습니다. 저희는 엑스펜션으로 지금은 로지스틱에 집중하고 있지만 모빌리티, 그다음에 로봇, 칩 설계, 반도체 설계, 신약 개발까지 확장을 염두에 두고 있고요. 차근차근 준비를 하고 있습니다. 마지막으로 저희 팀 소개해드리면 제가 CEO로서 인공지능 기술을 주로 개발했고요. 저희 CTO님은 현재 카이스트 교수이시고 최적화 전문가이십니다. 최적화와 인공지능을 결합해야만 산업 현장의 복잡한 문제를 풀 수 있었고요. 저희 연구실 석박사 졸업생 위주로 팀이 구축되어 있습니다. 지금은 약 15명 정도로 지금 운영이 되고 있고요. 마지막 장표입니다. 저희 비전인데요. 산업 AI를 5가지 섹터로 나누더라고요. 하드웨어 레이어, 클라우드 레이어, 알고리즘 레이어, 오케스트레이션, 애플리케이션 레이어가 있는데요. 각 섹터마다 빅테크들이 있죠. 저희는 이 알고리즘 레이어, 즉 최적화 파운데이션 모델을 깔고 그 위에 에이전트 매니징 플랫폼을 만들고 있습니다. 그런 다음에 버티컬 AI, 물류, 로봇 이런 산업군에서 정말 현장에 도움이 되는 AI 애플리케이션을 만들어서 공급을 하고 있습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 해운 물류 세션의 마지막 발표자였습니다. 자, 이렇게 세 분의 발표를 들으셨습니다. 어떠셨습니까? 모두 유익한 시간 되셨습니까? 앞서 예고해드린 대로 이제는 발표자분들 다시 한번 모셔서 좌장님의 진행하에 심도 있는 대화를 나눠보는 패널 토론 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. 현재 무대 위에 토론 세션을 위한 좌석과 테이블을 준비해드리고 있는데요. 네, 여러분 잠시만 기다려 주시고요. 그리고 다시 한번 말씀드린 것처럼 여러분 직접 참여 가능하시니까요. 지금 막 떠오르는 질문이나 생각들 자유롭게 남겨주시기 바라겠습니다. 네, 오늘 제6회 인천국제해양포럼의 첫째 날입니다. 그리고 지금 이 시간은 전체 프로그램 가운데서도 특히 많은 관심을 받고 있는 해운 물류 메인 세션인데요. 이번 세션 주제 다시 한번 스마트한 해운 물류 탄력적 글로벌 공급망입니다. 이 불확실성이 커진 이 국제 정세 속에서 디지털 기술을 기반으로 한 해운 혁신, 그리고 공급망의 회복력과 재고 대응, 그리고 전략에 이르기까지 글로벌 해운 물류 산업이 직면한 과제와 또 해답을 다양한 시각에서 알아보는 뜻깊은 시간 이어가고 있습니다. 자, 무대가 거의 정리가 된 것 같은데요. 앞서 발표해 주신 세 분의 연사분들 다시 한번 무대 위로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이제 보다 입체적이고 실질적인 고민을 해볼 수 있는 뜻깊은 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 이번 세션 좌장을 맡아 수고해 주실 분은요, 인천대학교 동북아 물류대학원 원장을 맡고 계시는 송상화 원장님이십니다. 네, 자, 그리고 토론자까지 함께 모셨습니다. 자, 이번 세션 여러분의 박수와 함께 시작하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저희 이번 세션 좌장을 맡은 인천대학교 송상화 교수입니다. 제6회 인천국제해양포럼이 오늘 시작되었는데요. 바쁘신 시간에도 참석해 주신 여러분께 감사드립니다. 이번 세션은 그 스마트한 해운 물류 그리고 탄력적 글로벌 공급망이라는 주제로 얘기를 하고 있습니다. 오늘 그 내용들을 한번 들여다보면요, 아마 이번 세션 내용이 조금 어려운 분도 있으셨을 거라고 생각이 듭니다. 근데 이제 한번 고민을 해보면요, 그 첫 번째 우리 오전에 기조 강연에서 내용을 한번 들어보면요, 여러 가지 내용이 있었습니다만은 저희 세션하고 좀 관련된 내용으로 제가 인상 깊게 들었던 내용은 두 가지 정도가 있습니다. 첫 번째는 미래에는 분산화된 시스템이 될 거다라는 부분이 아주 중요하게 다루어졌죠. 과거에는 중앙 집중적인 시장이었는데 이제 분산화된 시스템으로 바뀔 것이다라는 것이 얘기가 나왔었는데요. 그 부분이 굉장히 큰 울림이 있었습니다. 왜냐하면 지금까지는 전 세계가 세계화라는 방향으로 움직이면서 어떻게 보면 거대 자본이 거대한 공장을 짓고 화물이 전 세계로 움직이는 그런 세상이었는데, 앞으로는 분산형 시스템으로 바뀌면서 로컬에서 만들어서 로컬에서 소비를 한다라는 그런 시장이 된다라는 얘기가 있었고요. 그러면서 두 번째 얘기가 뭐였냐면 이번 해양 포럼하고 어떻게 보면 반대되는 얘기일 수도 있는데요. 해운, 항만, 물류라는 부분에 있어서 우리가 중요하게 생각하는 것은 전 세계 무역인데요. 그 부분에서 50% 이상이 줄어들 것이다 라는 얘기를 하셨어요. 즉 해상 운송이 많이 줄어든다는 얘기겠죠. 그래서 사실 엄청 큰 변화가 될 거거든요. 그런데 그런 말씀을 리프킨 선생께서 해주신 이유가 뭘까 한번 생각해 봤는데요. 그 이유가 리스크라는 거하고 AI라는 걸로 아마 귀결이 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 이번 세션으로 한번 연결을 해보면요, 먼저 첫 번째 발표를 해주신 S&P 글로벌의 미스 레 같은 경우에는 무슨 얘기를 주셨냐면은 리스크가 굉장히 이제는 상수가 되어가지고 갑자기 생기는 이런 것이 아니라 우리의 데일리 비즈니스에서 항상 나타나는 문제가 될 것이다 라는 것이 첫 번째 중요한 메시지였습니다. 그래서 리스크라는 것을 이제 우리는 계속해서 관심 있게 지켜봐야 된다는 걸 보여줬고요. 실제 각종 지표들이 굉장히 요동을 쳤습니다. 크게 변화했죠. 두 번째, 세 번째 발표는 여러분 이제 앞으로는 굉장히 익숙해질 거라고 생각이 드는데요. 관심 있게 보셨으면 좋겠습니다. 무슨 내용이었냐면요, 첫 번째 기조 강연과 같은 맥락의 얘기입니다. 두 번째 발표해 주신 소베이 교수님께서 하신 얘기는 뭐냐 하면 멀티 에이전트 시스템이 앞으로 될 것이다 라는 거죠. 이게 무슨 얘기냐면 각각의 기업에 사람이 다 빠지고 AI가 대신 일을 한다라는 거죠. 그러면 지금처럼 사람이 비즈니스를 하는 세상에서의 거래 방식하고 AI가 굉장히 많은 에이전트로 만들어져서 서로 인터랙션을 하면서 만들어지는 비즈니스는 완전히 달라질 것이고, 그 과정에서 열심히 솔루션을 만들고 계시다라는 얘기를 해주신 거예요. 그래서 여러분이 여기서 이해하실 단어는 멀티 에이전트라는 세상이 오는구나 라는 거였는데, 세 번째 박진규 교수님의 발표를 들어보시면 그게 이미 와 있는 것처럼 보이시죠. 맨 마지막에 말씀하신 것이 어떻게 보면 핵심이었던 것 같아요. 뭐냐면 솔루션을 만들 때 과거에는 개발자가 우리의 솔루션을 쓸 거니까 내가 이걸 만들 거야 라는 맥락이었는데, 이제는 어떻게 바뀌었냐 하면 사람이 우리가 만든 솔루션을 쓸 리가 없다. 아마도 AI가 우리를 쓸 거기 때문에 AI가 이해할 수 있는 방향으로 AI를 만들어서 내가 만들겠다라는 얘기는 뭘 의미할까요? 비즈니스 소프트웨어를 만드는 세상이 완전히 바뀐다는 것을 의미하고 있습니다. 즉 미래에는, 그 미래가 언제인지 모르겠지만 또 여쭤볼 겁니다. 그 미래가 어느 정도인지는. 최소한 지금 보이는 가까운 미래에는 사람을 대신해서 주문을 하고 재고를 관리하고 선박을 관리하고 선박을 예약하는 일들이 바로 생길 것 같고요. 그렇게 됐을 때는 분산화된 시스템으로 완전히 가버리겠죠. 사람이 아니라 각 회사의 에이전트들이 움직이니까요. 이런 거대한 변화 속에서 저희가 발표자 세 분에게 질문을 드려야 되는데, 그 질문은 끝부분에 몰아서 좀 드리기로 하고요. 오늘 저희가 토론자로 한 분을 모셨습니다. 오늘 모신 그 토론자는 한지성 이사님, 서프 컴퍼니라고 하는 디지털 물류 플랫폼 기업의 한지성 이사님을 모셨는데요. 서프 컴퍼니는 글로비스에서 시작된 사내 벤처로서 해상 운송에 있어서 예약하고 그 운임을 살펴보는 그런 비즈니스를 인터넷 플랫폼을 통해서 할 수 있는 비즈니스를 만드셔서 지금 굉장히 성장을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 서프 컴퍼니라는 디지털 물류 기업이 바라보는 미래 세상하고 오늘 들은 내용을 바탕으로 해서 어떤 걸 느끼셨는지 그런 얘기를 한번 좀 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 한 이사님 부탁드리겠습니다.
방금 저장님부터 소개받은 한지성이라고 합니다. 사실 저는 앞서 이렇게 발표해 주셨던 세 분의 연사와는 달리 어떤 AI의 중심에 있거나 아니면 그것들을 실제로 개발하는 사람이 아닌 실제 산업에서의 어떤 유저로서 이런 것을 어떻게 보면 질문자 입장으로서 여기에 좀 자리에 앉아 있다라고 봐주시면 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 실제로 저희 회사에서도 AI가 좀 저희 삶에 좀 많이 가까이 다가왔다고 느껴지는 게 뭐냐면은 저희 회사도 실제 AI로 시작한 기업은 아니지만 AI를 실제 저희가 모델링 하는 거나 아니면 실제 프로핏 맥시마이전을 위해서 많이 사용을 하고 있습니다. 일례로 저희는 과거에 어떤 특정 가격들이 어떤 펼쳐져 있는 스펙트럼이 있고 그 가격대 사이에서 어떤 실제 고객들이 선택한 가격들을 현재로 끌고 와서 어떻게 하면은 고객들이 어떤 가격을 선택하고 저희가 어떻게 하면 가장 수익을 많이 남길 수 있을까 하는 그런 고민들을 활용하는데 AI를 실제로 활용을 하고 있고요. 그리고 많은 분들이 쓰시겠지만 좀 가볍게 뭐 고객들의 어떤 그 저희 액티브 유저를 좀 많이 늘리기 위해서 최근에 시의적절한 어떤 토픽 같은 거나 아니면 주제를 뽑아서 글을 쓰는데도 많이 활용을 하고 있습니다. 그런데 저도 최근에 좀 많이 느끼는 어떻게 보면 뭐 두려움이나 어떤 불안감이라고 해야 될까요? 그런 부분들이 좀 느껴지는 게 좀 몇 가지가 있는데 한 불과 몇 달 전까지만 해도 프롬프트 엔지니어링이라고 해서 AI를 잘 쓰기 위해서는 AI를 잘 훈련시켜야 되고 잘 교육시켜야 되고 내 입맛에 맞게 만들어놔야 된다라는 의견들을 종종 들어왔고 실제로 저도 AI를 그렇게 활용을 하고 있었는데 최근에는 또 AI의 어떤 상상력이나 AI의 어떤 무궁무진함을 좀 방해하면 안 된다라는 이런 기조가 좀 많아지는 것 같더라고요. 그래서 앞서도 이제 많은 연사님께서 말씀해 주셨지만 뭐 바이브나 뭐 휴리스틱이나 어떤 그런 컨텍스추얼 맥락이 많이 좀 주목받고 있는 것 같아서 이런 AI 흐름에 대해서 저희와 같은 기업들은 어떤 스탠스를 좀 취해야 하나 그런 것들이 좀 많이 궁금한 측면도 있고 두 번째로는 3, 4년 전까지만 해도 지금 AI가 스타트업 시장에서 각광을 받는 것처럼 사람을 한 곳에 모이는 플랫폼 비즈니스가 기업 가치를 굉장히 높이는데 일조를 많이 했었습니다. 하지만 이제 앞서 연사들께서 말씀해 주셨고 저자님께서도 말씀해 주셨듯이 개인화되고 어떤 AI 에이전트들이 개별적으로 산생을 하게 되면은 저희와 같이 어떤 가운데서 정보를 쥐고 고객들을 상대해야 되는 입장에 대해서는 이런 부분들에 대해서는 저희와 같은 기업들이 쓸 자리가 많이 없어진 것이 아닌가라는 또 의문이 많이 들기도 하더라고요. 그래서 이런 질문자들 입장에서 이런 질문자된 입장에서 연사님이나 전문가 분들께 많은 어떤 질문을 드리고 싶어서 이 자리에 함께하게 되었습니다.
네, 그 지금 시간이 저희가 한 13분 정도 남아 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 제가 뭐 질문을 좀 드릴 수도 있는데 그건 뒷부분에 하기로 하고요. 물론 이제 여러분 질문을 생각하는 시간에 때 제가 질문할 수도 있긴 합니다만은 여기 다 번역이 돼서 나오고 있기 때문에 혹시라도 여기 시스템이 아니라 직접 질문하고 싶으신 분 계시면 지금 혹시 손 드시면 제가 한번 질문할 기회를 좀 드려볼까요? 혹시 질문하실 분 계신가요? 네, 여기서 지금 잘 안 보여서 그런데 네. 질문하신 건가요? 네. 그러면은 그 질문 좀 생각하시는 동안에 그리고 여기 지금 화면에 그 질문이 안 나오고 있거든요. 혹시 주최 측에서 한번 보시고 이 화면 왼쪽에 그 질문 그게 안 띄어 가지고요. 제가 한번 좀 부탁을 드리겠습니다. 네. 네, 알겠습니다. 자, 그러면은 저희가 이제 제가 좀 더 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 궁금한 내용들 먼저 대신 좀 질문을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 S&P 글로벌의 퀸에게 좀 질문을 드리고 싶어요. 그게 뭐냐면 그 서플라이 체인에서의 리스크가 이제 굉장히 보편화되고 어떻게 보면 예전에는 저희가 비용이라든지 서비스에만 신경을 썼던 것을 이제는 앞으로 리스크에 대해서도 관심을 가져야 될 만큼 리스크가 아주 일반화된 것 같습니다. 그래서 제가 드는 생각은 두 가지인데요. 첫 번째는 트럼프 대통령이 물러난 이후에 한 3, 4년 뒤에도 여전히 이런 리스크가 중요한 이슈가 될 거라고 생각하시는 건지, 즉 지금 나타난 것이 지금 나타나는 문제가 특정 정권 또는 특정한 부분에서의 리스크가 나타나서 생긴 문제라고 생각하시는 건지, 아니면 그냥 우리에게 나타나는 이런 리스크들이 앞으로는 그야말로 항상 늘 나타나는 문제가 될 건지, 그거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지가 궁금하고요. 두 번째 질문은 그런 경우에 기업들은 어떻게 대응해야 되는지, 대응 방안이라든지 아니면 성공 스토리 이런 것이 있는지 좀 궁금합니다.
Thank you very much for your questions. So let me just give you a few examples. So as I have mentioned to you before, is that my career, I started in the global financial crisis, then aviation crisis, and now maritime industry. So I think that, risk and uncertainty would live with us, no matter how it's not about the administrations. In this particular kind of tensions between China and the US, it has been actually happening for a long time, and it's just brewing at the background. And back at home here, very, very much closer to our Asia, we have seen more tensions, particularly in the South China Sea. So that, at a constant background, and that we need to really pay attention for, especially for the maritime industry, right? So I would not say that because of Trump per se, but we are just living in an environment where the resources is scarce, and the competitions for resource as well as competition for economic growth has become more intense. So this type of policies uncertainty is just going to be more intensified from now on. And I think let me just tell you the example of how businesses actually react in Asia. So this is a real case example. I was in Melbourne providing the workshop roundabout discussions with the businesses, and where, as you know from my name, even though I'm based in Singapore, I actually originally coming from Vietnam. And, my family and Vietnamese people, we are actually quite a big supporter of Trump. Back in 2020, when Trump lost the election, my aunt was actually crying as if she has lost her country. But, okay, back forward, when Trump actually announced the 46% of tariff against Vietnam, pretty much within that day, we see the Vietnamese market lost $2 billion in FDI, pretty much one day. And I was there as witnessing that particular period. So fast forward in Melbourne event, I have met these Vietnamese kind of business federations. And they just, in the case of no investment coming from Vietnam, they just went for overseas for a holiday. Right? But what it is that within that holiday, they secure a new deal in terms of new energy in Australia. So why this is where that the businesses is that why there are certain segments of the business would actually slow down due to this whole Trump. But one key thing that I just want to highlight is that the Asia Pacific still remain the engine of growth for the whole global markets. And we still have a lot of competitiveness. So it is about how to find that niche where we can actually be well placed in this kind of environment to actually survive. And the case of this Vietnamese business, the federation is just to show you is that, in Asia, because of the entrepreneurship is very high, we'll be able to find our ways to actually, survive and actually growth in this environment.
네, 그러면 혹시 S&P 글로벌 같은 경우에 이런 So I have a question about your service. So S&P Global is market intelligence company. So probably you look at supply chain risk and uncertainties research. Do you have any solution or recommendation service for business?
Yeah. Thank you. So I think, as you know, S&P Global is actually the sole
contributor or the sole issuer of the IMO number. The IMO number is actually the economic numbers that providing to all of the vessels on the maritime industry across the whole economic life. So because of that, we are able to track the flow of the whole global kind of trade flow. And because of that, we are helping business to navigate this by a few things. You know, in terms of the trade, we are able to actually identify and interpret to the business in terms of what is the meaning of the current kind of trade and where you can actually find your niche. In particular, some businesses, we be able to trace who actually export and who actually imports. So because of that, if you actually see some segment is slowing down, we'll be able to tell you which segments is actually going pick up. So for the business to actually look at that. Second part of it is that because we have the AIS system to actually track the vessels across the whole global, so we'll be able to detect risk pretty much fast at real time. So I mean that is something to help businesses around the world in terms of navigating the geopolitical kind of tensions as well. And of course, you know, we do have forecasts in terms of bunkers, prices that would be, and we're working very much at reports in terms of enable the green kind of solutions for fuels. So I mean we are a big data provider, and because of that we are helping to partner with AI technologies firms to actually bring this to as a whole, like a holistic kind of solutions to the market.
Okay, so is that expensive?
No.
Just kidding. Okay, good. Okay, so Professor Sobe, during lunchtime, actually we have deep discussion about multi-agent system. So it's very fantastic if we have multi-agent system in supply chain and maritime business. In that case, business can do whatever they want without any resource, human resource, right? So my question is that what's the time frame of multi-agent system adoption in the future, like 1 year or 10 years? What's your expectation?
Yeah, I love these questions because I think right now anyone who talks about AI in the future looks like an idiot very quickly. So, it's always nice to publicly air your views on this and then be shown wrong. I think last time I answered one of these questions when we came out of the session, then there was already a news article showing I was already wrong. But I think with the multi-agent systems, we're going to start seeing them probably in the sort of 2 to 3 year period, and probably starting to sort of witness like large-scale usage of them, but with people kind of staying on board. I think it's going to be a very long time before we're comfortable letting agents make large decisions over very long periods of times completely autonomously. I think things will change a lot when quantum comes in 5 years. And in 5 years' time, I'm sure the Incheon Forum, Ocean Forum, will probably be full of quantum speakers rather than AI speakers, and all the AI speakers will be long forgotten with what we've done, and a lot of the things that we're talking about multi-agentic systems doing will just be brute forced, and that will be under a lot more controlled conditions. So I think we'll see one revolution towards multi-agentic systems, and then another revolution with quantum computing back to sort of more traditional brute forcing type approaches, with the multi-agentic systems taking on board these larger systems. So we're working with people like the National Air Traffic Control System in the UK around this as concepts, and I think the idea is sort of an implementation over 3, 4, 5 years' time.
Okay, so UK is the hometown of DeepMind, the world famous AI company, right? So I'm just curious, the adoption rate of LLM AI in UK, especially in smaller and medium business. Do you know?
Yeah, so I think these are difficult numbers to get hold of because there's companies using these tools, but then there's people within these companies themselves. So my brother he's a coder. He hasn't done any coding for about 2 or 3 years because he started using LLMs almost immediately, and the LLMs have been writing his code for about 3 years, and he's just been checking it, and each year it's improved. his company won't be aware of that, but that's why he's still got a job. But you know, you'll start to see these changes sort of imminently. I think we are seeing this well-used. University sector would be a very common one where almost every student is using LLMs to some extent, whether it's to help them write their coursework or writing their coursework for them or checking what they've written. We're seeing a massive uptake. And I think that there's very few of us who aren't using some sort of LLM, even if it's embedded in like Microsoft Outlook in some way. So I think all of us, it's probably very close to everyone with a computer using these things, at least on a small scale, and then large scale adoption starting to happen at different companies.
Thank you. 그리고 지금 시간이 많지는 않습니다만은 이제 마지막에 두 분께 한번 좀 말씀을 드리고 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 세 번째 발표자 박진규 교수님께 꼭 여쭤보고 싶은 게 있는데요. 지금 어떻게 보면 소베이 교수에게 질문했던 거하고 좀 비슷한 건데요. 그 여기 앉아 계신 분들은 이제 AI를 만드시는 분들이 아니라 사용자에 가깝기 때문에 거의 대부분 어떻게 보면 지금 오늘 당장 사용하지 않으면 이게 굉장히 먼 미래라고 생각하실 수 있어요. 근데 실제 현장에서 만들어 보신 느낌으로 이런 일반적인 비즈니스들도 설명해 주신 그런 서비스들을 빨리 쓰는 시간이 곧 올 거라고 생각하시나요?
네, 저는 생각보다 빨리 올 거라고 생각을 하고 있고요. 저희가 기술을 공급만 하고 그냥 가져다 쓰십시오 하면 이 시간이 오래 걸릴 거지만 저희가 이 기술을 개발하고 이 기술을 어떻게 활용할 수 있는지 이렇게 좀 알려드리고 뭔가 세션도 열고 실제로 데몬스트레이션을 하면 그 도입 시간이 줄어들 것 같아요. 한 가지 예시를 좀 들자면 하나의 종합병원에서 수 간호사님께서 수천 명의 간호사를 이렇게 엑셀로 스케줄링 하는데 보통 일주일 정도 시간이 걸립니다. 저희가 그 과정을 AI 에이전트 도입을 해서 한 5분 정도 안으로 이제 스케줄링을 하고 거기서 끝이 아니고요. 스케줄링이 발표가 되면 여러 간호사님들께서 컴플레인을 하실 수 있어요. 그런 컴플레인들, 이메일 같은 것들을 다 모아서 다시 LLM 같은 곳에 집어넣으면 그런 컴플레인을 반영해서 다시 그 스케줄 해를 업데이트할 수 있습니다. 뭐 이런 정말로 편리한 과정들을 보여드리면 이거를 쉽게 현장에 빠르게 도입해서 쓰실 수 있다라는 걸 좀 느끼고 있습니다.
네, 그 시간이 지금 없어가지고 마지막으로 우리 한지성 이사님의 그 멘트 좀 듣고 마무리하도록 할 텐데요. 제가 다시 한번 좀 강조를 하고 싶습니다만은 저도 이제 다음 주 계속 이제 국내 대기업들하고 AI 워크숍들을 지금 진행할 예정인데요. 정말 충격적일 정도로 코딩부터 시작해서 AI 에이전트가 사람을 대신해서 여러 업무들을 수행을 스스로 하는 시대가 먼 미래라고 생각했는데 그렇지가 않습니다. 지금 바로 와 있고요. 그러면 결국 비즈니스가 완전 바뀔 것 같아요. 그래서 아마도 올해부터 이런 변화가 시작이 됐기 때문에 올해 내년 굉장히 큰 변화가 예상이 되고 있고요. 아마 여러분이 구매하는 소프트웨어, 비즈니스 소프트웨어, 그리고 비즈니스 서비스 모든 것이 다 바뀔 것 같습니다. 아마 여러분이 해상 운임을 조회하거나 선박을 예약하고 선박을 확보하는 과정이 내년쯤에는 완전 바뀔 수 있을 것 같아서요. 여러분들이 오늘 세미나를 기반으로 해가지고 좀 더 변화하는 그런 계기가 되기를 바라고요. 한지성 이사님께 마지막으로 요청드리고 싶은 건 그래서 지금 사실 디지털 플랫폼과 디지털 서비스를 만드는 입장에서 계속 비즈니스 해오셨는데 향후에는 이 비즈니스가 어떻게 바뀔 거라고 생각하고 계신가요?
예, 실제로 지금 그 해상 운임을 선택하고 하는 과정들에 있어서 사실 모든 운임 베리에이션이 굉장히 크기 때문에 이런 것들을 실제로 빨리빨리 획득하고 미래의 데이터를 활용을 해서 특정 시점의 선박을 운임을 확인하는 것 자체가 AI로 저희가 바뀔 수 있도록 지금 하고 있고요. 실제로 기업을 경영하면서 좀 느끼는 거는 실제로 그 저희가 이제 그 정말 고용에 대한 위험들이 정말 AI로 인해서 많이 이제 목전에 좀 많이 앞두었다 이런 생각을 좀 많이 들게 할 정도로 발전이 좀 빨리 이루어지고 있는 것 같습니다. 실제로 저희가 최근에 1년의 이슈로 한 2명 정도의 분을 해고를 했는데 그런 부분에 대해서 이제 많이 공백이 느껴지지 않을 정도로 저희 앞에 목전에 좀 다가왔다고 말씀을 드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 시간이 없어서 이제 이 정도로 마무리해야 될 것 같고요. 혹시 또 추가적인 질문이 있거나 또 명함을 교환하실 분은 앞으로 오셔가지고 하시면 될 것 같습니다. 그럼 이상으로 이 세션을 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 대단히 감사합니다. 이렇게 이번 세션 마무리가 되었습니다. 함께 해주신 해운 물류 세션 풍성하게 마무리가 되었습니다. 정말 좋은 발표해주신 발표자 여러분들, 품격 있게 이번 세션 이끌어주신 좌장님, 토론자 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드리고요. 다음 세션도 기대해 주시기 바랍니다. 저희는 다음 세션 이어가기 전에 잠시 휴식 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 앞서 오전에서도 말씀드렸다시피 제6회 인천국제해양포럼의 발표 자료집은 종이 사용을 최소화하고자 인쇄본을 제공하지 않습니다. 화면에 보이는 QR코드 스캔하시면 모든 세션의 발표 자료 전자기기로 편리하게 열람하실 수가 있겠고요. 역시 QR코드 스캔하시면 만족도 조사에도 참여하실 수가 있겠습니다. 여러분의 소중한 의견, 더 나은 프로그램을 만드는데 잘 쓰도록 하겠습니다. 꼭 여러분 참여를 해주시기 바라겠습니다. 자, 그럼 저희는 3시 30분에 다음 세션에서 인사드리겠습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분 고맙습니다. 잠시 후에 뵙겠습니다.
My name is Søren. Very nice to see you all. Very happy to be here today. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. They can turn off the mic again. Yeah.
Yes, should it? Oh, wait, awesome. So, thank you. Oh, no.
That's yours?
No, no, no.
No, no. That is.
So probably they are copying that. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. We're
That
pushing.
one.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Turn off?
We will off.
Okay.
Just once. I cannot speak. If I speak it, then can. Yes, it's All right. echoing. Okay. So this is the next.
Next one.
Can you check whether it's update one?
Sure. I think I can see that.
So it's gonna be the live questions over here. Here, your materials and the
I
timer.
know,
You
I
can
know.
check the time, the 20 minutes.
All right.
Can you say something a little bit longer?
Sorry.
Can you say something a little bit longer? Hello, my name is.
Oh,
The mic
okay.
test.
Oh, your test is for
Yeah.
the voice. Okay. Hello, my name is Guangtao Shao from Taiwan. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, very see. Okay, I can see.
Okay.
Oh, I'm afraid it's too tiny, so I
Yeah,
have
a little
to
bit,
turn head.
a little bit tight, but.
Thank you.
네, 여러분께 안내 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 첫째 날 함께하고 계시죠? 다음 세션 곧 시작합니다. 저희가 3시 30분 시작으로 안내를 해드렸는데요. 다음 세션 해양 에너지 세션 저희가 5분 후에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이제 모두 들어오셔서 착석해 주시고요. 자리를 정돈해 주시기 바랍니다. 고맙습니다. 네. 자, 여러분 즐거운 휴식 시간 되셨죠? 이제 다음 세션 이어가겠습니다. 네, 지금 막 들어오신 분도 계시는데요. 조금 더 앞쪽으로 오셔서 가까이에서 본포럼 함께 해주시면 더욱더 좋을 것 같습니다. 여러분 부끄러워하지 마시고 앞쪽으로 이동해서 착석을 해주시기 바랍니다. 자, 이번 세션의 테마는 해양 에너지입니다. 우리나라뿐만 아니라 전 세계적인 관심이 집중되고 있는 분야인데요. 저 역시도 굉장히 많은 관심을 갖고 있습니다. 이번 세션에서는 바다에서 얻을 수 있는 대표적인 재생 에너지인 해양 에너지와 관련해서 해양 에너지 디지털 전환과 지역 해양 산업 생태계 활성화를 중심으로 청정 에너지 기술의 발전 방향을 확인하고 지역 산업과의 연계 방안을 모색해 보고자 합니다. 해양 에너지 세션 역시 총 3분의 주제 발표 후에 토론자를 모시고 좌장님의 진행하에 종합 토론을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 연사분들께 궁금하신 사항 적극적으로 질문해 주셔서 끝까지 함께 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 해양 에너지의 첫 번째 주제 발표, 중국 화동 사범대학교 국가하구해안연구 중점실험실 젠중거 교수님께서 준비를 해주셨는데요. 해상 풍력 터빈이 해양 물리 환경 및 생태계에 미치는 영향이라는 주제로 지금부터 발표 함께 하시겠습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm Jian Zhongge from the East China Normal University. Today, I'm a great honor to be here. So today I will talk about the impact of these offshore wind turbines on the ocean physics and the ecosystem. And I think everyone in this room should be very familiar with this figure from this Global Wind Report in 2025. But in this figure, through this increasing of the total abundance, total capacity, but we also notice that this offshore wind turbines has been installed, has increasing in the recent decades. And on offshore and on the onshore installations, it has a high abundance for regions and for globals, and especially for China, it takes about 50% for the total installation for the onshore and offshore. However, for our scientists, we not only care about this total abundance and the capacity, but we also care about some numbers, such as these wind farms in the coastal regions, just like in the Jiangsu province. This is wind farms built on the tide flood, and also this is offshore wind farms in the Yellow Sea. It is the largest wind farms in the worldwide, and also it can provide a lot of capacity and also reduce a large amount of these CO2s. And so this is there is a great numbers. However, how many of these wind turbines in the coastal and offshore regions? And because we are quite interested in that, because we not care about just not only for this total abundance and installations, but we also care about how many numbers of the wind turbines, so we can make some calculations and quantifications from low regional to global scales. And will these wind farms and turbines will affect this ocean physics and ecosystem? And the answer sure is yes. And how do they affect? How do they affect through what kind of process? So that's our question. And how to measure these effects of these offshore wind farms? So this is the three key questions in our talk. And because we cannot count every one of these wind turbines in the oceans and in the tide floods. So we need to look it up from the sky. And so we need to use the satellite with a different data source. And we select two kinds of remote sensings. One is for the optical sensors, such as lancet edge with multiple bands. And also we use the SAR data, the observations, because they have some VH polarization channels, so you can find these signals. So to determine and to identify these turbines, we need to do some pre-processing and some algorithm development. So first we need to process these images, such as we need to remove some noise, and also we need to conduct some radiometric calibrations and terror corrections. And then we need to collect as many of these image series as possible to determine these temporary variations of these wind turbines. And so we need to conduct some algorithms for these wind turbine extractions, such as we need to remove some floating and temporary mobile objects, such as vessels and small boats. And also we need to determine this high backscattering objects and do some morphological operations, so we can remove some large and minimum objects. After the careful validation through these observations, so we can determine this wind turbines on the coastal region and on the offshore regions. And we also care about these temporal variations of these wind turbines. And so, for example, for the North Sea, it is also a hot spot for these wind farms, and we are curious about their variations. So we do some algorithm so we can determine their temporal variations. So we can determine which year we build these wind farms and turbines in the oceans. And so through these algorithms and processing, so we can provide some data set. And here is the new global offshore wind turbine data set. And already, actually, in the United States and the EU, they already have some data sets. Some is regional and some is not free. However, in China, in our university, it's a China Normal University, and we have just released this global offshore wind turbine datasets, and it can provide accurate observations and identifications for the global wind dataset in all regions in the global. And so it has a high accuracy. It's about 99% for this for the globally, and it can provide global coverage. And most importantly, it's free for academic and industrial use applications. After it has been released in 2021, and the download has been about 4,600 times. And here are some numbers from these data sets. And according to the first release of this data set, there is a total number of 12,288 offshore wind turbines worldwide. And China accounts for about 4,000. And this number has increased and reached 7,208 in 2024. So this is a distribution for these wind turbines around the China regions, and so that's the data set. Then we can think about how is the physics impact and the ecosystem impact. And that's we repeated this satellite image, and we noticed that there are some wicks, and these wicks from this satellite image, we can find that it is actually a highly suspended sediment concentration from the seabed. And also, we find there is a substantial concentration of the macroalgae in these regions, around these regions. So we have something that is occasional or generalized phenomenon, and we're not sure about that. But we noticed that this region in the offshore Jiangsu regions, and this is a hot spot for the macroalgae, for the green tide. And this region also has a high abundance of these wind turbines through 2017. So it has a overlapping in the spatial scales. So probably it has some correlations, but actually we don't know. We are not sure. But the previous studies in the global wide, in the worldwide, has some evidence from the field observations, from the hydrostatic modelings, and they all prove that this ocean wind farms have some potential impact on this ocean physics, and also for the ecosystem on the larger scales. And we also conduct some numerical modelings with hydrostatic models at different wind farms, such as in the South China Sea. And we make the high-resolution models to do some simulations around these wind turbines, wind farms, and we can resolve this large-scale flow dynamics in these regions. And this method also can apply to other regions, such as the Jiangsu province and the Guangdong province in China. And however, this method is also used by the United States and the UK. And our results, these all results are hydrostatic models. However, they cannot resolve these ocean wind turbines induced these upwellings. and it's quite weak. And the current research in the worldwide, they underestimate this impact of this turbine-induced upwelling on the vertical mixings. And because in the wind turbines, it has a very large-scale impact and also small-scale dynamics. So how to do that? How to make simulation for that? So we need some new approach, and here is our approach. And because we want to combine these large scale models and small scale models, and based on these equations, and because they have different scales and different assumptions. Even sometimes they are different applications. However, for these wind turbines, we can combine them together. To working together. And here is our approach. So we combine these GFT models and CFT models together. Then here is our method, very simple method to build these circular modules. So with these couplings, so we can account for this large scale ocean physical process, such as waves, tide currents. And then we use this method, we can reduce these computation times. And this actually is just like the tight knot between the CFD and the GFD. Then we can use some parameterization method or direct coupling method to combine them together. So we can do some quantifications of this large scale and small scale effects. And here is some idealized experiment from our method, and also we compare with this the large scale model, and we can say we can make comparison for this vortex wake behind these monopile foundations. Now we can find that the GFT model, the FACOM NLAM models cannot resolve this carbon vortex under the hydrostatic models. And only this coupling method through this FACOM and open form can provide this vortex behind these monopile foundations. And also, we compare some upwellings between these two models. We also find that the FACOM NLAM model, the GFT NLAM model cannot resolve these strong upwellings. And only the coupling method can provide accurate simulation for these upwellings. And here is the animation from our model simulations because the monopile foundation is in the ocean, and it has been influenced by the rotating tide currents. Now we can say through these rotating tide currents, we can find very strong upwellings behind these monopile foundations. So it has a potential effects to bring this bottom water into the surface water. So it's just like a pump. Vertical pumping effect. So it has a strong vertical mixings and upward transport for the bottom waters to the surface. So what's the magnitude between these two models? And so this is a comparison between the hydrostatic models and the non-hydrostatic models. And we can say this difference is way big, and we can say the velocity, the vertical velocity is 1 order smaller in the GFT NLAM models compared to the coupled models. So we can say with this non-hydrostatic models through these couplings, so we can compare, we can use much nicer simulations for these upwellings. And however, this is only for one case. How to use this coupled model to make a parameterization for the whole world? Because every turbines have different diameters, different water depths, current velocities. But we can quantify this, such as neutron pumping, by upwellings through through many numerical experiments. So here is some experiments. Here is some examples for these upwellings through the neutrons. We can say here the upwelling can cause an increase of the surface nitrate concentration, increase like about 50% through these numerical simulations. So through a lot of simulations, we can quantify this effect, and we can apply in the worldwide. And we have a metaphor for these two models, couplings. It's just because we have models just like a circle, so we can move into every turbines in the oceans, just like these egg flying tours. So it's quite easy and very straightforward, and we can apply to every ocean, every turbines. And we should mention that this method is only right now is only working for the fixed turbines. However, the wind farm has been moving further offshore into the deeper regions, just like the floating offshore wind projects, such as the Highwind Scotland and Highwind Taipans. And so to understand this effect of this floating wind farms, we need to do new projects, new simulations, and new observations. So here we just launched a new project focusing on the floating offshore wind effect on the pelagic systems. And it is funded by the Norway government and working with China. So we have a team to make observations and numerical simulations for these floating offshore wind farms. And we selected this Highwind Taipan as a study area. And I think in this room, everyone should be very familiar with these farms. And although this is offshore floating wind turbines, however, it still has a significant extension into the water of the pipe foundation. In this case, it's about 80 meters. So it still has a potential to enhance these vertical mixings into in the water columns through the bottom through the middle layers to the surface layers. So how to measure these physical effects and the ecosystem effects? So we need new tools. So here's a traditional ADCP moorings and the instruments to measure this physics, water velocities in the water columns, and that's for the physics. And we also have some hydrophone moorings, and it has integrated a lot of sensors, the CTD sensors in these moorings, so they can capture this high frequency of these water properties, such as the density, salinity, temperature, and even for some nutrients, so we can capture these variations of these water properties. And also we have some different platforms, surface platform, and the diving platform, such as the glider. So we can make a detailed measurement in the surface and also in the water profiles. And additionally, we have some acoustic kayak drones which can look at the fish abundance, and it can reach as close as possible to the monopile foundations. So we can say that. And additionally, we have this electric outboard engine, and it's very silent, so it can look at the fish abundance, and it has using this acoustic sensors. And moreover, we also have some ROV, so we can capture more videos and even pictures in the bottom layer, in the water bottom, so we can determine the effect of the offshore floating wind farms on the bottom environment. So that's how we are working right now. We are working on this project. So in the future years, I think we have some new knowledge, new tools, and new numerical method results for this from the coastal regions to the offshore region, even to the floating wind farms. So to conclude, and here is several results from this talk. And first, we have released a global offshore wind turbine dataset with high accuracy, and is for popular applications. And also, we have proposed a new capital modeling approach, so we can resolve this multi-scale dynamics around these wind turbines and the farms. And our simulations and also some previous studies also suggest that this has some potential effects on the pelagic systems. And we have a new project integrating these new observations and modeling technologies to working on this ecological process of these floating wind turbines. Thank you. Thank you very much.
네, 풍부한 내용이 가득했던 시간이었습니다. 교수님의 발표 함께하셨습니다. 잠시 후에 저희 토론 시간에 다시 모셔서 더 많은 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. 궁금한 점 있으시다면 여러분 의견이나 질문 남겨주시기 바랍니다. 자, 이제 두 번째 주제 발표 이어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 이번에는 오스테드 코리아 프로젝트에서 개발 총괄을 맡고 계신 소렌길름 프로젝트 디렉터님께서 발표를 준비하고 계시고요. 인천 지역 해상폭력 생태계 구축이라는 주제로 발표해 주시겠습니다. 자, 프로젝트 디렉터님 모셔볼게요. 박수로 맞이해 주십시오.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and also to those online. It's an honor to be here today to share a little bit of insight into our company, what we are doing, what we historically have been doing, and what the future looks like a little bit for us, also when we speak about our entry into the Korean market. I chose this picture simply just to put a little bit of a perspective on what a finalized wind farm can actually look like. This is a very recent photograph from an operational wind farm that we have built in Taiwan called Changhua 0102A. This has been in operation for a few years now and is our second operational wind farm in Taiwan. We are currently constructing another project in Taiwan, and we are in development in Korea for our first project here, which I will come back to in a moment. My name, as seen here, is Søren Gyllund. I'm a project development director for our Incheon 0102 project. I am with Ørsted, and I will give just a short insight into the company that we are. Ørsted is one of the world's leading energy companies, and we have been through a very big transformation. We were usually, or historically, we were actually an oil and gas company. But the Danish government and the company together decided that we needed to transform and follow the modern world and become a green energy company. So even within 1 decade, we completely transformed the company from being a 100% oil and gas related company to being a 100% green energy company. We develop and construct and operate different types of renewable energy assets across 4 continents. And when it comes to offshore wind, we are still and will probably be for many years the undisputed leader. We are also a globally very well recognized sustainability leader, and we are recognized by many different associations. And latest the science-based targets, which means that we have committed to become 100% sustainable by the end of 2025, so this year, and we are well underway to achieving that. For the zones or the targets 2 and 3 that comes next, we will expand that to all of our own supply chain and all of the companies working for Ørsted, and that target will be met before 2040. Ørsted at a glance, we are the world's first, largest and most experienced offshore wind company. We are around 8,000 employees in the company spread over, again, 4 continents. We have more than 30 years experience in offshore. We have installed more than 1,800 turbines. In 25, we currently have 8.2 gigawatts of offshore wind in construction, which is a lot. And for the operational side, we have 28 fully operational wind farms. Very quickly on our global footprint. The global footprint basically spreads over 4 continents. 3 of those are operational. We have 16 gigawatts of operational wind power. We have approximately 8 gigawatts, which is in development, and then we have approximately 4 gigawatts that is still waiting to be awarded. And all of those are actually in Australia. If we zoom a little bit in on Asia, we have around 8 gigawatts of capacity. As mentioned before, Taiwan is for now the only country where we are operational, whereas South Korea is an early market and early development project, which is basically why I am here. So if we zoom in on the project that we are currently trying to develop or developing here in Korea, it's called Incheon Offshore Wind Power 1 and 2. That's a little of a technicality, but we are developing this as one project. The project zone, we have exclusivity rights over the zone for now under an electrical business license, and it's around 70 to 80 kilometers off the coast of Incheon, and we are in the early phase of development here. What we are doing in the early development part is what we normally refer to as our ground game and our route to market. So our ground game is when we enter a new market is basically to understand the full picture of who are the relevant stakeholders, what are the relevant regulatory requirements, how do we map all of this out, and how do we then start to engage it so we can get the project off on a good foot and work in a very good collaboration with whatever market we are in, and that of course also applies in Korea. When we talk about route to market, it's basically to secure or maintain that we can actually that we have a place for the wind farm, that we have a route to POI, which is a point of interconnection. We basically need a place where we can plug in the wind farm, and that the regulatory requirements in the case of Korea auction is something that our company can work with. Those fundamentals look very promising here in Korea, as well as many other things that also looks very promising in Korea. So we feel we are off to a very good start, and we very much look forward to continuing development and hopefully ultimately take an investment decision on this project here. Ørsted is no stranger to Korea. We have actually been deeply engaged in Korean supply chain for more than a decade now, around 12 years. We have only been physically present for a little more than 5, but we have already in the last decade invested more than 3 trillion Korean won in building the local supply chain within our industry. The companies that are listed on the side here are all companies that we have been supporting on the development. We have made contracts with them, and these companies have actually made global support for us, so also expanding their network outside of Korea. Very successful partnerships, and those we are also still trying to honor very well. The interesting part about the bottom of the site is many people don't really know what offshore wind actually is. Especially when we meet with potential smaller businesses that want to become a supplier to our industry, because what people normally see or hear when they think about wind is that they only see the turbine. And I think that's a general principle that we very often are confronted with, but actually the infrastructure project is much, much bigger. It takes much, much more than just to purchase a turbine and place it in the water. And it takes years and years of development of the project and understanding the full commercial aspects of the project, and also understanding the environment that you are working in, and making sure that end to end that you actually see a very good case for this project as a whole. So there is many, many elements to this, all the way from the turbine to the foundations, to the array cables that connects the turbine power into the offshore substation. Then it's being transformed into an export cable, and the voltage level is being increased. And endingly, we have to go to find land somewhere where we can connect into our onshore substation, and then ultimately connect it to the market grid. As a very important part of getting to this point where we can actually start to construct the wind farm, we need data. We are deeply, deeply relying on data, and this is also part of the phase that I am responsible for, the early development phase. We need the data basically of the seabed, we need a lot of data on the water column, and we need a lot of data above the water column. These are very, very fundamental for us to initiate the design of the wind farm, and that is of course because this is a very complex infrastructure project, and we have to be very, very detailed when we do especially the electrical design, which is kind of the heart of what we do. This is of course to ensure that once we have fully commissioned and put the wind farm into operation, this wind farm is supposed to deliver green energy to Korea in this case for anywhere between 20 and 40 years. So the design is instrumental to us as a company to be successful, but also to deliver on the promises that we give to here in the Korean government in case we are successful in the auction and we take financial investment decision on the project. A little bit a case study that I have taken with me today from Taiwan, and I have taken it from Taiwan because we can look at wind farms that are actually operational. We have around 2 gigawatt in Taiwan, whereas 1.1 is operational now, and the last 900 megawatts are currently in construction. We engaged with a national university or something like that to evaluate what would be actually the full social and economical impact when we have implemented our current pipeline in Taiwan. And I think for me those are very impressive numbers, and there's nothing I would rather do than achieving the same thing here in Korea, But of course, this is something that has to mature over time and not something we can just do from one day to the other. These development projects can take anywhere from 7 to 10 years, and then you have a couple of years of construction, and then as mentioned before, you will have 20 to 40 years in operation. Taking a step deeper, when we entered the Taiwan market, I think back in 2017, there wasn't really a supply chain or a knowledge base in offshore wind. It was very much driven by the government that welcomed in these developers and wanted to really implement this green transition. So a very big part of our journey, besides developing the project and the wind farm as a whole, was of course also to create or support creating a local ecosystem from scratch. That entails many different things. It can be anything from supply chain, so on components or services, but it can also be to secure that we actually get the local talent educated so that we can use local educated technicians and other very key functions for the future of the wind farm. So there's a whole pool of things that we need to go through when we are entering a new market. This is not different in Korea, although I would say that, as I showed before, at least on the supply chain level, Korea is probably at a different place than when we entered into Taiwan. Then, as I also mentioned, people first, community engagement. We spend a lot of time and effort on engaging with NGOs, with universities, with fisheries. We are very mindful of our own presence and coexistence with the local society and environments. That means a lot for us, and that's also something we prioritize very much throughout the life cycle, obviously, but it's a very big part of entering a new market, that you get a holistic understanding and how can you best coexist with the society or the country that you enter into. So we also spend a lot of effort on these things here. Then the last part of this case study is also on the more sustainability and biodiversity part. We are the first renewable company that has committed to a net positive biodiversity impact ambition. We generally refer to these kind of things as net zero, but we are the first global operator who have committed ourselves to leaving the world a better place, or the site a better place than the one we take over. And this is also something that we take very seriously. And as mentioned before, we engage a lot of NGOs, universities for finding different ways of how we can collaborate. Different countries have different priorities, so this is also something that we spend a lot of time and effort on in the early phases of the project. Then I will take the journey here some years forward, and then we can imagine that we have now constructed and completed the wind farm, and we have to build the wind farm into our whole operations. Ørsted is a type of developer, as mentioned in the beginning, that both develops and constructs and operates our assets, which means when Ørsted enters into a project, we are committed to the lifetime of the project. Other developers, they have different ways of doing it. Some they only want to develop, some only want to construct, some want to develop and construct and then divest the asset of them. But our approach is different. We want to be there for the full time, and we want to ensure that we get a lot of course, we get a lot of data and feedback from those operational wind farms, but it's also a commitment to the community that we are in, that we are there for the long run. So that's also why we are asking for the local support when we are entering a market. The picture here shows on the left-hand side more our, you can say, corporate or global support functions that are based in different very centralized areas. Because we operate our all wind farm, we of course get a lot of raw data in from all of the different sites and all of the different wind farms that can then be interpreted and used through different systems in our corporate functions. So on the right-hand side, you can imagine in the green area, that could be an area like Taiwan, it could be South Korea. These would be kind of the operational hubs that we would have in the different areas where the wind farm is. That's very important that we have that. And they all communicate with a more centralized function. So of course it gives us a range of advantages that we believe, especially compared to our competition, especially that we can work with data and life cycle feedback in a whole different way, which of course ultimately is with the aim of optimizing performance of the wind farm. It's to optimize maintenance campaigns. On the next slide, I will also show some of these very high-tech technologies that it allows us to implement once we can build a very, very strong database. AI is also one that is up and coming also in our industry, and we have a whole department in our company who looks only at future technology within AI based on all the data that we collect, raw and also managed data. This is the slide that just gives some examples about some of these advanced technology concepts that we have currently developed and are actually in operation or in use on different wind farms in different areas of the world. We have done different studies, especially around drones. We have done a lot of study, and that is, of course, something that we look into the future very interestingly because it's very expensive for the operational part of the wind farm that you have to send vessels to the turbines every time something happens. So if you can deliver small pieces or make small adjustments using a drone, that is of course a future we are quite keen to explore. We also do a lot of studies on ROVs. We are running a recoral project on a wind farm in Taiwan, where we are trying to support the regrowth or the regeneration of corals locally. And actually today, we have a team going out to our Chiangau 1 and 2 wind farm and deploying the second batch of these corals on the foundations of the wind farm. We have done it once before with, I would say, average success. So we have changed some things in the setup, and we have also developed a specialized drone only to deploy, underwater drone only to deploy these kind of things. Then we are looking a lot into green CTVs. I think that is something that could be very, very interesting for Korea as well. And of course, remote monitoring, as I was alluding to before. On the last slide here, that kind of encapsulates all the things that you don't see when you look at a wind farm. This is a lot of the things that happens behind the scene. I touched upon it a little bit before. It's very much related to what we can do when we are an end-to-end renewables company with all the data that comes in. It helps us to really transform and mature the business and make things smarter and better and faster, more environmental friendly, in better balance with the markets that we operate in. And I think that is one of the key advantages of being an owner-operator model and allows us to look at all these kind of things here. Yeah. That was my last slide, and I have 1 minute, 2 minutes left. So if there's any questions, I'm very happy to take them now. Otherwise, thank you very much for your attention.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. 고맙습니다. 소렌길름 프로젝트 디렉터님께서 발표해 주셨습니다. 실제 프로젝트 경험을 바탕으로 구체적인 사례와 전략을 함께 나눠주셔서 더욱더 흥미로운 시간이 아니었나 싶은데요. 한국형 해상폭력 모델을 구축하는 데 있어서 정말 좋은 시사점이 되지 않았나라는 생각을 해봤습니다. 역시 이후 토론 시간에 다시 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이제 해양에너지 세션의 마지막 발표만이 남아 있습니다. 이번에는 국립대만해양대학교 해양생물학연구소 명예석좌 교수이시자 중앙연구원 생물다양성연구센터 연구원이신 광자오 샤오님께서 해상폭력단지와 어업 간의 공존 및 상생 방안이라는 주제로 발표해 주시겠습니다. 그럼 바로 연구원님 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 큰 박수로 맞이해 주십시오.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to have this opportunity to give a talk this afternoon to share with my experience on the almost 10 years when I engaged in this environmental impact assessment of the offshore wind farm in Taiwan. Many of them, it was in charge in the fish and the fisheries. So today I will share you some of my the viewpoints about how to solve the problem, the confliction between this offshore wind farm as well as the fisheries, how to get the win-win solutions. So the one advantage, the main reason that Taiwan want to promote this green energy offshore wind farm is because the topography of the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan Strait is very special. They have the kind of the wind tunnel effect, which they said that that place, Taiwan Strait, occupied 16 of the world's 20 best wind farms in the world. So that's the one main reason the Taiwanese want to do that. Another reason is because, you know, Taiwan, this year, we will phase out all the nuclear power plants. So we need to some other power source to compensate that. So the government in the very first beginning, they choose the 36 potential location to set up these farms, especially in the middle part of Taiwan, including the Great Changhua that Austin, they developed. They have 4 farms over there. And this map shows you that there are maybe about 7 to 11 farms already finished the construction and already operated. But the color here shows the deep green color. Then in the past 9 years, the government, they said that they already have some kind of good, establish some key measures, such as the offshore wind policy, environmental impact assessments, marine spatial planning with sensitive area mapping across any ministry joined the site approval mechanism and the fishery compensation and the coast prosperity arrangement and so on. Some of the data in my presentation I choose is these 2 wind farms in Miaoli County, Formosa 1 and Formosa 2. Because I choose them is because they are very shallow. I can dive in and to take some underwater investigation and the photos. And also they are the 2 earliest, developed the wind farm. One is on the 2020, another on the 2023. And the above one is kind of monopile, the foundation. The lower one, which is the kind of jacket style, different. So this is when we policy went into the third phase. The third phase, Taiwan want to develop more this wind power, and they have 3 different phases. In the third phase, they have to tell the developers which area is the sensitive. You cannot touch it. So, for example, like this one on the northern Taiwan, a square. That all gray color, it means that they are very important fishing ground for the fishermen. So no wind farm can be built up in that places. So this should be the first, we call it the marine spatial planning in Taiwan. Before that, actually we do not have that, so that is a good thing. And however, some of the issues that are still frequently questioned by the NGO or even the EIA committee members. The first one is that there are so many offshore wind turbines that fishermen cannot catch fish. Second, set up the wind turbines will change the sand and muddy benthic ecosystem change it to the reef ecosystem, and will let the original salt bottom fishing resources decline. And the third, even these farmers have the artificial reef effect. They are simply attract or gathering the fish, not really cultivating that, so that there is no positive gain. The fourth question is that the effect of fish gathering and resources in a farm could accelerate the depletion of resources. They will attract a lot of the fishing activity over there, so maybe we call it an ecological trap. So sometimes they argue for this. So actually I have 2 papers to try to clarify this kind of misleading or these ambiguous problems. So one has been published, another one is under review, is almost accepted. So let me explain the first question. Does the offshore wind farm really hinder fishermen's fishing? Actually, as you know, there are many papers already published many years ago. They said that actually the positive side effects is much more than the negative side. So those literature, the characters too tiny, I will not read. But anyway, they have two effects. One is through artificially like effect. Another is like the MPA that can protect the fishery resources. For the artificial like effect, there's a paper, 2012, that they calculate that if we dump those kind of the rocks field or rocks under the base, surrounding the base to be kind of the anti-scoring function, so that how many habitat you lost and how many habitat you gain. So net loss was on the left side of this red square. You can see mostly they gain the habitats because the rock on the surface, they also have the habitat for the marine organisms. However, for the biomass, their calculation tells you they will gain the biomass, increase the biomass much, much more than without these turbines from this kind of anti-scoring the rocks. So this is based on my own project diving to see the reef effect in Taiwan at Sunan Formosa 1. I have two. One is Ministry of Science and Technology, gave me 2 years to study the Formosa 1. You can see a lot of coral grow out there and a lot of fish. And actually, here is I cannot play the video on the right side. Let me try. No, I don't know how to do that. On the right side, that they have their videos. But anyway, I calculate how much the cost for those fishes. I only calculate those fish body lengths longer than the 15 centimeters, and their price for each different species. So my estimation was about in the each turbines, maybe every year you can have the fish production value maybe around $500 US. That farm have 22, and so you can times 22 to get the whole farm. How much the economical, the value that you can get from this fish farm. So, but the point is that all those tiny fish, young fish, or the juvenile, smaller than the 15 centimeter, I didn't count that because they will grow up. When they grow up, they will kind of spill over, swim outside the farm, and to recruit into the fishing ground nearby for the fishermen to use that to fish it. And those tiny lava fish, they actually, or juvenile, they are kind of dispersed, especially for those demersal fish, or we call most of them are coral reef fishes. Anyway, but certain species that also have high economic value. So they can disperse, they can migrate into, disperse to the far distance, okay? Then what is the MPA like? Actually, a lot of turbine, fishermen, they are not really use those gill nets or the trout net, etc. Within the farm, because it was easy to get entangled with the termites, so that he will get lost. So that is the one good thing, because it performs like the MPA, so that fishing will not be catch all until to the last fish. So a lot of paper here also their conclusion that wind farms. So actually it's performed like a marine protected area if they exclude fisheries, but it is kind of impossible to exclude all different fisheries, like angling fish. They still they are they are very eager to get into the farm area, and so on. So because MPS, this is the kind of global trend at the moment to promote the marine conservation. It's much better maybe you heard about the 30 by 30 target, right? Before 2030, 30% area should be designated as the MPA. So every country is trying to, to pursue that target. The question too is, where offshore wind farm change basic ecosystem and damage fish resources. Recently, in my study, I used the pole and line fishing, and bottom gear nets, and ROV, and scuba diving, and all of which we found that at least in that place, we increased 60 additional reef-associated species. Before the construction, there's no that kind of species. So those reef species, actually, they have, species, more species, numbers, and also their economic value is much higher than the sandy-muddy bottomless fish. So most of them are already, the resources decline very seriously. So they really need to be restored, to be protected. So I think turbines, offshore wind farm is a very good kind of tool to play that functions. And you can see following the pictures, some of the anglers, they fish in they can collect a lot of the reef fish in the middle. But on the right side, that is a salt bottom fish. They mostly, if the anglers farther than the 50 meters away, they catch the fish is the same as we use a gill net to collect before. But anyway, the salt bottom fish resources was not affected by the wind turbine. They are still there. The long-term trend to monitoring the data show they are not really declined so much. Sometimes they are fluctuated. It's because of the sampling error, but the lower slides show you the RV and the scuba diving underwater photo. See many fishes over there. So I also can try to see which family of fishes they are. Above 8 families, in the middle, they have about 10 families, and at the lower part have 17 families. So different group of fish, they associate with reef, the distance are different. All the reef fish, they're very close to the turbines. Honestly, only 10 to 20 meters, not swimming farther away. But those fish, they migrate daily. Living stay at the turbines, but during the evening, maybe they swim for the feeding outside on the sandy bottom. So we call it the ecotonal species, just like our ecological terminology, it's called ecotone. So in the middle, they have 10 families, and the lower part, the 17 family, they are still the original sandy muddy bottom fish. Okay? So I think this is a very good paper published in 2019. They reviewed all the 13 sites that from 7 European countries, and they have GillNet experiment, have the experimental station inside the farm and the outside farm. So they divided all the fish into soft bottom fishes and complex bottom, means including the reef fish, okay? And pelagicals on the middle waters. So you can see within the wind farm that all their abundance, their biomass increase. And no matter it is a soft bottom or the kind of reef bottom, reef ecosystem. Only the pelagic fish that remain the same. I think this paper is very good to tell you that turbines will not affect your original salt bottom fish community and as well as their resources. And especially in Taiwan, you know, Taiwan streets are all sedimentary bottom, almost 90% are there. So they short of the reef bottom. You know, the rocky reef bottom actually is a kind of ecological limiting factor to let the reef fish, their population resource cannot increase. So that is why Taiwanese government wants to install a lot of artificial reefs since 1970. So far, we have 88 different artificial reef sites from different material and from different shape. So mostly they are installed along the western coast. So, but however, that project was kind of the temporary stopped, terminated. And then we feel kind of a little bit pity. So wind turbine, wind farm can make the compensation because they are not purpose to want to restore the resources, but however, they have that side effect. So I think that's very good, you know, so that we think I welcome for this to increase those reef resources, fish resources, okay. So the third question, that even offshore wind farm can gather fish. It has no cultivating effect. You know, you just attract them. And they attract them, also attract the fishermen, the anglers to fishing them. So it sounds not good, right? But anyway, and so that is the real point that the management is very important. We should have some kind of regulation or rules to, you know, to control those, you know, fishing activities and by some way. So I will tell a little bit more about that. But from this picture, you can see that the juveniles, you know, we see a lot of juveniles of different species. On the right side, they are kind of adult fish. So the rock is the kind of anti-scalding, you know, the structure, you know, construction, which is good, just performed just like a regular artificial reefs. So this is the photo we just took this last month, very new. So on the left side, you can see a lot of larva barracuda. On the right side, a lot of the juvenile fish, young fish from the economic species like Casio, skate, etc. And in the middle on the left two, you can see the damselfish was spawning on the rock. And on the right side, that is the empty shell of the barnacle, and the blennies living there and lay their eggs on the inside of the barnacle. So that, and the lower one is the shellfish, their eggs. So that means those termites, their hard substrate also have some good things for the cultivating the fish resources. The last question, could offshore wind farms accelerate the depletion of resources? This is the same kind of the controversial for the artificial reefs. You know, in Taiwan, the Chinese character for the artificial reef, one is called, people you want to write that, and maybe half of them wrote 人工鱼礁, the fish without the water is radical. On the right side, the pronounce is the same, 人工鱼礁, but that yu has water radicals, 3 points, right? So one is for animal in themselves, but another fishing, the English is fishing, it's not fish. Both are correct, because you install the reefs there. If you want to restore the resources, then you have to, you know, you have to control your, you know, your utilization. And I think I already run out of time, so I will speak faster. So you can see a lot of the anglers, recreational, they love to go to the turbines to fish, because every time they go out, they get a box of the fish very easily. So that, but another problem is a lot of the abandoned net entangled on the turbine, as well as on the artificial reefs, which will decrease the reef effect. You know, so the government has to pay another additional money to hire the diving diver to clean that, so that is kind of, it's not good. So anyway, in Taiwan, we are trying to educate the people that actually there's a way that offshore wind farm and artificial resources, they can be coexisted and co-prosperity if we have some kind of a rule to let the control the farm. My suggestion is that maybe 50 meters away, you should not have, you can fish by angling, or we call it the pole and the line fishing. But within the 50 meters, for the turbines, there's no any fish. It's the kind of exclusively no-take zone, so that all the reef fish can have some safe place for them to grow up, to spawn, and so that is kind of MPA kind of effect. So for the regulation, actually, local government in Taiwan, for each artificial reef site, they have the regulation around 1,000 meters diameters that they can only allow line fishing, not net fishing. So if we can apply that rule to the farms, that solves all the problem, right? But the problem is how to enforce it, how to really to can obey that law, so that we need a kind of education. Another very good thing, maybe you heard about OECM, other effect of conservation measures. So green energy turbine is a very good and best candidate for the marine OECM in the future. So that is a kind of a global trend that I think that the development, the direction should be very good. So that's all my talk. I have 3 minutes more. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
네. Before we finish the presentation, please, would you please come forward to the stage once again, because we have a Q&A session. 잠시 무대 위로 잠시 다시 올라와 주시겠습니까? 안내를 해주시겠어요? 사실 좀 느즈막하게 지금 온라인을 통해서 질문이 올라와 있습니다. So please refer to the screen. So we have some questions from the floor. Yes, please look at the screen. 네, 질문 보여주실까요? Yes, please look at the screen. 네, 해양 에너지 세션이었고요. 3번째 발표였습니다. 중앙연구원 생물다양성연구센터 광재호 셔님의 발표 들으셨고요. 2분 정도가 지금 질문을 올려주셨다고 들었는데요. 지금 읽어보겠습니다. Would you please answer the question? Yes.
Okay, but the second question is,
yes.
Actually, I have one slide show you the ratio of the bottom, Sandy Marty bottom, and but I just skip those, all the contents because of the time constraint. So actually, the offshore wind, the turbines, they have the kind of anti-scalding structures like a stone to install around the base of the turbine. But their area, I have calculated that they about one turbine maybe only occupy about maybe very little, 0.001% for the entire farm. And if we use all the farms, their total area, because of this rock, they occupy the whole county. Their marine bottom area maybe 1,000. It's very tiny. So I don't think those kind of change, the ratio is important, and we're not changing the original soft bottom community and ecosystem. So the Taiwan, Korea, that I don't understand your underwater topography. How much percent is the Sandy Mati bottom and how much for the rocky shore? It all depends on the area because like in Taiwan, on the eastern coast, they are very deep. And also maybe some rocky area, but on the western side of Taiwan Strait, they are all Sandy Mati bottom. So that's different. And during the lunch, the Professor Wu told me that you have crab fisheries, which is important nearby this area. I agree, so that they maybe not get, they cannot get the benefit from the turbines because the crab will not like fish will gather to the, swim around the turbines. But however, I think even they don't have the artificial effect, but they have marine protected area effect because you have many structures there. Your crab net, or bottom net, I don't know which kind, or kind even the traps. That maybe they have that area. They are not to come into fish, or they less to get in. So it will get some kind of protection. So that's just like MPA. When they have the place like their population can still survive, left over there, it is good for the resources, the sustainability to be used. Just play like the MPA. They don't have artificial reef, but they have the, it all depends on the marine organisms that you have, or kind of fishing ground that you have. I think the Taiwanese case maybe cannot totally apply in your Korea, or it depends on your fishing ground and which kind of fishery the fishermen they mostly use. Okay.
Okay, with that, thank you very much. 여러분 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 여러분의 참여 감사드립니다. 세 번째 세션이었고요. 해양 에너지였습니다. 준비된 세 분의 발표 함께 들으셨습니다. 해양 에너지, 이제 단순한 기술적 주제를 넘어서 기후 위기 대응과 국가 에너지 정책의 핵심 축으로 떠오르고 있는데요. 이번 시간 현재와 미래를 입체적으로 해양 에너지의 그 현재와 미래를 입체적으로 조망할 수 있었던 아주 귀중한 시간이었다고 생각을 합니다. 이번 세션 이제 종합 토론회 시간이 준비가 되어 있지요. 앞으로 어떤 논의가 더 필요한지, 어떤 방향으로 협력이 이루어져야 하는지를 다시금 더 깊게 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 좀 더 실질적인 대화로 이어가 보려고 합니다. 앞서 발표해 주신 세 분, 그리고 오늘 토론자로 함께 해주신 분은 이영태 인하대 경기 인천 세그랜트 센터 초빙 교수님이신데요. 함께 모시겠고요. 좌장으로는 인하대학교 해양과학과 우승범 교수님께서 수고를 해주시겠습니다. 자리가 준비가 되는 대로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 여러분 궁금한 점이 있으시거나 의견 나누고 싶은 내용이 있다면 주저하지 마시고 저희 온라인 플랫폼을 통해서 참여를 해주시기 바랍니다. 여러분의 그 시각도 너무나 궁금하고요. 여러분의 의견과 참여가 더욱더 이번 세션을 풍성하게 만들어 줄 것입니다. 준비가 되었습니다. 앞서 발표해 주신 세 분, 좌장님, 토론자 모두 모시도록 하겠습니다. 네, 인천국제해양포럼 오늘 첫째 날 포럼 함께하고 계시고요. 오늘로서는 이곳 홀에서 진행되는 마지막 세션이 되겠습니다. 해양 에너지의 가능성, 한계, 그리고 또 향후의 협력 방향성까지 함께 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 고견을 나눠주실 분들 다시 한번 모셨는데요. 자, 그럼 이번 세션 역시 박수와 함께 시작하겠습니다. 네, 우승범 교수님 진행 부탁드리겠습니다.
예, 여러분 안녕하세요. 제6회 인천국제해양포럼 해양 에너지 세션 종합 토론회 좌장을 맡은 인하대학교 해양과학과 우승범입니다. 네, 이번 세션은 해양 에너지 디지털 전환과 지역 해양 산업 생태계 활성화라는 주제로 진행됩니다. 먼저 해양 산업 주요 트렌드를 공유하고 미래 비전을 제시하면서 해마다 한 걸음씩 발전해오고 있는 제6회 인천국제해양포럼의 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 아울러 오늘 중요한 발표를 해주신 화동사범대학교 전중거 교수님, 또 오세코라의 소렌 길룬 프로젝트 총괄님, 그리고 대만 국립해양대학교의 샤오 교수님께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 이번 토론에서는 대표적인 재생에너지인 해상풍력 에너지를 주제로 기술의 발전 방향을 살펴보고 지역 산업과 어떤 방식으로 상생해 나갈 수 있는지를 함께 고민해 보고자 합니다. 특히 저는 해상풍력 에너지가 단순히 에너지 자원 확보를 넘어서 해양의 디지털 전환을 이끌고 또 지역 해양 산업의 생태계를 조성하는 데 중요한 동력이 될 수 있다는 점을 강조드리고 싶습니다. 그런데 이를 위해서 가장 기본이자 또 핵심이 되는 조건이 있습니다. 바로 예측 가능하고 또 안정적인 해양 환경을 유지하는 것입니다. 특히 연안 해역은 기후 환경 변화에 가장 민감한 지역이자 생태계 보존과 수산 양식 산업이 공존해야 되는 공간이기 때문에 더욱 세심한 접근이 필요합니다. 이러한 복잡한 조건 속에서 해양 에너지 개발이 지속하려면 현장의 해양 환경을 면밀하게 모니터링하고 그 변화를 데이터로 기반으로 하여 미래를 예측할 수 있는 체계가 반드시 필요합니다. 결국 해양 디지털 전환의 출발점은 바로 신뢰할 수 있는 해양 정보의 축적과 활용에 달려 있다고 생각합니다. 오늘 이 자리가 그러한 통찰과 경험을 나누는 자리가 되길 기대하면서 각 발표자분들의 의견을 통해 실질적인 논의가 이루어지길 바랍니다. 토론회는 앞서 발표해 주신 세 분 연사분들과 함께 해양수산부에서 주요 정책을 실질적으로 굉장히 오랫동안 이끌어 오셨고 또 최근 인하대학교 경기 인천 시그랜센터의 초빙 교수로 부임해 오신 이영태 교수님도 함께 자리해 주셨습니다. 그럼 지금부터 본격적인 토론을 진행하겠습니다. 먼저 첫 번째 질문을 들어보겠습니다. 오늘 발표를 함께 들으신 이영태 교수님께 의견을 여쭙고 싶습니다. 해양수산부에서 정책을 오래 담당해 오셨고 최근에는 인천 쪽으로 오셔서 지역 현장하고도 활발히 소통을 하고 계신데요. 오늘 세 분 발표를 전체적으로 보셨을 때 특히 인상 깊게 보신 부분이나 추가로 강조하고 싶은 시사점이 있으면 말씀 부탁드립니다.
네, 감사합니다. 앞서 그 세 분의 훌륭하신 그 연구 성과에 대해서 감사하게 잘 들었습니다. 아주 훌륭한 그 성과로 감명 깊게 잘 들었습니다. 오늘날 전 지구적 기후 대응과 에너지 대전환의 시대적 흐름 속에서 해상풍력 발전은 지속 가능한 청정 에너지의 핵심으로 부상하고 있습니다. 특히 연안 지역을 중심으로 한 대규모 해상풍력 단지가 조성되고 있으므로 이 과정에서 수산업 생태계 보존과 지역 경제 활성화에 대한 기대가 동시에 조화롭게 이루어진다고 생각합니다. 그러나 해상풍력 발전 단지 개발이 전통적 수산업과 이해관계가 충돌하여 이로 인해 지역 주민의 삶에 직접적인 영향을 미치는 문제가 부각되고 있습니다. 이는 단순한 입지 타당성이나 기술적 검토를 넘어서 수산업과의 공존을 위한 과학적 제도적 기반이 무엇보다 중요하다 할 것입니다. 먼저 그 광자오 샤오 교수님은 해상풍력 구조물이 인공어초로서 기능할 수 있다는 가능성을 제시하면서 전통어업과의 생존과 공존이 충분히 가능하다는 점을 생태학적 관점에서 고찰해 주셨습니다. 하지만 이러한 낙관은 해상풍력 해역의 철저한 생태 모니터링과 체계적이고 과학적인 데이터의 축적을 전제로 할 때 비로소 실현될 수 있는 요소라고 생각됩니다. 다음으로 젠중거 교수님의 발표는 해양 물리 환경 변화, 난류 구조 및 수온 분포에 대한 영향 등 풍력 발전이 해양 생태계에 미치는 물리적 효과를 아주 정밀하게 분석하셨습니다. 이와 같은 연구는 어장 환경과 풍력 인프라의 공존 가능성을 예측하고 조정하는 데 필수적인 근거가 되는 것들입니다. 그리고 소련 길룬 발표에서 제시된 지역산업 생태계 중심 전략은 단지 경제적 연계뿐만 아니라 지역사회의 수용성과 인적 역량 강화에 대한 방향성을 함께 제시해 주었습니다. 따라서 해상풍력의 지속 가능한 발전을 위해서는 다음의 3가지 정도가 핵심이라고 생각됩니다. 첫째, 해양수산 상생 모니터링 체계 구축이 시급하다는 것입니다. 생태 물리 환경에 대한 장기 관측과 데이터 기반 분석을 통해 상호 영향을 정량적으로 파악하고 이에 따라 정책과 개발 계획을 조정할 수 있어야 한다고 생각합니다. 둘째, 지역사회와의 합리적 거버넌스가 필요하다는 것입니다. 지역 대학과 연구소는 주민교육 및 현장 기반 조사를 수행할 수 있는 핵심 거점 기관입니다. 따라서 이들 지역 대학과 연구소를 중심으로 한 실질적인 협력 네트워크가 마련되어야 한다고 봅니다. 셋째, 지역 주민 교육과 전문 인력 양성이 병행되어야 한다는 것입니다. 해양 에너지와 수산업을 동시에 이해하는 융합형 인재를 육성해야 하며 이를 위한 교육, 연구, 인프라 강화가 뒷받침되어야 합니다. 결국 해상풍력과 수산업은 서로 상충하는 그런 산업이 아니라 올바른 과학적 기반과 지역 협력 체계 하에서 충분히 상생 가능한 파트너가 될 수 있다는 것입니다. 이러한 통합적 접근이야말로 해양 산업의 미래 지속 가능성을 결정짓는 핵심 열쇠가 될 것이라고 봅니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 역시 해양수산부에서 오랫동안 정책을 담당해 오셨던 그런 해안이 답변에 묻어나는 것 같습니다. 그러면 다음은 제가 질문을 발표 순서의 역순으로 질문해 드리겠습니다. 광사우 샤오 교수님께 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 역시 플로어에서도 벌써 질문이 나왔고 많은 분들이 관심 있는 내용입니다. 말씀하셨던 것이 풍력 발전의 그 기조물이 인공 어초 효과를 통해서 생물 다양성이라든지 어족자원 회복에 기여할 수 있다라는 이제 말씀이셨는데요. 제가 2가지 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 근데 시간 관계상 2분이나 3분 이내로 짧게 답변해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 그렇다면은 그렇게 어족자원이나 이런 것들이 풍부하게 됐다는 것 자체를 어떻게 알 수 있었는지, 어떠한 조사를 통해서 알 수 있었는지 먼저 간단하게 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
Before the construction, that we have the bottom trauma or use the geo nets. So that is because they are centimeter bottom original. But after the construction, say you cannot use those. You can use the geo net, but it's you have to. You cannot to get a lot of cables on there. You have to choose your sampling the area so carefully. So otherwise, developer they will get nervous about that, And so, but however, for the reef fish, you have to use angling very nearby. If you fishing, use the pole and line. More than 20 or 50 meters, you cannot get the reef fish because they swarm just around the turbine very close. Yeah.
그 컨스트럭션 전부터 모니터링을 하셨다고 하셨는데 얼마의 기간 동안을 하신 걸로 하신 건가요?
Because most of farms they only use the gill nets or bottom net. They have no line fish. But I do that experience only 2 years. The data was collected only 2 years, but the result is very obvious, And also diving. Diving is more directly. For certain farms, they are very deep. You cannot scuba diving more than 40 meters, like hosted your Great Changhua projects. They are very far away from the shoreline, very deep. So we can only use the ROV. But that is not. We use scuba diving in the shallow waters to get those results. Yes.
두 번째 질문은 그 환경영향 평가에 대한 내용입니다. 한국은 EIA 환경영향 평가를 의무화하고 있고 개발 사업 이전에 사전 조사를 하고 있습니다. 그런데 실질적인 조사는 1년 이내에 보통 그치고 실질적인 공사 시작되기 전까지 5년에서 6년 동안은 별도의 모니터링이 법적으로 요구가 되지 않고 있습니다. 교수님이 말씀하신 것처럼 생태계 변화를 보려면 이런 모니터링이 필요하다고 하셨는데요. 대만 같은 경우에는 이러한 환경영향평가의 그런 조사 기간이라든지 후속 모니터링에 대한 체계, 그런 기간 이런 것들이 어떻게 되시는지 궁금합니다.
Yes, we do. A very long time ago, we have EIA kind of policy, so that's very strict. So they ask that all the big developer project, you have to have the kind of, we call it BACI, the before, after, control, and the impact. That means that before your construct and during your construction and after your construction was completed, you are operating. So you should continue to monitoring. So not only fish, but many other items like zooplankton, phytoplankton, basic organism, and so on. Because all ecosystem, they are all important components. So we have this very strictly. Even after you decommission, you still need to have monitoring. So that is our policy. So that is good things that we can collect the long-term data. If you don't have a long-term data, you cannot tell which mechanism let the fishery resources decline. We recently found one problem because a couple of the fish farms, they already operated maybe 3 or 4 years. We thought during the constraint, because of piling noise, we'll scale, as all the fish was escape. But they will, after you finish construction, they should come back. But we don't see the comeback very significantly. So I start to worry about that. But however, fortunately, we to have kind of control station. Control station was those stations that's outside the farm, which are a certain distance without any noise problem. So their community structure and resources also decline. That means it's not because of the noise, because of what? Overfishing.
네,
But people want to, accept those. They just, like maybe pollution, maybe climate change, who knows? But whole fishery production in Taiwan, inshore, is decline.
네,
So you have to have very careful design for this monitoring project.
감사합니다. 장기적인 모니터링이 중요하다. 또 건설되는 지역 이외의 점에서 그 건설 지역과 비교할 수 있는 점이 또 계속적으로 지속해서 데이터가 있어야 이런 판단을 할 수 있다 하는 점을 강조해 주셨습니다. 정말 감사합니다. 네, 두 번째는 우리 소렌 길렌에게 여쭤보겠습니다. 오스테드는 세계적인 해상 풍력 개발사로서 상생을 굉장히 중요한 가치로 삼고 있다고 알고 있습니다. 조금 전에 사오 교수님이 말씀하신 그러한 장기적인 환경 모니터링을 지역사회와 같이 구축해야 되는 것에 대해서 회사 차원에서는 어떻게 생각하시는지, 어떤 방법으로 기여할 수 있다고 생각하시는지 그러한 전략이 있다면 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much for the question, Professor. I think as I hope it was also clear from my presentation, we consider the project specifically in Korea as a early market development project, which means that we are still establishing what we call our ground game, and that is both when it comes to regulatory, but also how do we engage with the society and the market in general. And I think we are making very good progress. I think we are getting a very good comprehensive picture on what we need to do to be successful in Korea. That may not be the same things as we needed to do in Taiwan or in US or elsewhere. So it's very important we understand the dynamics to that extent. We are currently ongoing with our draft EIA that also gives a lot of important feedback to us and also helps us to understand the engagement level that we need to do. But I think it's maybe just important for me to say that we have no intention of not being compliant with the local regulations, right? So that is of course a very big effort to start with. And if there is changes in regulation, now we see Special Act and other things is happening, then of course we will be compliant with this, yes.
오케이. 감사합니다. 한 가지 더 질문이 있는 게 그러한 이제 생태계 조성과 관련해서 지역 일자리 창출, 지역 청년들에 대한 교육, 그다음에 또 지역 경제 활성화가 매우 중요한데 지역 경제에 실질적인 활력을 불어넣을 수 있는 어떤 구체적인 전략이 있을까 궁금합니다.
I think this is a strategy that is in the making, and it is something that takes a long time to build up. When we are in a very early stage of the project, of course, the developer, not only us, but any developer, also has a very conservative approach to capital deployment. And I think that is the approach we also have. I mean, until you have some project certainty, for example, after the bid, if you have successful PPA, then of course the company behind will also have more flexibility in terms of starting to increase some of this divestment. But we are using, in Korea at least for now, we are using very much the examples from Taiwan, see what can fit, and we are of course very happy to discuss with our stakeholders if some of these are good ideas or if there's other even better ideas, then we are very happy to have that dialogue.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 마지막 오늘 발표해 주신 거 교수님께 여쭤보겠습니다. 저는 개인적으로 거 교수님의 그 연구 성과에 대해서 굉장히 감명을 받았습니다. 또한 이 중국이 맞이하고 있는 이런 서해 황해라고 하는 환경이 또 특히 우리 저기 인천 지역에는 매우 밀접한 부분들이 있기 때문에 서로 많은 교류를 하면 상당히 도움이 될 것 같습니다. 거 교수님 발표에서 해상 풍력 터빈이 해양 물리 환경에 여러 가지 요소로 영향을 미친다고 했는데 지금 앞선 토론에서도 얘기 나왔던 것처럼 결국 궁극적으로는 이러한 물리 환경이 생태계에 어떤 영향을 주는지까지 예측하는 것이 정말 중요한데요. 교수님이 보시는 현재의 수준으로 봤을 때 그러한 생태계의 영향까지 판단하는 연구 수준이 어느 정도까지 와 있는지, 그러한 연구를 통해서 우리 대규모 해상 풍력 발전을 할 때 이러한 생태계의 영향까지 우리가 좀 그러니까 믿을만하게 예측을 할 수 있는지 어느 수준인지 그걸 한번 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
Thank you for this question. And right now, for this current research studies for these predictions, and not only for physics but also for the ecosystem, a lot of studies is mainly on the short-term predictions for numerical modelings, and for physics, such as scorings, probably just several cycles and seasonals. But actually, such as in China or even in worldwide, there is a very significant scoring around these multiple foundations, and it was unexpected before these constructions. So that's a failure of these predictions. So we need some new numerical modelings or algorithms to determine long-term predictions. And that's for physics, and also for the ecosystem. And I just mentioned that in our presentations, many studies have found that there is a vertical pumping of these nutrients, and especially for these stratified regions, in the coastal regions, stratified regions, and it's quite sensitive to the surface with additional input of these nutrients and the sediment, which can influence on this turbidity. So it will have some strong impact on this ecosystem, on the like the low trophic levels of the ecosystem, and it will also influence on the ecosystem. So right now we need to do some long-term predictions, and I think every community is working on that. Thank you.
감사합니다. 한 가지만 더 또 여쭙고 싶은데요. 굉장히 첨단 수준의 해양 물리 또 지질 변화에 대한 예측을 보여주셨고 또 그로 인한 생태계에 대한 영향도 어느 정도 예측 가능하다고 말씀해 주셨는데요. 궁극적으로 이런 예측 모델은 하지만 어쨌든 현장에 있는 데이터를 기반으로 해야 그 신뢰성이 갖춰진다고 생각을 하는데, 그러한 디지털 트윈 기반의 통합 해양 환경 예측을 하기 위해서는 어떠한 자료들이 실질적으로 축적이 되고 준비가 되어야 하는지, 중국은 어떻게 준비하고 있는지, 중국 사례에서는 어떤 식으로 모니터링을 하고 계시는지 그런 거를 간단하게 말씀해 주시면 좋겠습니다.
Okay, thank you. And I think the digital twin of these wind farms is our final goal of our research and also of observation. But I think for the digital twin is based on the data and predictions. And for data, I just like the Professor Saw said, we should have continuous monitorings and observations from the surface layer to the bottom layer, even to the fisheries. So that's for the data observations. Speak of the data observations, I think not only for this in-field observations, but also I think remote sensing also can provide very good results. Especially, I think the Korea has an advantage for that because you have the GOSI-2 remote sensing is geostationary. I think it can provide very good resolution for this observation from the sky with high resolution, temporary resolution. And for predictions, I think right now there is many numerical models, even for AI models, to do that. I know that NVIDIA and the Siemens company they already provide some tools and some algorithms and some models, predictions for these digital twin models. But they are mostly working on the atmosphere, on the wind. But we can follow their idea to working on the oceans, on the waters and on the ecosystems. So I think as an idea, so we can set up the data observations and also the numerical modelings and the AI models. They are working together. Then we can have our final goal to build this digital twin. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 청중분들께서도 함께 해주시는 연사분들께 궁금한 게 있으리라고 생각이 되는데요. 혹시 궁금한 질의응답 시스템에 궁금한 질문을 남겨주시면 제가 요약을 해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 혹시 플로의 질문이 있으실까요? 네, 충분히 아마 토론이 된 것 같습니다. 그래서 오늘 해양 에너지 디지털 전환과 지역 해양 산업 생태계 활성화라는 주제로 다양한 발표와 논의를 이루어졌습니다. 탄소 중립 시대를 선도할 핵심 청정 에너지로서 해상 풍력은 잠재력이 매우 크지만 동시에 해양 환경 변화에 매우 민감하게 반응하기 때문에 무엇보다도 현장 기반의 지속적인 모니터링이 중요하다고 생각이 됩니다. 이렇게 해양 생태계 변화라든지 수산업과의 공존 가능성을 실증적으로 파악하지 않고서는 기술 발전도 정책 설계도 제대로 작동하기 어렵다고 생각이 됩니다. 그래서 이 해상 풍력에 대한 그것을 단순히 기술적인 과제로만 보지 말고 지역 사회와 협력하는 방식, 즉 지역 중심의 거버넌스를 구축해서 공동으로 추진하는 체계가 필요하다고 생각합니다. 정부, 지자체, 기업, 연구기관, 어업인들 다양한 주체들이 연결돼서 데이터와 기술, 인력과 자원들이 유기적으로 순환하는 구조를 만들어야 될 것 같습니다. 오늘 이 자리가 그런 변화의 출발점이 되기를 바라면서 이것으로 해양 에너지 세션 종합 토론을 마치겠습니다. 함께해 주신 패널 여러분과 청중 여러분께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 해양 에너지 세션 종합 토론까지 함께 하셨습니다. 이제 자리로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이 발표자 세 분의 다양한 시각과 현장 경험, 토론자의 심도 있는 의견까지 더해져서 이번 해양 에너지 세션이 더욱더 풍성하고 또 입체적인 논의의 장으로 완성될 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 바쁘신 일정 속에서도 오늘 끝까지 함께해 주신 여러분들께 감사 말씀을 드리고요. 또 종합 토론 아주 멋지게 이끌어 주셨죠. 우승범 교수님, 좌장님께도 감사의 인사를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 인천국제해양포럼 오늘 첫째 날 일정을 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 내일도 포럼이 이어지죠. 내일 이곳 그랜드볼룸 BC홀에서는 오전 10시부터 해양 산업의 중요한 축을 담당하고 있는 해양 관광 세션이 이어지겠습니다. 여러분 역시 내일도 많은 참여 부탁드리고요. 저는 내일 10시에 또 인사드리겠습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분 고맙습니다.